All right. Headed into the almost the fourth year here. Parable of the fig tree. If it doesn't bear fruit, cut it down. Cut it down. So 12/21 to 2020. 12/21/2020. Be 4 years since the Earth came into a new age. So we saw that celestial marker, the time marker, Saturn conjunct Jupiter. Welcome to the new age. Yep, this came on here. Just started the stream. So welcome to the new age. Almost 4 years into this extinction event. And the world hasn't even figured it out. What a blessing to get a hold of it. You know, it's like getting Apple stock. No, I don't want any stock and fruit. I'm already invested in some pineapple company in Hawaii, Tracy. Okay, never mind. Privileged information. Privileged information. Privileged. Normally those that have all the money to get the information. To get the information that the general public does not normally have access to. Privileged to information, right? Those that are privileged. So it's a blessing to get ahead of the wave, and then you can catch the wave. To catch a wave, you have to get ahead of it. Can't just wait for it to pass you by. You'll get tossed down to the bottom of you'll go tumbling and eat sand and drink water. Hopefully not. Hopefully you can hold your breath. But you got to push out and get in front of a wave to catch a wave. If you ever been in the ocean, you ever body surfed, boogie boarded, surfed, whatever. I grew up in the ocean. So you got to push off. You got to get ahead of it. So there we go. 3 years plus, almost coming into 4 years. So don't want to see anybody get pounded into the sand, right? Pound sand. But you ever been in the ocean? You ever spend any time in the water? If you're going to catch a wave, you definitely you got to see it coming, and you got to get ahead of it. And then you can ride it into the shore to calmer days, if you will, right? So is that not insane in the membrane that we'll be going into 4 years this year in December, that we hit the 12,000 year extinction event. 6,000 years ago was the Noah cycle, and here we are 6,000 years right in the future at the 12,000 year cycle event. So 99% of the world is still stuck in deception. The last age that we were in, the age of deception, the age of Pisces. So yeah, what a blessing. What a blessing it is to be privileged to the information. Are you riding the wave? Is it here yet? Is the wave here? Oh yeah. We're in it. Most are going to get thrown into the sand, but that's okay. It's not for me to decide. All I can do is get ahead of the wave, right? Push off. Here we go. So some of us are already riding the wave. We're in the new age. We're already in the age of Aquarius. We've left the age of Pisces back in December 21st of 2020. We left the age of Pisces and we came in, we fell on the line and hit the extinction event. You can look up online, you can research offline, you can find all the, we're in the sixth extinction event. We already been through 5 and now we're in the 6th. So when we came into that new age, we came right into the extinction event this time. So it all falls on the line. It's in the heading, the description in the video. So welcome to the new age. Don't have time for people who aren't doing anything about it. And it's pretty funny that the Lord is so merciful that he's giving people a chance. You can still get TP for your bunghole. You can still get TP for your bunghole. Speaking of all, there's will be the people will get ready and those people will get pounded into the sand. Speaking of, so God created goats and sheep. Can't change a goat into a sheep or a sheep into a goat. Not even time to even worry about that anymore. Be wise. Don't be foolish. Be wise. Only if they could understand, they'll be going in the wrong direction. They're headed in the wrong direction. Yep, foolish virgins. The door will slam shut. So we're not there yet, but we're definitely in the new age. We're definitely into this extinction event already. So hallelujah. For those that have been called out to do something, I hope you're having your Noah moment where he's calling you out to prepare your vessel, prepare your ark. Rough waters ahead, turbulent times. We've already seen the calm before the storm. Things are starting to progressively, the weather is intensifying and we're seeing some celestial markers, some celestial events that never been seen in history. So here we are. It's pretty amazing to be a witness to these days. So 6th extinction event will not be told. Most will probably, again, will be taken before it's too late by the time that you can't get out of the way of something you don't see coming. So most won't see it coming at all. And normally things don't just happen. They slowly happen. They slowly happen. They slowly, progressively happen. And then all of a sudden they happen. So people normally get a fair warning. Just 6th extinction event. So hanging out with the body and yeah. That's how what a blessing it is that God has given us such restraint that we've already entered the 6th extinction event and the whole world doesn't know it, and you can still get prepared for it right now because things don't work like that. Everything that's still here, still got puppy dogs and kitties and crickets and mice and bananas and tomatoes and human beings and tigers and bears. Oh my, everything that made it through the last 5 is still here. Extinctions don't work like that. So at least people know that, because people hear extinction and think everything's going to die. No, die down, not die off. That's not how extinctions work. So see, many of us are going to get ready. Are you going to be one of the people that lives through the 6th extinction event? Put on the armor of God. So that's the most important thing. Is your spiritual vessel, is your spiritual house in order? Is your spiritual vessel right? Get up those, tighten up those loose boards in your ship. That's right. Make sure you're completely covered. Completely covered. Baptized, overcome, completely overcome. And that's all you can do. Have that lion's lion's den, Daniel type faith, and be wise and put up extra oil. Make sure your lamp is filled with not the dark oil, but the light, because the vessel can't hold both. So here we go. Pretty amazing. What a merciful and graceful and patient God that we have here. Oh, he takes hundreds, he takes thousands. Sometimes he takes thousands, tens of thousands of people just by weather, not by wars or rumors of wars or famine or pestilence, but weather. And soon weather will dominate this earth. It'll be easier to die than it will to stay alive. So welcome to the new age. I mean, come on. What are you waiting for to get ready? Still just gonna sit around and act like it ain't happening, I guess, right? Yep, that's what most people are doing. 99% of the world don't even know if we're in the new age, that we've already entered this 6th extinction event. So what a blessing. He's been showing me, you reap what you sow. Those you plant your seeds on rocky ground, and you're good luck. The wind will come blow that right away, won't it? Better have planted your seeds on good fertile soil, brothers, sisters. I hope you're out there planting good seeds, because you'll reap what you sow. Yeah, there's a lot of evil amongst us, right? The chaff is everywhere. He said he had to let it grow up amongst us, right? I know you want to root it up, don't you? You want to root it up. Me too. But at least talk about it. Let people know it's there, but also let them know that he will come and separate the wheat from the tares, the chaff, the weeds. And he will bind them and he will burn them, like he said, with the fire. So let him do his job. Do what your job is your body's a temple. Get your spiritual temple right. So remember, there's only one way to the Father, and that's through his testament. The price he paid, the blood, the bride price for that wedding feast. So it'll come upon him like a thief in the night. A thief in the night. So be a wise virgin. Don't be headed and go into the store. Don't look back. Don't be Lot's wife. He said, don't go back. Don't go back to your house. Don't go back to the stores. Don't go back to you. You better be headed in the right direction. He is our prize. He's supposed to be your prize. Is your prize on this earth, or is your prize in heaven? You can't have it both, right? Put your treasure here up on earth, or you can put it in heaven. So that's what he's calling out to me. Sound the alarm. Sound the horn. The king is nigh at hand. The heavens have declared the coming of the king. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Be wise. We're in the apocalypse. Whoa. Whoa. I love it. Good stuff. Agape. What a blessing. The heavens declare his handiwork, right? The firmament. So it's not up to me. He leaves time markers, stars for times and for seasons, sun and the moon. Just can't stop reveling in this this Revelation 12 sign again. All these witness to this age, of this passing of this age, the passing like at the time of Christ, when the age was passed by the celestial markers of the king in the morning star. And we witness it again in our age, in our day, in our time, when we're alive. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, no, we weren't there yet. Hold on, we weren't there. Whoa, we weren't there yet. But that was the passing of the age. 17, the opposition to park at the head of the line, the second sign. We see it in 17. Again, oh my goodness, here we are. Whoa, not yet. We're getting closer. The Revelation 12 sign. Wow. I'm ready to die. I'm so ready to pass. I don't need to see no more signs, Father. Oh, wow. You got my attention. Look up. Your redemption. The one who paid that bride price draweth nigh, right? He's the Redeemer. He's going to come back and redeem his bride. He tarried as he said he would, as a bride tarried. The contract he made in blood he paid for the all flesh would be saved. Hallelujah, Father. What a blessing. Glory, the coming of the King that came was he would save all flesh. Wow. What a beautiful message. What a beautiful time to be a witness to this age. That's right. As he said, the second coming of Christ in the heavens, in the stars. And we got to be a witness to it in our day. The word of God in the book coming to life in the heavens. Hallelujah. Woo! That's some good stuff right there. I tell you, I don't know. It don't get no better than that. That's some top shelf right there. That's some top shelf right there. I don't know. Don't get no better than that. The word of God, the Ruach HaKodesh, that Torah, that Testament, that revelation, that apocalypse in the heavens, from the page to the firmament. Whoa. Thank you, Father. Oh my goodness. I just can't get over it, guys. I think about it a lot. I need to think about it more often. Get myself centered, and what a beautiful time to be. 2,600 plus years later, those words come to life in the heavens. Whoa. A great sign. The Virgin. Wow. There she was in the stars. Virgo. Just as he said, clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, travailing in birth. Jupiter enters her belly after passing from the scepter sign, declaring the King, the head of the church, Shiloh. The scepter shall not depart from Shiloh, right? From Judah until Shiloh returns. That crowning sign of the coming of the King, the second sign that the wise men saw, and then declared the King, the crown of 12 stars she'd wear upon her head. Wow. Wandering stars that stand still, that don't stay on the line. They come to attention like a soldier, and they stand at attention for 40 weeks. On the line. These stars are wandering stars, and they stay on the line. They don't wander. They stand still at attention like a commander. Ah, wow. 40 weeks. Jupiter exits the belly of the Virgin, just as he declared and gave that apocalypse, that revelation to John as that second witness. He said there would be a sign in the stars of the second coming. And then he gave that apocalypse to John at the island of Patmos. We got the witness in our day. Wow. Holy smokes. And people want to tell me that Revelation is, oh, that's about back then. Well, sure, everything's cyclical. There's nothing new under the sun. But not two major constellations, the largest star in our solar system, the sun, the moon, the first large gas giant, Jupiter, Melchizedek, the scepter, the sign, yeah. Two major constellations, Virgo and the one that declared the King. 3 wandering stars that all of a sudden just stand still for 40 weeks. 40, not 4 weeks, not 4 days, but 40 weeks. They don't do nothing. They just sit there at attention like, whoa. And then 9/23/2017, Jupiter exits. 40 weeks to the day, the ingestation of a human child, the child born of a virgin, the King, the Lion King, the lion from the tribe of Judah, which was declared in the heavens, born 40 weeks to the day, exits the Virgin, the constellation Virgo. I'm ready to die. I don't need to see no more signs, Father. You are just absolutely, whoa. What else would you want to live for? To get to be alive, to see that sign, that revelation, that Apocalypse 12, right? That Apocalypse 12, the Apocalypse, Revelation, to lift the veil, remove the cover. And then Revelation 13. And then there'll be another great sign in the heavens, a great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns. And its tail will cast a third of the stars to earth, as Draco's tail is above the ecliptic plane, as he tells us to look up. It's declared across, it goes across the earth, that line, as he tells us in the book of Psalms 19, the firmament declares his handiwork. Wow. Yes, a third of the stars, the largest dragon constellation in the, don't look at the stars. That's a heresy. Don't look at the sun. No, don't do that. Don't be wise. And a third of his tail, Draco's tail falls to the earth, and a third of the stars in the constellation between its tail and the eclipse fall to the earth because of the way that the circuit of the heavens, the way the stars trek, the North Pole, the pole star, the finest Swiss watch ever made, the finest watch, the circuitry of the heavens. Wow. You guys, what a beautiful time, man. I got to be alive to witness the Revelation 12 sign, the scepter sign, and the birth of Christ, the Star of David, in my lifetime. Wow. What beings come from the miracle constellation? What beings? What are you talking about, beings? So I'm just reveling in the blessing that the Father gave me, you know, the understanding to know those pages in my favorite book, in my very favorite book, that book of the Apocalypse, the book of that one has the letter to the 7 churches. I was reading that today. I was reading about the Church of Philadelphia, you know, the mission church. That's us. That's this modern day. There were 7. Remember, there were 7 churches, but because there was that Richie church, the 7th church, but the missionary church, that's hallelujah. But all of them, remember, they all have, I can't stay out of the book of Revelation. I don't know what it is about that book. It's always captured my soul. And so I spend more time in the book of the Apocalypse, the book of Revelation, more than any other book. I always have. I don't know what it is, but I guess it's because it's sequential, it's cyclical, it's revelation, it's the revealing of something that's been there hiding all along, like an investigator or reconstructionist. You're talking about the beings, you know. Volcanism. Yeah, that's mythology. But either way, you know, the 7 churches that come together, the 7 Pleiades that come together, how in the, would you ever even know that? How would that even be possible to know that? It says that in his word. And Orion's belt will be loosed. 7 Orion. How could you even know that? How could you couldn't measure that. The time it would take to understand that, the revolutions. Wow, that's insanity, but it's in his book, isn't it? It's in his book. Yes, the loosening of Orion's belt. That's what these people know, brothers and sisters. Apologize, I shouldn't share everything with you. Some of these things are, well, maybe if you read the word, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, the duality, the opposite polarity. You take something from here, you have to give it over there. Algebraic. A pole star, a north star. Wow. Been reading too much Enoch recently too, guys. Maybe I should stay out of Enoch. Oh, wow. What a beautiful time we're in, though. The heavens, the firmament declares his handiwork, brothers and sisters, and to be a witness of the age, to be a witness to this day. I don't need any of their signs. To be a witness to the Star of David, to the Star of Bethlehem, that birthed the King. That was his birth in the flesh, declared in the heavens, the passing of an age from the fire to the water, the fire sign, the Lamb of God. Remember, David declared him the Lamb of God. He was born as David was born of Bethlehem, Christ Jesus, not of Nazareth, but born of Bethlehem. The Lamb of God, Aries the ram, the fire, eyes of fire when he returns. Remember, the fire sign and the passing of an age into the age of Vesica. Something smells a little fishy here. I know things are about to get deceptive into the age of deception. He came back to try to unfurled a lot of those things that were already correct. Remember, in his own flesh. The rabbis the synagogue, remember, he gave them the synagogues that at the time of Christ became the Pharisees. And the most studied that could remember and know the original Hebrew could still speak it and decipher it were the Pharisees. The Sadducees were the most, those that could know. But those he came to unfurl and unpervert and untwist. The twisting and the perverting of his law was already happening. And that's a beautiful thing. Nope, I don't believe in anything off earth. I don't believe in anything off this earth. I mean, maybe there was at a different time, enormous, at a different time. But the Anunnaki were the giants. That's all they are, is giants. It's just too much television, too much aliens, too much Donald Trump. Too much Mr. Adolf looking for that stuff. Remember, looking for the master race, going to Tibet to look at remember, he was looking at the Tibetan monks. There's history here, all that same tech at the time that was released at World War II. Here we are. It's just worldly tech. Oh, it came from them. Remember, that's what I don't believe it. Not at all. It's just tech that's been hidden since the 1800s. That's all it is. I'm never going to. It's not flesh. He told us it's not fall for the flesh. It's all hocus pocus. That's how they've been setting this up for. Yep. There's no superior bloodline. Blue bloods, all that nonsense. It's just Canaanite. Yes, there were giants in the land. Yes, there will be as in the days of Noah and Lot when he returns. So I'm sure we'll see the return of the giants. But people want to confuse this sons of God and aliens. And you've been in here and seen me debunk that over and over through definition. And that's all just television. Too much telling lies to people's vision with the spinning ball model that Universal Studios, Paramount Pictures, gray aliens come from TV. And George Lucas and Star Wars and Star Trek and all this stupid Space Force, all this nonsense, Operation Warp Speed. It's filthy, disgusting. It's Canaanite is all it is. And it's also, again, the giants. Remember, God has tried over and over to destroy this. Nephilim is a bully. It doesn't have anything to do with the size of a man. Giants are real. Aliens are not. But that's the whole perversion, to get you to think that there's some kind of space and heaven is in space. When heaven is here on earth. It's within us. Christ in you. The heavens are the ruling class, and that is the corporation right now. Principalities. the rulers of the darkness of this world, powers, spiritual wickedness in high places, Babylon, 58-story towers, Nimrod towers, Trump towers. So we see bullies. We see the Nephilim. No reptilians. No. Nope. You see anybody walking around crocodiles mixed with that's mythology. It's mythology. It's all it is. Through the stars. Draco. The reptilian is the serpent crawling on his belly. Nakash, the snake, the Draco, the dragon. The reptilian, same thing. Perverted, same phalanx. Same phalanx, huh, son? Reptilians in the garden. Yes. Casting spells. They used to think people that, that were having seizures had demons. People have taken and perverted the serpent into reptilians and Draco and the dragon and the snake. It's all the same thing. Same thing, a perversion of the same, Noah has how many different names through time. We can see the overlay of the Christ with the risen on the third day throughout all these biblical, Horus, Isis, all this same sequential. The devil always copies and mimics everything God does. They used to be best buddies, remember? They were inseparable, like two peas in a pod. Yeah, but I guarantee you, it's giants. There are giants in the land. There were giants. David slayed a champion, the Philistine. They were told to go into the land and scout out the giants. So never forget that this government has tech as well. That's the key factor that everybody keeps leaving out. That they have the tech. They've shown you this in TVs. Do you think Bush started 9/11? No, Donald Trump started 9/11. Donald Trump dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes and then said, I now have the tallest building in the world, because he's the one behind the oil wars. He is the kingpin. It's all about the technology. So I'm not playing anymore. I don't care what anybody thinks. I've done my homework. I know. I'm not. You think whatever you want. We're already in the extinction event. I don't want to split hairs with nobody. I know when I look back this 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, that I'm going to be right. And I don't care about being right or wrong now. I know that he is the one behind all this tech, and he is responsible for the MAGA death and all these wars, because it was Ronald Reagan who said, I obviously think if sometime in my lifetime, if we saw some outer influence, they've been prepping people with television, with this television, with gray aliens and spinning balls and Paramount Picture Studios, and get you to think that you're in some spinning ball. MAGA, M-A-G-A, MAGA, death, MAGA death. So spinning balls in space. I don't believe in space. Grandma's not in heaven. You've been forwarded, and you can't corkscrew or spin me. So you can sit there and think what you ever want. I've done 30 plus years of research. I'm eternal. I don't ever end. I'm that guy that you might have met somebody from they're from the past, or somebody said because they talk about Donald Trump being a time for somebody from the future. Well, guess what? I'm from both. I don't ever end. I remember my dad told me that 100 every night before I went to bed, before he got taken from this earth. But I'm telling you, that I'm not going to sit there and play around. 9/11's been personal to me. I'm a veteran. And I've been offended by 45 cut degree, cuts in the pillars and the building coming up. There's so much more evidence on 9/11 there is on all these other things. So I don't even want to. I'm not going to argue and split hairs with anybody. We're already in the 6th extinction event. We're already in, almost 4 years into this, 12,000 year extinction cycle. So I'm not arguing with anybody. Whatever. I'm done with that. I'm done. Actually, I want to do what it is that I do now. And if you want to listen, great. And if not, whatever. I got moderators. I'm done responding to nonsense anymore. Idiocracy, and those are the people that are going to be the biggest problem. So I don't care what people, their ignorance and their lack of studying and doing research is not mine. Most of these things, again, that I've talked about now for well over a decade are right up in people's faces now. They've done a ton of, revealing. We're in the age of apocalypse. So, I mean, like you can go look on, for example, like Trump, and that his uncle had, was messing with millimeter wave, and so was Tesla, and he got all the tech, and that's what they've had since the 1800s. They've had this tech, and so we never needed to fight one war. Not one oil war should have ever been fought. We didn't need to file up one automobile. But if you look at the time with the Morgan, JP Chase Morgan, and them all being invested with the infrastructure and the copper, and there's a history on this, but they got about a 30-cent, and, with all this banning of TikTok, everybody got about a third, all this NPC, but that's about the attention span of the world right now. They don't want to speak economics because they think they got to use a calculator and going to have to do math. So they turn, I don't talk about politics. I try to tell people the weather, I don't want to talk about politics. The world is just waxed cold, memorized. I don't even need to try to change anybody. There's nothing you can do. Most people are already doing something about it, or they're not. It should be easy to see. Like I said, we're already almost 4 years into an extinction event, and you're not doing anything about it. You're my enemy, personally, not, I'm saying this, but you're my adversary. I want to deal with people who are doing something about it, and not in panic, and not because most people are going to do something about it and live through this. They're not going to come on and cast shade and say dumb crap on TikTok and make dumb comments. They're going to be in there putting productive things out to try to help people to make it through this. Weather, not zombies, not politics, not nothing. We're in an extinction event because of the weather. The extinction event isn't because Donald Trump's going to try to fake some crap in the sky with his Elon Musk buddy to reveal that 1800s technology so they can get a top-down control. But most of this stuff will be subterranean. Let's bring that up. Subterranean. All you people that are on top of the surface, you guys are foolish. If you think you can make it through these next couple of years, and all I suggest is you go watch the last 5 or 6 or 7 live streams I put out. There's more. Get a notepad and get a paper, because I get long-winded. Some of the streams are 10, 12 hours. I can go off and just never shut up. Maybe I'll take a break and go pee or so, but I'll go on for hours and 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 give you all the information so you can reconstruct and see exactly what's going on and exactly what this government knows. I used to work for the government. I've been a police officer. I've been a military police officer. I don't want to sit there and argue with anybody. I know what my research has done. I know what these people are doing. It's obvious. I've conveyed enough evidence that you should see exactly what it is that I'm talking about. And then if that doesn't motivate you to do anything about it, don't, because you'll succumb to your lack of preparing. I'm a veteran, and failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So just sit there and don't do anything, and you will fail. You will fail with what is coming. Don't build a storm shelter and there's a tornado coming. Just sit out there in the open. Bullets headed your way. Heroes duck. They don't just take them in the head. They duck and live to fight another day. That's right. You can't be a hero unless you've, know how to live to fight another day, so to speak. So everybody thinks you can be a hero to sit there and take one in the head. No, you get in your shelter, the storm goes over, you blow, and then you get out and you go on with your life, because some of us are going to do that. Some of us are already preparing and doing the things that we need to do. So when turbulent times come, we're not trying to fix our roof when the roof is leaking. We've already fixed it when it's dry. We're not one of those people that do things like that. We even hold open doors for people, things like that. Have some moral courtesy. Live by natural law. Yeah, hold a door open for a man. Don't just walk out the door. Make sure there's toilet paper on the roll. Just things, that make sense. But people can't even, they're just so up in, I think it's too many jabadoos is what it is. Too many boosters, too much of that. I understand the world's been hard on people, but you know what? No more excuses. Not for me. Nope, I'm not having it. I'm not hearing it. Because we don't have time like that anymore. Not like, oh my God, it's the end of the world. We still got years before the end of the world. Years, plural, before the world comes to an end, like biblically or whatever like that. But that's not what I'm talking about. We got a long way to go to get there. You've been watching too much fear porn, doom and gloom. Think about zombies and nuclear war and all this nonsense. That's not how this is going to go down. That's all. I lived through the whole, the Ruskies are going to get us and all that. If they're doing the same thing again, they cycle the same things over and over. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They live by karmatic law. They don't believe in gods and then high, they believe that, hey, we're going to push this snowball down the hill. Get out of the way, stupid. And they're not accountable if they told you. They put it in movies and your halftime show and in the cartoons and the adult cartoons and the television and the music. It's in everything. And you've been told over and over and over and over, but you don't have an eye to see or an ear to hear. And that's not for me to try to change. So I'm just here telling this message again and hanging out, taking up my cross like I'm told to do daily and doing what it is that I do, and then coming and letting the body know that I got to get back to work. I got to make sure this vessel is prepared. I got to make sure that I continue to do what God, you will reap what you sow. Many of us are going to do just fine through this. Yes, it's going to be tough, but that's what brings out tough times. Hard times creates good men. Easy time creates soft men. So whatever, you go ahead and live your soft little digital life with your tap here, whatever, swipe up, this, that, 30-second attention span of a fly. Some of us are future tense and we're still living today. We prepare for the best and prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And we don't live our lives in fear. We don't live our lives, try to sit there and not think, what if? We fear a little bit and then we do something about it to ease that fear. And then we feared a whole lot of things and said a whole lot of woofs, and we got a whole lot of preparedness things that the whole world doesn't, huh? Because we said, what if? It's called game theory. Game theory. Oh, gee, I wonder if this happens. Oh, I should do something. Oh, crap, I think I don't have any more toilet paper. Oh, I better get up and get some. A little fear gets you up to do things. Maybe I should have a little extra. Man, hey, do we want to be fighting people for toilet paper 2.0, tobacco? Oh, hey, honey, here they are again, fighting for toilet paper. So hard times are coming. There's no easy times ahead. Things aren't going back to 2019. Things aren't going to get easier. Things are definitely going to increase in intensity. Weather. You could sit there and play your stupid little games, football, whatever, all this nonsense. You never forget paper cutouts. Paper cutouts at the football game, and you vote for none of these knuckleheads. You are my enemy. You are the problem with this country. You support this war. They put paper cutouts, and they're sending billions of dollars and killing women and children outside our country. Same time, all the same stuff still goes on. It doesn't matter who's the pretendant at the top. Doesn't matter. They're all the same. All the same. Two cheeks to the same hole. Two wings to the same dragon. You get played every 4 years. Oh, you're going to vote for this one. About nonsense. So I ain't into none of that. I don't support anybody who supports anything like that. You're filthy. You support this war. They take and take our best of the best from the 18 to the 30. I know, I'm a vet. I joined the military at 17 years old. And they send them off to war, and those are the ones that get unalived. So Coming soon, the destruction by name. America's already gone as you know it. They'll change the flag. They'll change the name. And the world will go on. Not without some blue helmets, but, and some Project Blue Book. Eyes to the skies for their lizard people and aliens. Time to stop being childish. Time to do some actual historical and biblical definition will debunk all that. Definition will just debunk that. All your television and all your programming that you got programmed and channeled and schooled to make sure you were going along with the narrative, didn't you? America's never going to be great again. America's the filthy, disgusting. We just sent another how many billions of dollars to unalive more. What nation takes and taxes the living piss out of their general public and sends it to America? 1,003 military bases in 183 countries, keeping their boot on the neck of the nations. For 50 years, the money changers, forcing the nation, said 1973, repricing all oil in U.S. dollars. The OPEC nations, disgusting, filthy nation, the money changer, stolen nation, stolen nation. Never forget. Hey, at least they banned Christmas in America when George Washington, a Mason, filthy, dirty Mason. Hey, at least he banned Christmas in America. Never forget Mr. Stein, right? Oh, no, something's wrong with Trump. He can't think. Oh, no, wait. Is it Trump that can't think? Or is it Biden that's got something wrong with him? No, Biden knocked it out of the park. Boom, that pedo. Can't keep his hands off children in public. What do you imagine when he dies behind closed? Boom, he knocks it out of the park. My quote from the State of the Union speech. History's watching. Joe Biden. 46th pretendant of this here divided states of America. History's watching. Joe Biden. He nailed it, didn't he? I told you he nailed it. I told you he was nothing wrong with him. Oh, he's sleepy. He's a creep. And never forget with Mr. I'm going to lock her up, Hillary for prison, where you got all mesmerized about Hillary for prison, Hillary for prison, and she sat 3 bodies away from him. You got distracted that he was creepy. And you fell asleepy, and it's been almost 4 years, and nobody else I've ever heard go, wait a minute, that guy was a creep. Not Sleepy. Oh, Sleepy Joe, FJB, tripping upstairs. He's an actor, and you got played. You got schooled like a sucker. Right? Lollipop people. Oh, just don't ask no questions, tell no lies, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Like a bunch of monkeys. Serious. Not saying a word and forgotten. You got lulled to Sleepy Joe when he was Creepy Joe. And it's been almost 4 years and not a darn thing has been said about it. Thumpsters, slamming your hopium, drinking your Kool-Aid. Creepy Trump. The guy decorates his house with the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. That's the Mithra, the Apollo sun god, the one that had a 58-story Nimrod, Satan's tower, 58-story tower. Hello. He has his house decorated with Satan, Nimrod. He lives in a 58-story Nimrod tower, Trump tower, 58 stories, Nimrod tower, 58 stories. Hello. And decorates his house with the sun god, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Apollyon, you know, the one with the wolf, the dog god, Lupercalia, all that. Yeah, that's his house is decorated with Apollyon. And he calls himself a Christian. Creepy, if you ask me. That's creepy. Plus, his wife has an apple and a banana. That's creepy right there. So, and look, then you'll still have people, boom, oh, I'm going to vote for the lesser of two evils. Go for it. Go for it. You go ahead and give your authority over to this man that decorates this house with Satan that shows your ignorance. Hold on, wait. Drain the swamp. Oh, wait, hold on. New York, Flushing Meadows. Hey, wait, Flushing Meadows, Queens. Wait, here come the men in black, the Galaxy Defender. See, they've been playing you like a fool, like a sucker. Stars, right? Star Wars, Space Farce. Space Farce. He's now the leader of Space Farce, right? With his Operation Warp Speed. Right. Remember in Warp Speed, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, Apollyon. That's how he has his house decorated with that god, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. That's who his house is decorated with. The sun god, the one with the wolf, Lupercalia, Apollyon. Are you serious? Oh, right in your face the whole time. Satan's tower was 58 stories. Nimrod's tower, the Babylonian Nimrod tower. Am I hearing you right, Tracy? The Babylonian Nimrod tower was 58 stories, and Trump's tower was 58 stories. And after he dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, remember, he said, I have the tallest building in the world. Remember the dancing his race? Come on, guys. Oil wars. Yep. There you go. You can't say that word in here, Catherine. Get her up against the wall. Speaking of the wall, he said he's going to build you the greatest wall ever. You ended up getting the greatest roll-up-your-sleever gene therapy, high protein spike mimicker, record earnings at Pfizer, Moderna. Oh, yes, the Pokemon. Pokemon. Did you play Pokemon? Oh, wait. Mr. Biden came in, and yes, you got that. You knew I was a snake before you let me in. You got the hollow needle, right? And then he put the Biden. Oh, you got boosters. Did you play the Pokemon? Oh, wait, he still wants you to play. Biden came in and still wants you to play poker so Trump's buddies can get record earnings, correct? Interesting how it all seems to connect to Mr. Trump, huh? Mr. You knew I was a snake before you let me in. And his best buddy, do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Yes, we're island boys. We're EpiPen island boys. They are. They're buddies, island boys. Remember? So check it out. Mr. Thumpster. That's going to show you the ignorance of society today. This is what you're up against, guys. You're up against people who fell for Mr. Trump, telling them that he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton because they're slamming opium, right? And drinking the Kool-Aid. That he was going to put Hillary for prison. Remember all the buttons and the websites and the banners and all the stickers. And my brother's in graphic design. I've done graphic. That's media and arts is in COB. That's what I've done in COB. All the millions of dollars that Trump made on Hillary for prison. Remember Hillary for prison? Remember that whole deal during the campaign? I'm going to build the greatest wall ever. And still you got the greatest jab-a-dooski ever, the greatest jab. But remember, I'm going to lock her up. All the millions of dollars. And then she sat 3 bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner. And he praised the Clintons the very next day. Whoa, think about that. And now you get bobbleheads. Trump bobble. I get those scam always in the back and the ad goes off on YouTube. We bought too many bars. We bought too many gold bars. Get your Trump bar. The dude says he got tennis shoes. He's got, oh my goodness. This guy, he's going to audit the Fed, remember? And then he blew Powell, remember? Well, not Powell, but he blew the bubble that he said that was the economy was going to blow. It was in a bubble, right? and then he blew the Powell's bubble up for 3.5 years. It's just crazy. It just and these people. So watch, guys. So this blatant liar, Giannis, is how he represents January. If you notice in a deck of cards, there's 2 jokers, and that's who he represents as Giannis too, as well as Apollyon. He's signaling the coming of the Antichrist in his house. That's what his house signals. But anyways, remember he represents January. January, the Giannis. Remember, I'm not going to vote for it unless you take out the pork. You know, the R2D2 LBGA through T YZ2D2 research over there in the desert. Remember those people that throw people off buildings and stuff for doing that, right? And then he said, you're going to take unless you take the pork out, bam, he turns around the next day and he votes for it, right? I'm going to put Hillary Clinton in jail. You know, I'm going to lock her up. I'm going to have a special investigation. Boom, she sits 3 bodies away from it as inaugural dinner, right? You know, oh, I'm going to create the greatest wall ever, and I'm going to build the greatest. I'm the greatest. I am the chosen one. I can't sin. I'm the greatest wall ever. Boom, you got the greatest jab ever, right? I'm going to drain the swamp. Flushing Meadows, Queens, New York. You know, Two-Face, Jackal, Joker. There's 2 jokers in a deck of cards, isn't there, huh? I'm going to drain the swamp. I hate to break it to you. You are the swamp. He adds how many people and adds all these people, and we know all these people that came from, oh my goodness, those are all his buddies that he appointed. He's a liar and a thief, and he's been lying since he came into office about what he was going to, and they all do this, guys, but remember, he was going to have a special investigation. He was going to audit the Fed. Remember, was that Ron Paul that said he was going to audit the Fed? See, the Trump card, get it? The Trump card that trumps all the others. He's January. He's Giannis, the two-faced jackal joker. He says one thing coming out the side of his neck, but you get the other. He calls himself a Christian, right? But his house is decorated with Satan, right? He acts like he's, normal, but his wife has got a banana and an apple, just like Obama's wife with the apple and the banana, just like Bush's wife with the apple and the banana. Yes, just like Reagan's wife with the apple. And this has been going on a lot longer than man shall, you fools. You've been fooled. Man and woman are proportioned completely different. Those are not, I don't care if you call them first ladies. I know how many head heights. I'm a prior police officer. I can testify in a court of law as a credible witness. As a law enforcement officer. If you're running away from me, I was in law enforcement when I couldn't search a woman. I had to call in a backup officers. I couldn't put my hand. So I've had extensive training on how to identify a man and a woman. It doesn't matter if you put a brooch, or I don't care what you say. I can testify credibly in a court of law that is a man running away from me or a woman. We are portioned completely different. So it doesn't matter what people think. I know what I see, and all I do is I don't listen to politics, or I don't listen to religion. I don't listen to people and their idiocracy on comments and what people think. I do my own research and my own investigation. I remember my training. I remember my certification. And so when I look at somebody, I don't care if you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. Okay. You put perfume on it too. I'm not going to, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be convinced. I know what a man is. I know what a woman is. And so I'm not going to be fooled. So Mr. Trump, same thing. They're all in on it. There's no different. And he's the kingpin. So anybody who votes for him, I'm talking to you that have a hearing ear, you'll realize how ignorant these people even look. Way worse than the Biden supporters, which there just can only be a handful of them. Really, I don't know anybody that supports this guy. He's a pedo. Let's not forget, Trump ran cover for him and called him sleepy, and he just, boom, knocks it out of the park with his last speech. Like I've been telling you, YouTube, over and over. And it's going to be documented that I've been saying that since the beginning, that nothing is wrong with his faculties. He's actually almost brilliant. He's almost like, to me, I thought of him as the old, with the Tommy guns. Pardon me, I'm not a loss for words. Apologize. He's they used to run the alcohol. Who am I thinking about? He's what he's at. He's a thug. He's controlling, he's you don't get elected to pretend that, irregardless of what the cannon salute, anything I've said, it doesn't matter. He's still being, everybody is saying that he is the pretendant. Just like this country was stolen and they call it the USA America, just like Israel, the fake ones that say they are, but they're not, that the Masons made off of the stars of the conjunction of the Jupiter and the Saturn. Those that have, the knowledge will know exactly. I just lost 200 of you, I know. They made that nation, and there's some discrepancy, but whether, fake or not, but it doesn't matter. It was recognized as a nation in 1948, just like this nation. We stole it, and it's still called America, and doesn't matter. We all know that Christopher Columbus did not discover America. Nonsense. The Chinese were here in the 14th century. Grow up. Stop letting lies go on and 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 on, telling the kids that Santa's real and let him celebrate birthdays. That's an apostasy. Stop being heathens and pagans. He said you better have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than hurt one hair on my children's head. Quit celebrating these vain traditions with these children. God threw and divorced his bride and called her a whore, the whore that rode the beast, the mother of all idolatry, because she cheated on his law. And they're doing the same thing in this day and age, cheating on his agape, his shem, his testament, his new living will and testament. Most people are. I'm guilty myself. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. A veteran? Oh, failed that testament, didn't I? Lock people up for victimless crime. Failed that, didn't I? Done. Failed that horribly. Went to go try to get back something that was mine. Like O.J. Simpson. Oh, I'm going to go. You owe me a bunch of money. I'm going to go get it back. Didn't turn out like I thought. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Now I let God fight all my battles. That's right. I go by that testament that's been failed. I failed it all again and again and again. But I'm trying my darndest to try not to ever fail it again. So all I can do is remember algebra. If you take something from here and give it over here, I can't make up for what I've done. All I can do is try to make people see what a horrible apostasy this nation is, and the atrocities that we perform, and these MAGA murders, which they are. They're called presidents, and we vote for them, but they murder people with our children. I'm a veteran. I know. I know. And I'm tired of it. And it gives me PTSD like crazy, and I don't want to be told, thank you for your service. None of that. I want the truth to come out, that we've been bootnecking the nations since 1993 and forcing every country around the world to pay for their oil with the US dollar. Making them. That's like the money changers in scripture. Keep your religious nonsense out of here. That got Shiloh, Christ, I am, to get physical. To get physical. Because of taxes. And we've been taxing every nation and forcing them. So I don't believe in karmatic law, but what goes around comes around. So it sucks because a lot of people think, oh, I'm going to go defend my country. They think one thing and they find out that we do a completely different other thing than you see on TV. It's not just shock and awe. So I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear anybody who supports these MAGA murders. They're literally murders that we vote for and say, and they get to do it with the militaries, and we're okay with that. That's not okay. That's not okay. I don't care what your excuse is. We're not supposed to do anything outside of our borders. We have the right to protect ourselves, yes. No foreign entanglements. Remember what he said? No foreign entanglements. Our founding father. We should bring all our militaries home. We wouldn't have a border problem. We wouldn't have a border problem, would we? Would we? We could solve that border problem that Trump never built that wall. We bring our Marines and our Army back and put them on the border. Air Force patrolling all our skies, making sure there's no more chemtrailers over the United States of America. Shoot them down. Watch out below. No more chemtrailers. You know, Russia's like right there. You can fart and smell it, United States of America. It's right there. It's right there. I used to be stationed in Alaska in the military. It's right there. You think Russia's like way over there. You don't understand the demographics. So let's bring that air. Let's bring our navies back home. We should put them around Russia because they're right there, and we can get all our water, both sides of the Pacific and the Atlantic, safe from nobody pirates coming in or whatever. Now we don't have the military bases, so we got to make sure we keep our borders safe, right? Situation solved, border problem solved, that Mr. Trump never built that greatest wall ever, did he? The 1,003 military bases that we crush the world with. The United States goes and kills women and children all around the world for the name of freedom. So look at all the ignorance in the chat, guys. People don't like when people speak out against the truth. Look at the ignorance of people. They're just blatant ignorance. They don't like the truth. But I won't respond to their stupidity and their ignorance. We have killed millions of women and children. Not battle dress uniform, fighting age, 18 to 30 men, but women and children. For this country. They weren't signed up to any wars. We weren't signed, they didn't sign up, put on any military uniform. And they lost their life so you could be free here in America, huh? And you act like slaves. You all stood on the X. You hadn't said nothing about Biden being a pedo. All you thumpsters just stood down. You called him sleepy when he was creep, and you got lulled to sleep by your drain the swamp candidate that, didn't do anything but add to the swamp, never added to the wall, didn't build the wall, said he was going to build the greatest wall. You got the greatest gene therapy in warp speed, mRNA, greatest Jabadooski, right? Bow to the altar of Jabba instead of that wall. So don't get pissed at me because I say I want to bring home all our troops. Because I want to bring home all our troops and lock Joe Biden up for being a creep and spending all our taxes. He just spent how much more money? How many more billions did you see? He said when he knocked it out of the park with his speech, I'm going to spend your money. I'm going to spend your money. Migrant. I'm going to spend your money. Migrant. America. See, you didn't even have to watch the speech. You think I watch that pedo? No, but I have to remember that I've been telling everybody there's nothing wrong with him mentally. And I knew he would do it again, which he did during his red speech. And I keep bringing people to his speeches where he doesn't even mess up anything. Perfect speeches. Presidential. So he's not sleepy. Donald Trump ran cover for him during the campaign. He was Creepy Joe up until Trump ran and called him sleepy. So your biggest threat in the world right now, guys, if you're in America, is a Trump supporter. Listen to me, brothers and sisters. If you don't play games with this system, nobody voted for Biden. We know that. 81 million people did not vote for Biden. Are you that bad at math? What do you do that? You're going to try to tell me 2 + 2 = 5, right? Common Core? No, you're not moving the goalpost on me. 2 + 2 will always equal 5. And 81 million people voted for Donald Trump. This dude didn't come out of his basement. This guy was selling out sports arenas and leaving people cold. Are you that bad at math? So it didn't matter. They put in Biden. It didn't matter what you wanted. Your vote should have shown you right there that your vote doesn't count. All the vote things, whatever. You change election laws at a state level. I'm a prior police officer, prior veteran, prior military police. I'm quite savvy with the law. I don't know all of them because they're always adding, but you can't change election laws at a state level. That would make that last selection null and void. And Trump knows that. Don't think that dude don't know that. He's brilliant. Nakash, wise as a serpent. He's not foolish, not at all. Anyways, Biden nailed that speech. I don't support Biden. Why would everybody? Oh, you like Biden? Oh, you like Trump? Look at them, both of them. They're foolish. Both of them are absolutely triggered. I grew up in a day where let's say this was just back in time, like Donald Trump. Got to get back in time. Okay, so we're back in time, and it's, I don't know, the 80s. And let's just say it's the same candidates, because I don't care. That's how triggered these knuckleheads are. And I'm a Biden supporter, or I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Democrat. I'm a Republican. I'm an elephant. I'm a donkey. I don't give a what care you are. I don't care what you are. And neither did they back then, brothers and sisters. In the 80s and the 90s, they didn't care if it was Biden, if it was a Democrat, or if it was Republican and it was Trump or whatever it was. We would sit there and hang out in our neighborhood. The kids would be playing, jumping in the pool, playing hide and seek, building the fort in the backyard. And we're sitting there. We don't agree with everything. We don't agree with all things, but we'll put those things aside for a minute. We'll put those two aside for a minute, and we won't sit there and make it a deal breaker. This is the way this country used to be. When I served in the military, this country was like that in the 90s. It wasn't a deal breaker. It was starting to get in that direction, but it wasn't a deal breaker. You understand? A man and his wife could hang out with another man, or a man and a couple in their neighborhood, and he was a Democrat and he was a Republican, and they didn't care. It wasn't a deal breaker, brothers and sisters. It was not a deal breaker. Maybe 10% you didn't agree. You just let it go. You're just like, whatever, it's not a big deal. We'll talk about the things that we do agree or not. Again, I'm not telling you to keep company with vipers. I'm not asking you to cast your pearls before swine. But please remember, this country used to be where if somebody was red and somebody was blue, it wasn't a deal breaker. Now, these Biden supporters, oh, you like Trump? These Trump supporters, oh, you like Biden? I despise all of them. They're ignorant, just ignorant. They won't even talk to each other anymore if they don't agree with one thing. So they're both wrong to me. Absolutely, both of them are just foolish nonsense, and they are your worst enemy right now. In America, if you would be worse, they are way worse than the cops right now, because they stood down during the virus, okay? Because Trump's going to bring back the National Guard to your door like he said he would through executive orders. You better plan when he gets reelected here in November that he's going to put the smack down. You're going to get locked down again, and they're going to come with some disease X from the space, X disease, that he's going to be controlling again from the air, some space disease, and it'll give him the reason to do all this nonsense. It's stupid. The 1800s technology that his family has had, they got to figure out and shut up people like me, veterans that fought oil wars and killed women and children in other countries. They want to shut us up. They need an excuse why we fought all these and killed all these women and children, millions and men. And shut it up and give you your techie tech world that you love so much, your Twitter and your techie and your automated McDonald's. Oh, it's coming. Don't you worry about it. They got those robot dogs that are kicked down your door. Better get some of that silver from them. It takes silver to make robot dogs kick down your door. That's right. They'll throw their gold and silver in the streets. 500 ounces at a time. That's a whole monster box, YouTube. That's a whole monster box. 500 ounces in the tip of a smart missile. It's already happening. You think it means when it's not worth anything. So I rebuke America. What an apostasy. 1,003 military bases in over 180 countries. Stomping the boot of the neck of the nations for 50 years. You're going to get what you deserve, America. Yeah, you will. You will get what you deserve. You stood down for almost 4 years. Yeah, you did. You didn't say nothing about the stand on the X. Go inside. Shut down your small business. Put on your face diaper. You were supposed to be the freest nation in the world. Other nations revel and look after this country. We were supposed to be the freedom that all the nations looked after. Instead, you stood down just like every other nation.
So all the other demographics of people, they're flooding into this country and have been since Trump. Before Trump, remember he was going to build that wall to keep out the immigrants. Stop blaming it on Biden. The ignorance of these people. I rebuke all Trump supporters. You do the works of your father, the devil. And I rebuke all Biden supporters, all the ones that I hold in this hand. Dude is a pedo. And nobody seems to care about it in America. You stood down and you shut up. You could have made that point right there. You could have made that point right there. Hey, wait a minute. This guy's sleepy and now he's called creepy. And now he's calling him sleepy. Everybody forgot that he was a creep. That's got to be one of the filthiest things I've ever heard in my life, that this guy can run cover for this guy and all you Trump supporters go get lulled to Sleepy Joe. Because he was creepy before he was ever sleepy. So they're in on it together in case you hadn't figured it out. So I'm tired of this country going around and the people inside of this country thinking that we have the right to go outside our borders and kill other people in the name of your freedom. And I come home and there's people wearing masks in America. Get out of here. At least Sharia law over in the desert, it's only the ladies that cover their face. You men in America, man, I tell you what, veiling your face. They covered Christ's face after they killed my love. They covered and they veiled his face. And you had the audacity to put one of those. PTSD is all it is, brothers and sisters. I'll get over it. Some PTSD. I'm trying, guys. I'm not going to be one of those veterans that says, no more. I can't take this. 22 veterans every single day can't hold this in any longer. Instead of getting it out, they take their life. I'm not going to be one of those. My father says when he came back as Shiloh in the flesh, says I have to endure to the end to be saved. I can't take my life no matter how much I want to. I don't even want to be here. To think that there's still 1,003 military bases around outside, and he says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. We should never have anything outside of our borders. We have a strong enough military to protect our own borders. We do and have had one of the strongest nations, militaries in the whole world. And I know with our navies, we've controlled the ports and all. I know how this works. I know how this works. I'm a veteran. But we have a strong enough military. We can bring back our own militaries and protect our borders. We don't need them outside of our borders. I'm tired of this. Everybody's okay with the death that we cause outside of America. And we're going to get it. We're going to get it. They are flooding. The demographics of this nation are changing every day as you speak. There's something like 7,000 something people come on in, and just it's ridiculous in the amount of the numbers of people who are flooding into this country right now. And I'm not pointing and saying they're all bad. Because actually, for the last 15 years under the Obama administration, before Clinton, everybody assimilated pretty well. Not everybody, but they came in, they got a job. Most of them the first day, illegal aliens is what we called them back there. They were illegal. They feared they were going to get deported, and they stuck up, and they did their job, and they paid more taxes than most Americans did. So shame on you, Americans. You threw shade on the people that made sure you had food on your table and you wouldn't even take it. And they sent money back to their families. How much money did you send to grandma, Mima, Papa? How much money did you send? I'm not talking about your stupid pagan Christmas gifts and your birthday gifts. How much money did you send to help them out? And you want to throw shade on these people. Shame on you. These people came into this country and contributed more than most white Americans for the last 15 years. They did just fine as a whole. Now, there's something different coming on in this border now, because during the Obama administration and during the Trump administration, at least they were coming over with strollers. Remember, the coyotes stopped running drugs and they started running people. Women and strollers and diapers, that ain't even a thing anymore. Nothing but fighting-aged men, 18 to 30 flooding across these borders. So we got something else going on now. But I'm telling you, I know a lot of them. I know a lot of people that are Hispanic from other countries, El Salvador, all these other countries came up here to this nation and have been living here and contributing to this society, and they didn't get no checks, nothing. And they're pissed at these people coming across getting their $5,000 Visa gift cards, iPhones, Apple, whatever, a trip anywhere in the United States. In Maine, they're giving them $1,800 to $2,300 for 2 years for housing, 30% after that. They're taking care of these people who are coming in. But a lot of the people who came in here for the last 15 years, they didn't get a check. They went straight to work. I know I sold food in this nation for a good 10 years plus, door to door, and went and sold food to people. High quality, all natural foods. And I sold a bunch of it to them. I didn't sell little amounts. I sold a lot to give them a deal. I was a brokerage wholesaler, and I was like a lawyer. I did it by the case. I didn't sell them just a little bit at a time. And I'm telling you, when I would sell it, I'd never had one, 2, 3, maybe in 10 years, Hispanic people try to pay me with a food stamp card. They always paid cash. Their money was good. Always. They didn't always pay the top dollar, but they always paid in cash. And their money was good. I had thousands of white and lazy Americans living on food stamps. Thousands of white Americans try to pay because our company took food stamps. So don't sit there and stop throwing shade on the people who've been here. They're pretty pissed at what's going on too. They worked here. And so I'm trying to show you there's a separation of what's going on now. I know there was a lot of, people that are, coming here before, but they did fine. Now there's something different going on now, brothers and sisters. There's something different. I know there's supposed to be checks and balances, Ellis Island, but I don't want to hear that stuff. This country was founded on immigrants, stolen, and now we're going to try to keep out all the immigrants. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. That's hypocrisy. Nonsense. Like I said, I can't get 2, 3, 4 Americans to come out and homestead with me, live off the grid. I've got cabins. I've got food. I got wind turbines. I got solar panels. I've been trying for 10 years to get people to come out and live an organic lifestyle, get off the grid, grow our own vegetables, grow our own food, totally off the system, totally off the system. Can't get one American. I bet you I'd go to the border right now and pick up 4 people, let them stay in these cabins, and they would love it out here. And they wouldn't kill me, sleeper cell, they're all going to get us, even with all the bad ones supposedly coming across the border now. I bet you there's a lot of people that would do just fine because I can't get one American to do it. And I didn't want a penny from anybody. I would give them food. I have food here. I have a place of shelter, a roof for their head. I have water so they can bathe. I have the necessities. I wasn't asking anything from anybody ever came here. So look, I don't want to hear it. I told people I'm going to go to the border. I'm going to pick up the 4 worst nations that you say in the world. I'm going to take them here and show you that they ain't got these nefarious plans. Yeah, some of them do, guys. Some of them do. We got a problem. Because I think a lot of people are coming across the border now. We displaced them. And they're coming to the best place they can. And we're giving away all these benefits. Why wouldn't they come here? And I'm not saying that most of them are coming for benefits. But we misplaced a lot of people around the world. And they got up off their butts and did something about it. That's pretty hardcore if you ask me. That's pretty hardcore if you ask me. They already did something about it. These Americans ain't doing nothing, and this country's getting run roughshod by the governments. This one, the last administration, the last administration, the last administration. So I bet you I could get some pretty quality people who come here and love it. All right, okay, see that cabin right there? I'm going to let you live in that cabin. But see all that material next to it? You need to help me finish building this one, and I'll build all that for you. It's all that material's free. You can live in this one. This one will be mine, but we'll build that one for you. I'll help you with this one. You for half the day. You got to help me. We'll finish this one up, and then we'll work on yours. And we'll put it on a skid. So if you want to go somewhere else in this valley, you can go. And if you want to stay here, you can stay. Don't make it permanent. And you can build it and take it somewhere else. It can stay here. So I have that already here for everybody, brothers and sisters. I try to get Americans to come here and do that. And go stalk my channels, go look at anybody who knows, yep, that's what this guy has been trying to do. So I don't think everybody coming across the border is nefarious, guys. But I do want to tell you that even if as many people that are pouring across the border right now, just if a small fraction of them have a nefarious, we have a huge problem. We're going to have a big problem. We already are in some cities, guys. This is already putting a massive strain on our infrastructure. Do you understand? It's already putting a massive strain on, all our different programs. They're giving these people money, guys. There are Americans dying in the streets, veterans of hunger, cold, all these things, children, women, and they're giving migrants, newcomers, people is what they are. Okay, they're people, but I told you in Maine, $1,800 to $2,300 per month for 2 years. The government's paying a grant for these people to come in through the city, and then after that, they're going to reduce the rent. They'll only pay 30%. And you waited how long for Mr. Trump to send you a stimulus check? And you still think that these people are for you? We need to come together, guys, as communities. Small communities, brothers and sisters. That's where it's going to be. This country's done as you know it. Let me tell you how I see this. Communism's going to take over. I'm going to future tense you. I'm not going to, guys, you're just going to have to let me tune out for a minute. Future tense. America, it's done. Put a fork in it. We already stood on the X, wore the face diaper, shut down 2 to 3 million small business. Just a matter before they change the flag. It will give its power and its authority to the beast. It's going to be nothing but communism, brothers and sisters, in this world. But remember, there's two kinds of communism. There's two kinds of communism. There's their top-down, control where there's the have and the have-nots. Because the only difference between socialism, where Donald Trump gave stimulus checks, $1,200. That's everybody was worried about Bernie Sanders. That's called socialism, the redistribution of wealth. Hey, Tracy, you got 3 bikes, Neek doesn't have one. We're taking one and giving it to Neek. Neek don't have a bike, so Tracy, your bike, that's called socialism. And the difference between socialism and communism, brothers and sisters, where you have the haves and the have-nots, is just a matter of time. That's the only difference in between socialism. One always leads to the other throughout history. I encourage you to do your research. Socialism always leads to communism. And we're here. So we are going to be in communism. And remember, now you can go into their system. You can go under their digital system. Digital, central bank, digital currency, all this, whatever. We see where they're headed with this. You're not going to turn this down. You're not going to turn off Bitcoin. You're not going to turn this digital system. This is the digital AI, digital beast system. Okay? That's the solution. The other side of communism, community. Community, YouTube, small communities. Take our community back. 5, 6, 8, 10, 15, 20 people, totally self-sufficient, growing all their own vegetables, all their own meats, wells, cabins, buildings, houses, small, land all together. Oh, cult, you call it whatever. It's going to be communism either way. You're going to be a part of that one, or you're going to be a part of the feral communities. They're going to call you feral. They're going to want to tag you, neuter you, label you, and throw you back in the city. You will be called feral, but you will be a community outside. That is the solution. If enough of us went around this current system, they couldn't even do it to us. Not one bullet would be thrown at anybody. That's the way it works. It's called evolution, not revolution. That's a rat going on a wheel, just going nowhere fast. Like a revolver, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pew, 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 pew. Round and round and round and round. Fight, 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 fight. Red team, blue team, red team, blue team. Evolve. Dorito the system. Bud Light the system. If enough of us go around it, it makes this one obsolete. It dries up all on its own. It literally does. If enough people go around the current system and this one doesn't, it goes away. It dries up. This new system takes over. That is called evolution. That's what happens during extinction. Things don't die off completely. Some die down and others take off and flourish. So we've already entered the sixth extinction event. We're already there. That was back in 2020. They were telling you the reset. We're already here. We're already here. So community is how we're going to solve this. Get your own wind turbine. Become your own power company. Not those two big, stupid white ones. Small work, small, self-sufficiency. Charge a controller for my solar panels. Mine's a basic system, guys. People have massive, awesome systems. I'm a broke veteran that has zero income. I get no veterans benefits. I'm an honorably discharged veteran and I don't get nothing from the VA. I get no Social Security, nothing. So I have to have a minimal system, but this works for me. I am the power company. When the power goes off, oh my gosh, not in my house. I am the power company. I control the power at my house. So become empowered. Community is going to be the future, brothers and sisters. Small communities. So stop eating that box crap at the stores. Why do we eat this poison that they feed us in America? They ban it in other countries. They don't allow other people. Borders will not allow it in their country. We feed it to our kids. Get away from the cities. So please, brothers and sisters, this can be done. Give me a second. I got to take this. I got my wood stove going out here, guys. It's cranking. What are you going to do when the power goes out? They want you all hooked up to the electric, guys. They want you driving electric cars with electric stoves, electric toasters, electric ovens, everything electric. That way, when the power goes down, we continue to dip into this ice age. They've got control of everything. Electric don't work in the cold. Electric, they can control. They can put you on a smart meter and toggle everything in your house. So self-sufficiency is the future. Going back to organic lifestyle. Stop eating this crap. Stop eating the box food. Grow your own, vegetables. Grow your own garden. That's the narrow way. Go back to the old remedies. Get off this big farm guy trying to stick you with everything that they're trying to make that's man-made that mimics God's bark, roots, grass, tree, all these things. Or they just try to copy, the big pharma. Remember the roll up your sleever guys that, So this will be the future, brothers and sisters, because I see that you can keep one foot in the system right now, like myself. I still go to town every once in a while. I'm still buying some food from the grocery store, that type thing. But I also have a backup system, right? I heat my house with a wood stove. And right there, that doesn't take power to run. It runs off the stove itself. I have 5 wood stoves. I've got Mr. Buddy heaters, propane. I got gas stoves. I got oil heat. I've got 5 ways to heat out here. No, I'm not going to be cold. I got 5 different ways to heat. I'm not going to get caught with my pants down. When the lights go out, I don't, oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? Yes, learn to forage, be self-sufficient, learn to walk away from everything you see here and not need a McDonald's. Excellent comment, Cindy. Thank you. Learn how to be self-sufficient, learn how to eat what's in your area. That way, 3 generations ago, a man didn't need a Starbucks or a McDonald's or Checkers or Rallies or whatever's, Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Listen to that. Listen to what Dispersing Weight said. If you have money and you don't need to be rich anymore, disperse. DSW, thank you for the comment. The night vision's fairly reasonable now. You can buy a night ocular for pretty reasonable price. That's an excellent thing. Look at the price of drones right now. Look at the price of a drone. You can fly that up and look around on your property to see who's coming and then bring it back down. That's an excellent security measure. They're cheap right now. You know, drone used to be super expensive. So those little things too on the techie stuff. Be a high-tech redneck. Well, I'm not high-tech, but you know. So community's the future, brothers and sisters. Community is going to be the future. Communism, their communism, what they have and the have-nots, or small self-sufficient communities. Do you understand? Small self-sufficient communities. No, I don't have a drone, Kinetic. I don't have one, but I know it'd be a good idea. I got a lot of other things for other people, remember? I could buy a lot of things for myself, but most of what I own is for other people. So people think that communism is all bad, but not that kind of communism, guys. You know, community. I'm a United States honorably discharged United States Army veteran. And I'm telling you, I've had extensive training and survival training. I've had mountaineer training, Arctic training, extreme cold weather training from cold, you know, tons of training. A police officer, a military police officer, hand-to-hand combat, tons and tons of training. I've got good instincts. But it doesn't matter how if I have a whole shelter full of food, full of weapons, beans, rice, Band-Aids, all of that. I can have everything under the sun. It can all be taken away from me. And if you don't have skill set, you don't have nothing. So you better get a skill set above all. But you need a community. Even a military veteran, if there's any vets in here, and I'm sure there's a vet or two in here, will tell you the number one key to survival is community. It doesn't matter how much deep your bunkers are. It doesn't matter how, and don't say that word as a shelter. I have to get the NSC, get on NSA list for saying that. But it doesn't matter if you got it full of pew-pews, Second Amendment items. Doesn't matter if it's full of long-term storage food. Doesn't matter if you have everything in the world, not ocular vision and drones and all these other techie stuff. If you can survive short-term by yourself, but to survive long-term, you need a community. You need a community, brothers and sisters. That is coming from an honorably discharged United States Army veteran. Community is the number one key to survival. And you will only survive short-term by yourself, individually. Community is what you need to survive and thrive and have abundance. Abundance. Oops, we grow too many tomato plants this year. Oh, we better give a bunch of these away. It doesn't take much to have abundance, guys. Do you understand? It doesn't take much to have abundance. Again, you grow one extra tomato plant. Oops, we got rabbits. You guys, 10 rabbits. 3 does and $7. $7 and 3 does will make as much meat in 1 year as a whole cow. 10 rabbits, 3 does and $7 bred out makes as much meat as a whole cow. See how you can get a lot extra. With 10 rabbits, you can end up giving food to the community. Organic food that you grew. That was my plan actually to do here. You know what I'm saying? To do here at this farm is to give out extra and have abundance. So community gardening is going to be the future. Stop eating this crap at the store. They spray it with fluoridated water, chloridated water. They're all genetically Monsanto crops, right? GMO. It's just poison. They wear filters and stuff when they spray these crops and stuff when we eat this stuff, guys. So this will be the future. I know it will be. And people who don't want to go by this is fine. They don't have to. They can stay and they'll go in their 15-minute smart cities and go into this new system. Because this new system is going to take everybody, just like people went into the COVID thing. You know what I'm saying? This will pull people right into the new, you know what I'm saying? Into the new system. So you're either going to go to their communism type system, or we can do our own, and we can form our own communities and become self-sufficient and stop eating their crap. Do it for food. Do it for health. Don't do it for fear porn, doom and gloom. Don't do it for none of that. Do it because, hey, I'm getting tired of eating crap. It just keeps getting worse. They're adding more and more. They add like 28% cellulose, guys, to the food right now. The FDA said if they put any more in there, any more cellulose in the food, we would get sick, and it would cause massive problems in our diets. Cellulose is like the inner portion of like beetroot or like cane. That's the most common. Like you take sugar cane and they squeeze it. It's got that white. They beat that out of there. Turn it into a pulp, bleach it, and then put it back in the food. Put it in water. It turns into a clear liquid, and they add that back to our foods. 28%. They're putting cellulose in our food right now, plus all the other fillers. That's, they're hiding right now, guys. If you do your research, they just passed a bill where they're hiding if there's more than one genetically modified ingredient in the label, they can hide it behind a QR code now. They can hide it behind a QR code. So if it's got 2 or more, which could have a bunch, they're hiding it behind a QR code. So if you're a busy mom and you're a soccer mom or something, you got to have the time to get who's going to have the reader, let alone to go. So they're not putting things they're putting things in your food right now that they don't even have to put on the label anymore because they're hiding it behind this QR code. There's a lot of things. Shrinkflation. Remember when remember when your bag of chips used to be like this? Now there's like this and this much air, and you're paying twice as much for the smaller portion. So they're already done everything they can do to crush our food source, guys. Cool. So I appreciate some of you guys' comments. I see there's a bunch of people in here acting like fools, and there's always going to be people who don't do anything, guys. And those will be your problem. Those are the people who will be thinking with their guts and not their heads. They probably never gone a whole day in their life, never fasted one day, never gone even probably a whole day without missing a meal. And when things break down, they're not going to have anything, and those are going to be your threat. The people who don't do anything about it, don't think about food, who are hopped up on sugar and hopped up on, Red Bulls and Frappuccinos and Gatorade and all that. And you know what I'm saying? So trust me, guys, they've got people sugared out. And when we keep slowly, they take more and more of the food away from us, and more, it's affecting people. And these people will stop thinking with their heads after about 8 or 9 hours and start thinking with their guts. I've been there, guys. I've been a police officer, a veteran. I've seen people being pushed to the extremes, and people act completely different when they're thinking with their stomach and not their head. So, boy, the old cabin went from burning up in here to, let's see what we got here. Yeah. One to the other. So I'm only sharing with those who have a hearing ear, guys. I'm all done with this world. Like I said, as I've told you, we've already entered the world's 6th extinction event. We're already here. We're already in the extinction event. We've been in the extinction event for going on 3, all going into our 4th year. And I think it's time to just not even respond to nonsense anymore, guys. Don't even give them the attention. You remember like a bully? If you give him the attention, he keeps poking at you. If you leave him alone, he'll just go mess with somebody else. Or like a flower, if you don't give it any water, any food, or any sunshine, it'll just die off. Or like I told you, if enough people go around the current system, and this one will dry up. So I'll try my darndest to stop. I like to respond off of stupidity and questions and people who say ignorance and stuff, but whatever. Enough is enough on that. I think it's time to focus on what we need to do. Together as a community, I have enough moderators in here to moderate the nonsense out. We've talked about it before. They all say the same thing. They bring up drugs. They have this thing for talking about drugs. People just love to talk about drugs. A lot of them are the youth. And now my son explained to me they're not all youth. There's a lot of older people too on this platform that have that same mentality. They talk about being gay a lot. They all have the same thing. This like they've been programmed like an android. They say gay a lot. You'll see it in the chat. So I apologize. I don't know what's happened in this nation. We've talked about it a little bit on the past, but they're just quick to respond with the same thing and whatever else it was. So, but I'll try my darndest to stop even responding to it anymore. I don't even have any more time for it. Again, if you know that we've entered the 6th extinction event, let me show you a little graphic what I'm talking about, guys. And I put out on this platform, I'm the only one, I believe, on the internet at this point in time that's putting out the overlay map with the federal map, showing, again, this water overlay of the cycle. But this was in the description on the heading to show that we have already entered the 6th extinction event, and it's right here on this line. Right here. This is the graphic when you came in. I don't know if you see it in the description. So every one of these events have happened. Let's pull this up here real quick and I'll show you what this says. This says potentially civilization ending catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years or previous great cycles. So these are the in the dirt through paleoclimatology records, through ice core data, through peer-reviewed journals, all the different markings. And so each one of these events will be marked by a date and the event that they happen leading up to the line. As you can see, all these are marked on each event. These ones over here by dates that they have happened in history. Okay, so this would be, again, like the celestial wheel of each one of these being a slice of time. You know, I'm an Aries, you're a Ram, he's this, you're that, I'm a pepper, he's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? I apologize for my outburst there. Sometimes I rattle off jingles and I can't help it. So, these are all the catastrophic events in history that have happened. Okay. So this isn't a guess. I'm not guessing anything. I just showed you what this is. Back here was the 6,000 half cycle Noah event back here, the time of Leo. And now we're down here in the age, we came out of Pisces and we came into the age of Aquarius. So on 12/21 of 2020, this is what they knew. We hit this mark right here, this line. If you know that every time there's a catastrophic event, it happens on the line, not in the gray, not in the yellow. It happens on the line. Not in the yellow, not in the gray. It happens on the line. Now we've entered the 6th extinction event. We've already been 5, and this is where we're at now. Right here. If I put a dot right there, we can put our date, 12/21 of 2020, We came into the 12,000 years extinction, cycle event, and we're here. So we're already almost 4 years into it because things just don't, oh my God, overnight. Apologies, but that's how you guys need to be woken up. So we're here. We've entered it, and they've known this for thousands of years. They've known this for thousands of years. These are cycles that happen on a line. There's no guessing. So when I tell you we've entered the 6th extinction event, we're here. And so I don't want to have nothing to do with anybody anymore that speaks anything other than this event and how they're going to get ready and be one of the people who survives this next 6th extinction event. Because all the people who talk about a bunch of stupid idiocracy things, and I'm not saying you can't have some entertainment in your life. I'm not saying that you still don't need to live your life and there's things, but you don't live in fear. When somebody gives you information, something like this, you can do something about it this time. It's like getting a stock pick ahead of time. So that's right. The extinction will be by fire. So remember when you say, I normally don't want to read it, but when you say conspiracy nuts, Cade, we all know it was a pandemic. So you look stupid right now because you're saying the word conspiracy that was made by the Central Intelligence Agency. They made that term, the Central Intelligence Agency. So you have been programmed, just so you know, to they have you saying something that the Central Intelligence Agency says. So you might not realize it, but you've been programmed and you're triggered to say that. So, brothers and sisters, I just want to bounce off. I know I said I wouldn't say anything about that, but let me explain something to you. Those are my brothers and sisters. I see you guys in there and I'm not responding. Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it. Because a lot of you are more than welcome to please talk amongst each other about what you're doing to get prepared or anything like that. Because other people come here and talks amongst each other. This is a spiritual, not a religious channel. We do have people come here for that, but preparedness is just part of life. You know, it's better to have and not need than to need and not have. Okay. So that term conspiracy theorists, remember Noah was a conspiracy theorist for 126 years, right? Until the flood, up until the day of the flood. So, he was a conspiracy theorist until he wasn't, right? So, but let me explain this to you like this. A lot of people might get on you for preparing. All you need is Jesus and all that. Don't listen to that. He said have extra oil. We need extra oil, and there's, Noah built an ark, and there's things that we're going to have to use on this earth to get us, we have to endure to the end. So it's part of the endurance. So a lot of people will throw shade on people who prepare. And they'll say, oh, you're fearing, and these people live in fear, and, they're afraid of all these things. And but I want you to think about this. If you fear something, like I fear that I don't have enough toilet paper and I'm going to run out, then you're going to, thanks for coming in, Levette. Yes, watch Tab 2030. But anybody who has had a fear in the past, like, oh my God, I fear that this could happen. And I live in an area that's tornado prone, and I fear that I don't think this structure is going to hold. I don't have anything below the ground. And I got kids, so I think maybe I should get a tornado shelter. See, that fear made you do something about it, so you can ease your fear. And then you don't fear anymore. And you calm that fear. So don't worry when people say you fear. Yeah, you did. You did, but you feared, and then you did something to ease that fear. So all these preppers that have been preppers for decades, you know what I'm saying? Preppers for decades have had a lot of fears and have probably eased a lot of fears. They said, what if? a lot of times. They gamed out. Well, what if this happens? Oh, holy smokes. Maybe I should do something about that. Like, hey, I think I should carry car insurance so that I don't get pulled over and get my car impounded. And I don't hit somebody and I can't pay for them if I injure them. I fear that I couldn't, so I'm going to make sure I got car insurance. And now I drive around and I don't live with fear. You ever driven around with somebody who has an insurance? Oh, crap. Should put it up to the cops, right? They're all white knuckle driving. You ever drive with anybody who's got insurance, car, full coverage? There's a cop. So it's going to ease your fear. So have some fear. Don't live in fear. Don't live in fear. Be not anxious, the word says, but fear gets you up off your butt and does something about it. So you think about these conspiracy theorists, the people like myself. I got to call the conspiracy theorists in the 90s because I was trying to tell people the weather was changing in the 90s and all these different things that I was in back in the 90s. So think about it. I've been a conspiracy theorist for at least 30 years, and it hasn't stopped me yet. Nothing anybody ever said is going to stop me, you know what I'm saying, from doing what it is that, like Noah. If Noah would have listened to the world and he wouldn't have stopped that voice inside his head, we wouldn't even be here, guys. Noah listened to the voice inside his head and not the world. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm asking you to do. Is yes, you have to be in this world, but if there's something inside your head that's telling you to prepare a certain thing in your life, because it's all different, you know what I'm saying? Listen to that, because that fear, that theory, all of us conspiracy theorists have all been vindicated after the COVID. Everybody knows it was a scam. It was never about the bug. It was all about the jab. And it never was. We know it was a scam. Everybody knows it was a scam. It was the Scamdemic, pre-planned, Event 201. It was just a scam. So anybody now knows that, the government is, it's so we've been vindicated. So move on, brothers and sisters. Don't worry. If anybody after the jab, come on, 9/11. I was freaking out after 9/11. You know what I'm saying? And I've been so... and never let it down, since then. I've always been, but look around at your fellow preppers. Look around at your fellow preppers. They probably have a lot of planned things that they plan for. Conspiracy theorists. And they have eased a lot of fears through the years. And they probably got a lot of different preps, and they feel pretty secure. They go to bed at night and they know their kids are safe. They got food for a few years. They got water filters. And if they don't use it, great. It's better to have and not need than to need and not have. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So what? You got extra food. Give it away. Give it to some homeless or something. It's not going to hurt. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to hurt to have some extra things, and that's what me to being wise is all about. You know what I'm saying? So that's the extra oil. COVID was a scam. Corona is the scientific name for the common cold. Yes, it was weaponized. But it was the Jabadooski that killed everybody, not the vid. So, and it wasn't a vid. You didn't get a vaccination. You got a gene therapy mRNA. That's what you got. Gene therapy. Yeah, that's what you think, but whatever, Cindy. Tag and bag probably got put on a respirator. And told he had COVID, got his lungs pumped and exercised until he couldn't breathe. You know how many people I've stood by and had to watch their partners die and their stuff? But the same thing. They're like, that's exactly what happened. I'm like, I know. Tag him with an upper respiratory infection when that's not. Anyway, I'm not going to dispute nothing. Sorry for your loss. God shows his death. God creates all things. I am the Alpha. I create everything that was ever written, everything that ever was. I create good. I create everything not written, everything that ever will be. I am the Omega, and I create evil. God took whoever it was from you. It's God who did it. Okay? Cool. Right on. Right on. Hey, Lackey. Lackey. Cool. I apologize. I lost my job because of COVID too. COVID took my job out. I actually had a on-paper job. I was helping somebody out that needed my help, but I took a paper job, which I hadn't in a long time. I wasn't paying any taxes, refusing to pay taxes, but COVID took my job out too. So I wasn't the only one that, that stuff affected. So again, there were a lot of people who were affected, irregardless if it was real or not. I know what it was. I know I'm a first responder, combat medic trained police officer. I know a lot more about virology than some doctors. I've sat down with some doctors and they're like, wow, you have studied a lot. You know things that I didn't even study in school. Some of the stuff you're talking about is beyond stuff that I know. And I have a PhD, you have studied a lot, man. I said, I know I'm not better than you. I'm just telling you, you learned what was in the box. I studied what was in the box like you. And then I got to study what's out of the box because your funding all depends on what's in the box. You have to stay what's in the box. So, I give it to doctors, but I know virology. I've studied it, and that's not what was done here. And so all these people who think they got a jab scene or a whack the nation, that's not what was done. So, okay, enough talking about hot dogs. Anybody who talks about hamburgers or hot dogs, get them out of here. This is stupid. The ignorance. I don't want ignorance. Anybody, please, moderators, if people aren't talking about things that are worthwhile in the chat, please, I don't mean to overdo it. I'll moderate the chat too. Just enough. Let's talk about things that are real here. They just, whack the nation of the whole world, stand on the X, go inside, take the roll up your sleeve or 5 boosters, come on. At least during World War II, they were just going after one type of person. Now they're just whacking the whole nation, right? A worldwide scamdemic. They're not just going after one demographic right now. Everybody. The Jabadooski didn't care if you were rich, remember? He didn't care if you had a boob job. It didn't care if you were poor. It did its job, what it was supposed to do. So we all know that what it did. Enough people, like I said, that have done enough research on it that to know it was a scamdemic. And I'm sorry for everybody who lost. I'm not sorry, I apologize for everybody who suffered and had lost because of it. So don't let our government do that to us again. Do not let our government do that to us again. So I know plenty of people who lost spouses, husbands, friends, family because of it. And if we do a good job with vaccines, we can reduce the population by at least 10%, Mr. Gates said. Yes, he did. At his TED Talk. Never going to forget it. Never going to forget it. Never going to get it. Oh, wait. But yeah, that's what he said. If we do a good job with vaccines and stuff, we can reduce, population by 10%. And it happened. Oh, that's crazy. And then it happened, huh? And then it happened. You know what I'm saying? That's right. As soon as those stones went down, this thing got Well, 24 is the year of the X marks the spot, Lackey, the Alpha and the Omega event. The Omega. You guys want to do is Sherwood in here right now? Is Sherwood in here? If you guys give me a minute, you guys want to do a decode? You guys ever seen this decode that I do? Decode of the eclipse and all this April 8th and all this 2017. You guys, if you give me a minute, I need to go water the bushes here. I'll stand up and do this decode for you guys. I really didn't. I just want to sit back and relax, but we'll show you what they've got in store for you. Here, I'll show you what they got in store for you. You want to see what they got in store for you, America? America! Well, this is what the heavens got in store for you. 10/24/24. I hope you're ready for that date. You probably aren't. That's like 200. What's the date count on that? What are we, 219 days now? Something like that. 10/24/24. Are you ready for that? It's been 2,600 plus years since we've been in this alignment. Oh, we've been here before. When the temple was destroyed, Pompeii went off, or Vesuvius went off, Pompeii was covered in ashes. Remember those extinction events? Boom, shakalaka. We're going to be going back into this celestial alignment. I don't care what the shape of the earth is. It doesn't have anything to do with the price of eggs in China. 10/24/24. Are you ready? Are you ready to be pinched in between that magnetism? Magnetism. Like 4 large magnetic bodies, outer looping magnetic fields of our 4 large gas giants. Only one other man on the earth covering this event, and that would be David Devine at Adapt 2030. Ban anybody who talks about the shape of the earth or the stars, please. We don't have discussions about the shape of the earth in this channel. Magnetism. 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 This is what our earth has. Looks like an apple. We have magnetism. We're in the middle of a magnetic excursion right now. Our poles have been migrating, the magnetism. Soon, this is what the United States is going to look like. This portion of the United States is going to go underwater. Not completely. This is not a Noah event. The promise of the rainbow. This is why I've been banned off of TikTok. This is why my channel, I'm about ready to upload this video to the channel. It's what got the TikTok channel stream taken down. 20,000 followers. Channel is wah, 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 because they don't want you to know. Let me give you a little preview, and I'm going to go use the bathroom here in a minute, and we can do the video. We'll just give you guys a bunch of freebies tonight, since we got an okay crowd in here. You guys are all right. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you for joining us out here at Predestined for Light, where we cover things that are not being covered anywhere on the internet. Nowhere else. I cover things on this channel you will not find anywhere else on the internet. That's right. Only one. So we'll give you a little preview. I'll give you something to chew on.
400 feet and down.
Give you something a little chew on. And you can think I'm crazy or whatever, but you can get a piece of paper and pencil. You can write something down.
All the way up on both sides to the Colorado Rockies and in here. So taking years to do this overlay. Once you see what the government
yeah, it's not nothing new there, Albert J, but I've been watching how much they've been buying, and it matches the exact overlay map. So if you want to sit there and not do anything about it, you can leave. Yeah, they have, but watch how much they've been buying in the last 10 years. So go ahead. You probably one of you CIA trolls coming in here because you don't want anybody knowing this, huh?
This is what they know. See all that red land? That's government land. Look at this edge right here. Look at all this edge right in here. Look at all this. Look at this line here.
The government does not want people to know this, brothers and sisters. I am certain of that. We haven't bought up any land on the East Coast.
Look at that.
Haven't taken over any land on the East Coast.
Washington. Look at that line up there. Look at the whole one. A little different on the scale, but pretty close to what the land is because there are two different maps. But you can see that's what they bought. So all the rest of this ocean out here, gone.
It won't be one event in my studies, brothers and sisters, and this has happened before.
Look at all that lines up right there.
They didn't buy all this for 10, 20 years, 50 years from now.
Don't tell me they don't
That's
know
the
that.
land that they have taken over. It's federal land. I'll do the whole video when I get back. But there's no way that matches exactly, and I'll explain in detail, but why have they not bought up any land on the East Coast? Because the water goes all the way up to the Rockies.
Something you're not going to find anywhere else. This is what they're getting ready for. Don't tell me they don't know about this. This is a cycle that's happened before. They moved the state Colorado.
Everybody knows that the state of Colorado state capitol building was moved under the Denver International Airport for people who've been awake for a while, but you can't tell me that perfect match is something that the government does not know.
All the way over.
So this red land is federal land that has been taken over in the last 30 years. We get the what's left in the white. The public gets usage to the white. They have the red. Why are all the migrants over here
It's just a difference
on this side? Look at the match. These are two different, completely different programs that I've used.
So, see?
And there's nobody else on the internet putting this information out.
All right. Whoa, look at that. Guard his commandments. Keep his commandments.
So I'll explain in detail what I believe that's going to cause magnetic pinch. I already showed you those four large gas giants forming a square in the outer solar system. That's not what the Earth is going to look like permanently. That's how the water comes up, and in this cycle, it's going to come up and wash back down. There are literally cities that you can take, scuba diving trips right now and go visit because the water came up in the last cycle. They're sitting between 100 to 400 feet off the continents right now. This is not a guess. This is not a guess. The last cycle, the water came up, and it's up. This cycle, it's going to go back down. That I'm certain of. I know that. I just don't know exactly when. I haven't been able to get the exact date. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. We're still going to get magnetically pinched, and we will have a liquefaction event on this earth. So, doesn't matter. I don't care what anybody. I'm not disputing your. I don't care about your nonsense anymore. You guys are. This is what we're in the middle of, a magnetic excursion on our Earth, and this is what it looks like when the magnetism changes. This came off of Suspicious Observers. I captured this, but this happens every 11 years on the sun. We're currently in the middle of a magnetic excursion on our Earth. So I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. If you don't like the information, pound sand, go somewhere else. You don't have to stay on this channel. Nobody made you click on here. You can click right back off. This is for information for people who want to do something about it. We are in the 6th extinction event already. We are in, yes, younger dryas, yes. So we are already 3+ years into the extinction event. So some of us are going to do something about it and make it through this. We're not going to be fear. We're doing something about it already. Woo! We're doing something about it. We're going to be some of the people they already said that if the grid goes down, 90% of the population ain't going to do anything about it. I don't care about the grid. I'm my own power company. I don't care about stupid big white windmills. I got my own windmill. I don't care about China making solar panels. I got my own solar panels. Some of us are going to make it through this because we're not going to listen to the stupidity like Noah. He didn't listen for 126 years. He listened to that still voice inside his head. So now we get to listen to brothers and sisters that edify each other, say, yeah, I'm doing something about it too. I got all this doing and I'm going on with my life like ain't nothing happening, man. This is so awesome. I got all these preps in place and now I can just move on like nothing's happening. And if they're all there, if I need them, boy, I'm glad if we got a toilet paper TP 2.0 tobacco that I went to the store before everybody figured it out again. I think I got about 500 rolls, man. I'm going to wipe me. Honey, we're going to make it through the apocalypse. We got top ramen and teepee. That's the American dream right there, huh? We're already in the apocalypse. That's serious. That's the American. Honey, we're going to make it. Look at that pile of top ramen we got over there. I could eat top ramen for days. That's right. Thank you, guys. Some of us are going to make it through this. And if we die, we're going to die trying. We're not trying to save our death. There's nothing here. Whatever. God's going to take us. We don't live in fear. We're going to die trying. Some of us are going to make it. Remember, if the grid goes down, they say within 2 years, 90% of the United States population will die off. Some of us are not going to die off. We're going to die trying. Maybe. Some of us, a lot of us won't that try. We are in the 6th extinction event. There's a reason why everything that's here now made it through the last 5 extinction events. I'm sure it tried. It did just lay down and die. It tried. And so this is awesome. The Father's been showing me this, okay, recently, that we reap what we sow, guys. So we're going to get what we get. If you put in, money in the bank and you don't spend it, it's there for later. It's there when you need it. Hallelujah. This ain't fear porn. This ain't doom and gloom. That's not what this is about. This is about being a wise virgin and not going, when the bridegrooms, you're not headed at the store. You're not going in the wrong direction, right? You're headed in the right direction when he comes. You never know. That's right. Feds don't have to buy anything. Executive order, all the executive orders under the Obama administration, the 923 executive orders, has the right to take that puddle in your driveway, your cars, all that. Yep, 900. Go watch my Truth Viral video. You guys want to see a really good video of me without any gray in my beard? I don't even know if I have any. I probably have just a goatee. Go watch the channel Truth Viral. Truth Viral is the name of the channel. Hi, I'm TV. I'm the host of Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. That's an old channel. I did that long time ago. It's the oldest Truth Viral channel on YouTube. There's probably 5 or 6 Truth Viral channels, maybe 7 or 8 or 10. Go to the oldest Truth Viral channel there is on YouTube. I have the original. I am TV. I am the host of Truth Viral Television, right? I'm TV. Right. But anyways, that was my old channel. OK, Truth Viral, and watch my video where I talk about the 923 executive orders. Executive Order 11004 allows the Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. YouTube. Right. That was my YouTube. I was saying YouTube a lot back then. Right. YouTube. I was screaming at you, right? Go back there and watch that video. You'll see the 923 executive orders. I don't know who said that in here. Somebody just said it. That allows Emergency Management Agency to come in through what they said. Take your house, your car, your puddles. I don't care what it is. They'll have the ability under these executive orders. 923 executive orders that I put out. Cool. I don't know. Hey, what that channel, I probably won't get it. I probably won't get any subs to that channel. I've been locked out. I can't get into the channel. I can't do anything. They stripped out all my views, but you can go view it. Just like the Truth Viral channel, or excuse me, just like the Predestined for Light channel is still on TikTok, but I can't get any, I can't get any traffic to it. The live stream has been taken down now for 3 months. It's done. The channel's done, but it's still up. Go look at my America Ever After channel. That's even older than Truth Viral. America Ever After. That's another channel that I've done. You guys, I've been on the Alex Jones show. I've done I've been doing this forever. Used to work back with Dabu 7 and Casey from Enter the Stars. And I've been doing this, you guys, for a long time. This ain't my first rodeo, but I'll tell you what, this is everything I've ever researched. It always is talking about this time right here. Actually, my son, he said that. He said, Dad, I went back and watched some of your old videos. And you were talking about everything today. You know, everything you were talking about, it's like your videos were like today. Like the videos you put out like 10 years ago were like you made them today. I said, I know, son, I was warning. I pay attention to the cycles of the things that were coming. But anyways, that video of me, I'm pretty wild back then too, because I'm a little bit younger. That's only about 10 years ago. I was about 40 years old, but pretty loud, guys. Pretty wild. But anyways, if you go watch that channel, yeah, Simpsons have never let me down. I make a lot of my predictions off the Simpsons. I mean, not predictions. It's a look and research them because it's the validity is in there. I know after a cartoon, Tracy, really? Yep. That's kind of like a white paper thing. So I take all these things, guys, and I've been doing it for a long time. But that's a good channel if you want to go see exactly what I was saying, because I go in detail and I talk about how many executive orders George Bush and George Bush Jr. and how many of these different executive orders that were put out. And then I put out how many were put out during the Obama administration, the 923. And then I warned that they'll use these on you immediately. And Trump did. Trump used some of those executive orders, guys, during the whole Jabadooski. And so we went right into the next administration and he used them because everybody thought that, it was going to be 2 or 3 or whatever, they won't use that until later. Oh, well, he used them almost in the next administration. He started using those executive orders. So if you look at that video, it does a pretty good detail explaining to you what I'm talking about these other executive orders that allow them to take your water, your home, your cars, take over the post office, take over the waterways and all that. It's a good video. I'm not trying to stream my channel. I don't get nothing off that channel. That channel's locked. I can't do anything. I've tried to go back in and recover the channel. It just will not let me in there. They have locked that channel up. So I probably won't get any more. If you sub to it, you might not notice the view count probably won't go up on it. Same thing with my Predestined for Light channel over there on TikTok. I have hundreds of people who've tried to sub to that backup channel. Nothing happens to it. It's on lock. And it's for the video I just showed you guys. It's for that video I showed you of the overlay map of the water, of that water coming up onto the land. So I'll explain it in detail about what it is. This isn't just a wall of water, guys, that washes up to the Rockies. That's not how this cycle will work, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I think it'll be like birthing pains. It'll start slowly. It'll back off. They're going to announce here, I believe, before 10/24/24, probably in October-ish, or excuse me, like maybe September-ish, that there's some kind of tidal shift, that there's a tidal shift. And then we'll start seeing it. And it'll be every continent it'll start affecting. And this because of the magnetism. Magnetism. And I'll show you what I'm talking about, okay? Remember what it says in the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah 10, please. Remember, he spoke through his prophet Jeremiah. And he said, be not dismayed. Don't be anxious. Don't live in fear. I'm not trying to cause you to be in alarm. Be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the heavens. So I'm going to show you some celestial markers, and I don't want you to be in fear. These are, God is controlling the stars. Don't be a heathen. Don't be a pagan. Tell me you or whatever and your little deity gods, G-gods are controlling the stars. You got some goddess in heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the pole star. God controls the stars. He came back and showed he controls the Pleiades. Remember, I'll change your crops in the middle. I'll turn them from tropical to temperate, and it'll go back to extreme. And he did that. And he showed he controlled the Pleiades and the 7 stars. He's the controller of all the heavens. all the firmament where the markers are declared in the firmament. So I'm not trying to cause you to God only loves his bride. God loves all of his children. That's true, Burns, but God does not love people that do not agape him. 2 John and 6, those who walk and follow in my commandments. Otherwise, they're doing self-will. They're vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world, and God doesn't love them. God only loves his bride. And that's what you said. God loves his children. You didn't say God loves everybody. You said God loves his children. Bless you. Because God doesn't love vessels of wrath. Why would he love them? They don't love him. They're lovers of self, right? In the end of days, their agape, their love, second will be idolatry. Their agape will be idolatry. They'll be lovers of self. No, God doesn't love everyone. Blasphemy. Now you went and changed it. God does not love everybody. He only loves his bride. God is sending most people to hell, and he doesn't love people he's sending to hell. That doesn't make any sense. God does not love everyone. Blasphemy! Blasphemy. God didn't love the Jews, right? Oh, he did if they walked and followed his commandments. Did he love the Gentiles? No, they went straight to hell. They were not saved by grace or salvation. God didn't love the Gentiles. God didn't love Esau. He hated Esau before he was ever born or done anything on this earth. And he loved Jacob, who he later gave the kingdom, the inheritance, and called Israel. So God doesn't love everybody. God only loves his bride. Blasphemy. So God doesn't love everybody. God loves his bride. God loves those who walk and follow in his 613 statutes, commandments before he came back and saved all flesh. Not everybody. One white, one black, one brown, one red, one yellow. Not just the house of Aaron and the Levites. Not just the house of Aaron and the Levites. Because remember, the Gentiles couldn't enter the church. They were going to hell. Ha ha ha! God didn't love them, and God doesn't love idolaters. They love self. One white, one black, one brown, one red, and one yellow was 12 eggs to 1 dozen, all flesh. But not everybody. God is sending most people to hell. Fear not, oligos. Do you study the original Hebrew? Do you study the Greek? Do you have a lexicon? Do you have a concordance? No, probably not, huh? Do you study out of the canonized text? You should probably study the definition. You leave the aletheia, the truth. You probably left the definition. You don't study with the lexicon. You don't study any definition. You won't study the concordance and find out everywhere one of those words is written. And you think God loves everybody because you're a cotton candy gummy bear tickling easy peasy other Jeezy follower. The one that we were warned about. He himself warned about people like you who come and preach through his apostle Paul, preaching another gospel and speaking another Jesus. God doesn't love everybody. He didn't love the Gentiles, and he only loves his bride. Stop going around telling people that God loves everybody. You're blaspheming and you're forwarding his word. And he warned about people like you. If you add even the smallest, right, thought, tittle, jot, you'll receive of all the plagues in this book. And go ahead and take away from his original meaning. If you take even the smallest jot or tittle out of this book, your name will be blotted out of that. Go keep going around and telling people that God loves everybody. When he said he hated Jacob or he hated Esau, he loved Jacob, right? He gave him. He didn't give Esau the inheritance, huh? No, he didn't. He didn't give him the inheritance, and he didn't love him, and he threw him in hell. And he hated him before he was ever born or even had done anything on this earth. He hadn't even done anything. So don't go around and be blasphemous and forward and pervert his word. God only loves his bride. He divorced Israel because they didn't love him. Correct? So God doesn't love everybody, does he? And God is sending most people to hell, correct? Correct. Where do we find that written in Scripture? If God doesn't love everybody, in his, remember he says in the book of Luke, fear not, oligos, flock, little puny flock. Oligos is the number who find the straight gate and enter through the narrow path. A teeny number, a puny number. Wide is the path. Enter through the straight gate. Enter through the straight gate, for wide is the path and broad is the way that leads to hell. And there are many, most, that enter by that gate. Easy is the path. Wide is the path. Broad. Big city light. Yeah, your big city lights, huh? Your big life. Your wide gate is the path. The easy path that leads to hell. And most people enter by that gate. For narrow is the path. Difficult is the path. Hados, to be in the same narrow way as Christ. He said, I am the Hados. Narrow is the path that leads to eternal. Straight is the gate, right? That leads to eternal life. And there are oligos. Very few who find that gate and enter by that gate. The word is oligos. In Luke, fear not, oligos, flock. Oligos. Very few, tiny, very few. Read the original text. The word is oligos, it says. It doesn't say fear not little. It says oligos. O-L-I-G-O-S, which means a puny number. No, hell is not here on earth. That's incorrect. That's blasphemy. That's not, hell is below our feet. Hell is the place of no knowledge, and you have never studied the word, what hell is. So hell is not here on earth. Wrong. Feels like it, I know. Feels like we got to go through hell to get to heaven, but hell is not here. That's the abyss. The word bis is knowledge. Busos. You should study the Greek. You can, Revelation 9:11 says they have an angel of the abyss, a messenger, a king over them, the one that's locked up in hell. You call it hell. The original text, it's called the abyss. One word in English, abyss, two words in Greek. Abyss, A negates the word that follows. Abyss is not the ocean. Abyss is the place of no knowledge. Alpha, I am the Alpha, the Aletheia, the beginning. Alpha negates in the Greek, like English alphabet, right? One first. Alpha is the first letter in the Greek alphabet. It negates the word. It cancels, so it means no. The word bis is the word busos, B-U-S-O-S. Study the lexicon. You can get the definitions and you can get the truth, and you won't have to be lied to. If you leave definition, you left the aletheia, you left the truth. So the word bis is the word bathos, B-A-T-H-O-S, or B-U-S-O-S. Two words meaning the same thing for bis. Not one word in the Greek, but two words. Abyss, two words. Negates, bis is knowledge. Hell is the place of no knowledge. That's it. It's not anything else. It's the place of no knowledge by definition. You can believe whatever you want, but believe is not a thought in your head. It's a verb. It's an action word. It's not, faith is a noun. See, it isn't what you think, is it? Boom, shakalaka. You better start defining some of these words because do fallen angel, people's butts, and demons have the same definition? No. So you can debunk that, your question, with the definition. Just so you know, you can debunk that question by defining both of those words. Keep your religious out of it. Keep your thoughts. Don't care what you see on until you go back and study it in the original definition. The word daimonion, as you said, demon, that in the original text was the word, they've now replaced it with the word devil. Because it didn't say devil in the original text. That's been replaced in your book that says devil now. I know it doesn't say demon, but it used to. They've replaced it. You read a watered down version of the word. I read the original text in the original Greek and the original Hebrew. I study in the original text. So remember, a lot of these definitions that we speak aren't what we think. We're speaking out of TV. So if you were, the word daimonion is one who distributes fortunes. That's what a daemonion. A daemonion is the word demon. Now it's replaced with the word devil. The definition is one who distributes fortunes. Not, oh, he's possessed by a demon. They used to pray to their ancestors' demons for fortunes. It was a compliment in history. Like, hey, he's an OG. It was a compliment. You guys have been perverted, forwarded, twisted, because you won't define anything. If you'll define it instead of the culture, you might unforward this current. That was used 2,000 years ago. But a definition of a demon is one who distributes fortunes. An idolater is one who distributes fortunes to self. The Greek word is porneia in the Greek for idolatry. So you should study the original text. It just not like naked ladies and their Yule orgy sex festival, but the word is porneia in the Greek. Latrio, to serve. Idolatry, latrio, idol, like idol statue, idol to see, idol, idolatrio, to serve what you see, to distribute fortunes to self, is a reverse demon, right? A demon is one who distributes fortunes to others. An idolater is one who distributes fortunes to self. Lies. One who distributes lies. Come in my tent. Let me rub on my crystal ball and tell you what? An Arab demon is a genie. That's an Arab demon. He'll rub on my lamp and give you what? 3 wishes, 3 fortunes, right? A Celtic demon is a fairy. A fairy is a Celtic demon. Oh, wow. See, not this whole, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Lies. All right, guys, let me take a break. I can get the fire going in here. Let the fire burn out, guys. You guys let me let the fire go out. Hey, you didn't take care of your fire, Tracy. Thanks for hanging out, guys. He said, I am the Hodos. I am the Aletheia, and I am the Horizo, the way, the truth, and the light. And the only way to find the Father, brothers and sisters, is through that narrow way, through the definition, through the truth. If you leave the truth, right? You leave the definition, you leave the truth. And then he'll bring you to his Aletheia, his light, his Horizo. That's the name of the channel, predestined for light. Those he chooses and pulls from the sin of the darkness of the corrupt dust, to be in prison, the division of day and night, dark and light. Those he pulls from the darkness, from our sin and the corrupt dust. Not hell. This ain't hell. Hell's below our feet. He pulls us from this corrupt dust, in darkness, in sin, and he pulls us into his Horizo. That's where the horizon was, where the light came up. They called that the light. I called it predestined for light, so that you guys would, pro Horizo, what does he mean, predestined for the horizon? What is that? You call it the light. So I called it, I spoke in a parable so you understand what I'm saying. Pro Horizo, he predetermined who he chose. Hashtag, from what part of the foundation of the world do you not understand? He bought them and he pulled them from their sin, just like the Apostle Paul, a mass murder of Christians, a Pharisee. Matthew, a tax collector. He got physical over taxes. He hung out with a prostitute. He pulls who he chooses from the darkness, from our sin. He calls us out. If I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, they are such idolaters that not one of them would. They're so cardinal. We love our flesh. Not one of them would. He calls us to us. He pulls us from this sin, from this darkness, in prison, the division of day and night, dark and light, from the sin and the darkness, from our sin, in to the Horizo, into the light, predestined for light. Hallelujah. His lambs, the wedding feast, those he will call out in that book. Remember, there'll be a blotting out. Be wise. Be wise. Hey, he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, made this all spiritual. He can blot your name out of that book just as easy. Don't forward it or pervert it. Don't go in there and tell everybody that God loves everybody. Blasphemy. God doesn't love everybody. He's sending most people to hell. And heaven's not some place in the sky. You better study the word of God. It's not what you think. Thank you, brothers and sisters. I appreciate it. I love the word. Hallelujah. Thank you for this blessing. All glory to the Father. All glory to Shiloh, the only begotten Son of the Lamb, who is declared Aries the Ram by David of Bethlehem. And Jesus of Bethlehem. Not Nazareth. Yep, you don't know anything, do you there? Kaki, you're like, what does this guy tell you? You just need to, it's all in the definition. It's in the definition. I don't care what you think. You can disagree with me, but you leave the aletheia, you leave the truth. It's because you've left the definition and you probably speak it in translation, not transliteration. So remember, I don't care what you believe. You probably think believe is a thought in your head, and that's a verb. Faith is a noun. Ah, boom, shakalaka. Not condemning anybody, brothers and sisters, but I will judge you with righteous judgment. Like he tells me, just shall be judged, so I will judge you righteously with his word. All right, let me get this fire going. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Hallelujah, all glory to the Father. This isn't a religious channel. I don't do religion. The Most High doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, there I will be in their midst. I'll be there with them in that YouTube channel right there on the YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. You better get all your TikTok on before they shut the TikTok off, guys. They've already shut me down off TikTok. I've been banned on the TikTok. Shadow banned on the TikTok. They don't like Tracy on the TikTok over there. They shut the channel down for the overlay map, guys. LOL, you're preaching what was created for control. Okay, whatever you think they're also. Your love of Lucifer. Everybody that puts LOL, stop putting LOL. That's the love of Lucifer, and that's not even a real thing either. So stop putting the LOL. That's disgusting. You can't stand the LOL things. There you go. You got to do it, Eric, huh? Defiant. I am the defiant generation. I have to be defiant. I have to be the black tile. I have to do it. I've got to be the other side. I love it. Is that a love out loud, or is that a Lucifer, or love of Lucifer? The love of Lucifer. LOL, LOL. The love of Lucifer. They're playing with you guys. And you don't even know what you're writing down. You probably think Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt too. I understand. It's okay. So does your preacher, and so does your pastor, and so does your deacon, and so does your reverend. They think Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt too. Don't worry about it, brothers and sisters. Even those heads, those talking heads got it wrong too. Yes, they did. It's okay, brothers and sisters. We all have to go back and relearn. I've had to relearn about 70% of what I was learned incorrectly. Where did my lighter go? At what point in history? I don't know. Whenever you want it to. Just keep writing it down. LOL. Goodbye. Bye. Ask your stupid questions. For the love of money. Much love, guys. Much love. I just don't deal with nonsense. Sorry. What I really don't like is I don't like people laughing at people. I can't stand how people laugh at people. And that's such a thing now. People love to see other people in pain. For the agape, huh? Because most people don't study with the library. Most people don't study with an interlinear Bible. Most people don't use a concordance. Most people don't use a lexicon. Most people don't study maps. Most people don't study cultures. Most people don't study traditions. Most people don't study anything. They go to church on Sunday and they believe. I take out every word out of the book and I study it one word at a time in the original text that it was written in, the Greek, the Hebrew. I study canonized texts, not texts that were uncanonized. I study the uncanonized texts. I study every word and take it back to the lexicon and define one word at a time. Then I find everywhere the word was written, and I study that using the concordance. And then I don't cheat using the concordance. I pull that out of the concordance and I go back to where the word was written, and I read 3 or 4 chapters before that, because I'm trying to discover the meaning of one word and how it's said. And I don't know anybody hardly else that studies that. Does that make me right, Texas? No, but it sure makes me a lot more study than most. How do you study? Do you use a lexicon? Do you use definition? Do you study cultures? Do you study customs? Do you study the traditions? No, you go to church on Sunday, just like most people, right? I teach people how to study like that on this channel, and it's up to you. Woo, yeah, fire, boys. She's a ripping out here in the Silver Rock Ranch. But you can study whatever way you want. I don't care how you, Oh, now I'm angry. Hey, Ken, are you a Ken? Are you a bootlicker? Are you a bootlicker? You lick that cop's boot when you get pulled over, huh? You fear more of getting dumped with a clip on him, don't you? You don't worry about going by God's law, do you? You hand over there and lick that boot, don't you? Angry. It's called passion, not anger. Learn the difference there, Ken. Tired of a bunch of Kens. Oh, he's angry. You would know the difference between passion and anger. And that's why when that cop pulls you over, you're afraid, and you'll act like a robot. Nobody can even have, you want people to just be one android. Hello, hi, Texas. Hi, I am not angry. I am Tracy. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny self, take up their cross, follow after me. It's called passion, not anger. Learn the difference. Everybody always does that. Oh, he's so angry. You wouldn't know angry. You wouldn't know passion. You wouldn't know pissed off. And you're a bootlicker and you gab that cop. Yes, you do. You guys, we should be able to talk to these cops without them dumping clips in us. We should be able to talk to them, get a little excited. You know, they're harassing us, extorting from us. We can't even say anything, or they dump clips in them. Not me. I don't do that, but most people do. And those cops, you better respect my authority. And you have to act like you're an android. You can't be passionate. They literally just hawk you. You know what I'm saying? So remember natural law. Remember the natural law. The laws of the land, the God-given rights that the federal government is there to protect. That's what they're there to do. They're not there to make laws. They're there to protect your inalienable God-given rights, America. Have you forgotten? Yes, you have. That's what the federal government is there to do. No other reason. I rebuke all you people who just allow these people to just allow this to happen. God is watching us. He said, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. You will be judged by the law that you go by. Judge, thou shalt be judged. Hello. Yes, the lexicon is a dictionary. From Korea. Nice. North or south? See, I like to yell a bit in here because people are so, it's just passion. I'm having a good time. You're in church right now, Cade. We're having church right now. There's no good churches anywhere in the world. I wouldn't send you to one church. They're all pagan churches. Presbyterian pagans, Protestant pagans, Catholics pagans, Christians pagans, Mormons pagans. They're all pagans. They all bring in tree worship into their churches. Tree worship. fire worship, grove worship, Sowing, all these festivals, fall festivals. That's pagan. God divorced his bride for doing that same thing. Same exact thing. Feast of the Yule, Christmas under a different name. Easter, Passover, not even celebrated. Lupercalia, Valentine's Day, pagan. Feast of the Yule, the orgy sex festival leading up to Christmas. The orgy festival, Christmas and orgy festival. You want to come back and be celebrating an orgy festival? Christ was born when the sheep were in the pasture. Sheep were in the pasture. In the month of October, November, and December, the sheep go up in Israel. There's no way in the abyss, there's no way in the place of no knowledge, there's no way in hell that Christ was born on December 25th. Actually, Nimrod, Satan, was born on December 25th. After the 7-day Yule festival, the orgy, where they ate the king, the sacrifice, the Feast of the Yule, Christmas, under another name, Samhain, All Hallows Eve, under another name, Halloween, added by the Catholic Church, pagan. They're all pagan. So they bring all these traditions into their churches, many of them into their houses. It's very hard to find a church during Christmas, fall, because they have their fall festivals and all their, that don't celebrate all these. I don't care if you rebrand these pagan holidays and give them some Christian or supposed spin. They're still the traditions of men, and God divorced his bride for the same thing. So I don't care what people think. I don't care what people don't know. It doesn't matter. God divorced his bride for celebrating Christmas under another name. God divorced his bride for celebrating the Yule tree, Moloch, grove and fire, tree and fire and light worship under another name. So I don't know any churches I would send you to. I can send you to Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries here on Grace and Truth Ministries on YouTube. But he's not going to have, he's going to be just like me. He's going to stand up. And when I teach in Mormon, I stand up and I have a whiteboard. I'm here to teach the lesson. I'm just chilling out right now, relaxing. We'll get up and do this lesson in a minute. I said I was going to get up. I got sidetracked. We'll get up and we'll teach. I'll send you to a classroom where he'll define the Greek. I do decodes. I don't do exactly what Brother Jim does, but I do what he does, and I can't do what some of the things that he does. So I can send you to a classroom, not a church, where you might want to get a piece of paper and he'll teach you how to study in the Greek and the English, and he'll use all these same study tools that I use. Study out the Textus Receptus, the King James canonized version. He doesn't study out of the other books, Enoch, Lilith, Jasher. He sticks to the gospel. And he'll teach you how to study the Hebrew, how to define the Hebrew in the lexicon, and he'll teach you how to study the Greek just like I study. Not religion. We don't do religion. He says, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, there I'll be in their midst. Right? So he's here with us right now. This is church. We're having church right now. Hallelujah. So if you want to come in and have church with us here, have church here anytime you want. If I'm in here, he said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross, follow after me. You can come in here and just talk with the people in here. You don't even have to listen to me, because people come in here now. There's almost 7,000 people. In this, it's growing fast. Guys, less than a month ago, this channel was at 300 people. This is God's channel now. This is his taking over. This is where the body will come and meet. And if you guys don't even, you could just take notes and don't tune me out. I come in here to take up my cross. I come in here to be with my brothers and my sister and my mother, because I live alone way out in the middle of the desert. And I don't have any friends. I don't have family. I don't have nobody. So I need to do this because Brother Jim told me I need to do this. He's like, Tracy, you need to quit isolating yourself. I know what you're doing way out there, and that's awesome, but you need to stop. You need to fellowship with your brothers and sisters. You lack fellowship. You lack fellowship, Tracy. You need to go and edify, and iron sharpens iron. And so I listen to my brother and my teacher, so I can send you to Brother Jim and the body. And they're very accepting at Grace and Truth. There's a Wednesday live and a Sunday live right here on YouTube. Go join the chat and you'll love the body. They're just wonderful people and very caring and loving people. You know, Agape. We teach the true gospel, death to self, die daily. Spiritual death, not literal death, you know. Not this other Jesus. We expose that there's more than one Jesus in the Bible. We expose that through, that's right, you can fellowship here. So this is your church now, and I can lead you to the body because that's what the channel is for. Grace, and this is High Desert Grace and Truth Ministries, Predestined for Light, a mirror channel of Brother Jim. So go over there and check him out. You love him. He gives out free CDs. He don't want your money. He won't grift you. If you want to tie to the ministry, fine. If you don't, he'll keep sending you. You can get on the mailing list and get the CDs. And we'll teach you things that you're not going to learn in churches. We'll teach you things that we'll just teach you how to define the words, just one word at a time. I don't care what you know. It doesn't matter what you know. You need to know the gospel. You need to know how to get at your cross. And that's it. The rest of it you don't need to know, brothers and sisters. I would not leave you in the wrong direction. The only way to the Father is through the Son. That's what you need to know. That's what you need to know. The gospel. Who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves, take up their cross, and follow after me. So are you taking up your cross? Daily, he says, daily. Daily cross. You can't set it down. Yeah, well, you say Allah is the only true God, but you don't believe in the Hamashiach in your Quran. So you're going to burn in hell. The only way to the Father is through the Son. So somebody just said that Allah is the true God, but they don't believe in the New Testament. Have you guys ever read the Quran? Have you guys ever read the Quran? There's no such thing as modern day prophecy, Eli. You don't know your tail from a hole in the ground. Prophecy was nailed to the stake. You don't know the word of God. You think this, I'm a false prophet, but there's no such thing as modern day prophecy. So you don't know. You don't know. There's no such thing as modern day prophecy. That was all nailed to the stake, to the tree. So look what you're a blasphemer. You're blasphemous. But let's go back to the person who was talking about Allah is the only Father. The only way to the Father is through the Son, brothers and sisters. There's no other way. So if somebody doesn't go through the New Testament, when he says the Son, he means the New Testament. He means the New Testament. He means the New Testament. You have to go through the New Testament. It's an eye for an eye is the Old Testament. That's what those people's faith. They still believe an eye for an eye. Christ came back and said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. They said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So it's not an eye for an eye. And that's what they believe. It's eye for an eye. And they don't believe in Jesus Christ. In their Quran, Christ is mentioned in the Quran. But they don't believe he's the Hamashiach. They don't believe he's the Messiah. They don't believe he's the Christ. They don't believe he's anointed. They don't believe he was anointed. So they don't go through the New Testament, and they will go to the abyss because they don't believe and they don't follow the New Testament. They say Jesus is a prophet. That's right. They recognize Jesus. They talk, but they think he's like Matthew or like Peter or like Luke, that he's just a prophet. So they are not going to be able to get to the Father because they're not going through the New Testament. They still believe an eye for an eye. They think all is, remember, they can go, you're an infidel. Eye for an eye. You're an infidel. Eye for an eye. Does God say that you can go after somebody in this New Testament that we are under? Turn your cheek. 7 times 70, that's 490 times. Simple math. So they go by that law. They're going to burn in what they think is hell. It's just place of no knowledge. That's what abyss is. Remember, I don't care what people think. It's by definition place of no knowledge. So all Muslims, they don't stand a chance because they're not going through. All Hindus, they don't go. If you do not go through the Son and the New Testament, and follow the New Testament, you have no way. Look at it this way. He is your mediator who paid your bride price and your ransom. He paid your ransom. Remember, he paid the bride price for your sins. His bride. Let's not make it religion. Let's keep the religious nonsense out of here. He paid the bride price. Think of him as your attorney. The Father will pass judgment on you. He will pass you through the books, through that book of judgment. You have Christ there as your mediator, your attorney. He is there and paid your ransom. You ever been locked up, put in jail? You ever been put in jail? They lock you up and somebody's going to bail you out of jail? Pound sand, Eli. Now you're talking about drugs. You do the works of your father, the devil. Stop implicating drug usage in my people's chat here. You do the works of your father, the devil. Get him out of here. Do not insinuate drug usage in this chat, please. Grow up. So, what I'm trying to explain and explaining to you, again, people have taken and forwarded and perverted and think that they can get to the Son without going, or to the Father without having that mediator who paid your bride price. Good luck. You think you could pass through the judgments without him covering your sins? A sin is a sin to the Father, and the wages of sin is death. None of us are worthy of his kingdom. We are all filthy rags. I don't care what I know. Oh, I did great works and I cast out demons in your name. Depart from me, I never knew you, you worker of iniquity. I have worked iniquity. Yes, I have. Oh, yes, I have. I'm still trying to cut it off. None of us are worthy of his kingdom. He pays the bride price to cover our sins. He's the one. Does the judge care when your ransom is paid, when that bride price, when he pays your bail? Does the judge care, or has your bail been paid? It covers your sins. You better go through that New Testament or you ain't going to have a mediator. You ain't going to have no attorney. And good luck going through the Father, because he says a sin is a sin in that Old Testament. Because that's what you're going to go by. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Justice shall be judged. Stop playing games. This is for real. This is really happening. You're really in this flesh. You're really under this test. Omit, living, will, new test. That was the old 613 law, statute, commandments, but he came for all flesh, brothers and sisters, those that would be willing to narrow self, take up their cross daily and never set it down. Does that sound like the Jesus? Yeah, you were warned. There were many will come in my name, saying they are Christ, Jesus Christ, and they will be deceived. You've been deceived, haven't you? The Apostle Paul warned they will come preaching another gospel and another Jesus. There's more than one Christ in Scripture. But you follow these heads who tell you Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt when there was no salt involved. Zero sodium. It was an idiom. Hold on, guys. I'm yelling. I got a frog in my throat. You know what's coming. I'm not yelling. I'm just raising my voice. And I apologize. I didn't have a frog in my throat. It's just an idiom. Did you hear it from the horse's mouth? Turn to a pillar of salt meant to be to scum to your death. Zero sodium involved. None. Ask your priests and pastors and they'll tell you she was turned to a pillar of salt. I dare you. Go ask your deacon, your reverend, your priest, your pastor. Ask him if Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. And they'll tell you yes. And now you know you're looking at somebody who does the works of their father, the devil. These people are supposed to be leading these people sitting down, and these people are standing up. Lot's wife succumbed to her death. There was zero sodium involved in Lot's wife. Interesting. Eli, why are you still in here? Bye-bye. Don't ever come back to this channel. You do the works of your father. The devil already told you that. Be gone with you. Your ashes under my feet. You'll be my footstool. Get behind me, Satan. Yeah, what did you just come across? Holy smokes, this ain't no Christian channel. We show you that Christians are pagans. They worship the Saturn Jesus, the Feast of the Yule. Eat my body, Jesus. Christ never said eat his body. The body of Christ is those who do the will of the Father. Sons of God. Your brothers and your sister and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. Sons of God. So they worship the other Jesus, the pagan Jesus. You can't be a son of God unless you're doing the will of the Father. Don't kick people out for opinions. I'll kick people out of here for being blasphemous to the word of God, Tyler. Put a smiley face and get my PTSD up and fired up, and I'll throw you out for putting a smiley face in there because it reminds me of Sam Walton, who interned American citizens during World War II. I'm a United States Army veteran. Executive Order 11004, YouTube, allows the Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities, YouTube, and put them into work camps. Go ahead. Smiley face. You do the works of your father, the devil, Texas. You like seeing people with the PSD. You love it. You love seeing people in pain. Get behind me, Satan. I'll remember your name every time. 44 was the Obama election president, and I got a memory like an elephant. Show your face in here again. It's Executive Order 11004. During the Obama administration, allows them to relocate us guys to take a whole community. Oh, there's something blew into this area and it's no good. We're going to use a bunker. We're going to use a buster. We're going to use a buster, and it's going to go down in and not out. It's not going to go out. I don't have to calm down. What do you guys? You think you're going to stop me? You think your words are going to make me stop and calm down? You think anything you can say in this chat is going to stop me? These people call me a conspiracy theorist 30 years ago. 30 years ago. 30 years ago. And I didn't stop back then. So why would I stop when you think I'm going to stop? You're going to tell me to do something and I'm going to actually listen to you. Oh, guys, actually, I got to stop. You guys, I have to stop. Somebody said I got to stop, so I got to stop this stream. I apologize, guys, that I got to stop. Somebody told me I need to stop, so I got to listen to what these people say. I can't stay on here because somebody came in here and said stop. I'm angry. Look at all this, guys. Look at all this. What are you drinking tonight? I told you guys, watch. Look at these people. Look at these disgusting, filthy people. All they do is insinuate drug usage, alcohol, homosexuality, and they love to see people. They love to laugh at people when they're down. They love to laugh when they're down. I just threw my moderator out of here for putting a smiley face. Did you see that smiley face? Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Don't put that smiley face. My own moderator just got kicked out of this channel for putting a smiley face in there. Ha ha! What do? You weren't listening to me? Executive Order 11004. They interned American citizens. American citizens. And put them into work camps and built infrastructure in this country with those American citizens. So don't think they won't do it to you. Oh, you think they're not going to do it again, huh? Like they're not going to bring the COVID back. So, no, I assign the moderators. He's going to be like, wait a minute. And when he comes back in, I'm going to say, I said, don't put that smiley face. I don't care. Stop laughing. You know, I don't like that, guys, because if you watch, people will come in here. People will come in here, and I don't care what the, it doesn't matter. People will come in here and they'll try to interrupt the chat, right? They'll try to interrupt the host, right? And then once they get your attention, right, they'll go, ha ha, I got him triggered. Look, ha ha, I got him triggered. Ha ha, he's triggered. He's upset. Ha ha, he's upset. LOL. Smiley face. Ha ha, ha ha. That's right. I can't stand that, guys. I can't stand that. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand that when people come in and want to laugh. You guys, that's kicking somebody while they're down. Does that make sense? That's kicking somebody while they're down. And then they're like, I don't mean to are they over there, what are they doing? So I'm just pointing it out. Okay, I'll stop with the whole trolls. It was fun for me, and I said I doing so. But what a generation. What a generation about. And what I'm trying to show you guys that have been following me for a minute is they're programmed. They're programmed. It's like they've been programmed. I'm serious. Like they're like an android. You know what I'm saying? They come in and they have to do it. They have to do it, right? In defiance, they have to do it. So I'm just trying. There we go. NPCs. There we go. There we go. There we go. Somebody finally put it down. So you'll see that. And I feel pretty bad about these generations that just, I don't know if it's too much television, too much TikTok, too much YouTube, too much, I don't know what it is, but it's something that's been programmed in their brain that makes them either defiant, talk about homosexuality, or drug usage. It's always the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Too much social media. Real father's friend. Okay, cool. Then you guys are seeing it. The world's not going to end yet. Too much porn. That probably doesn't help. Too much smoking pot all the time. I'm not for people not using a little bit of cannabis, but they got people on, nothing but indica all day. People smoking indica all day long, playing video games. They come off over here and let me get this guy. So I'm not into people not using God's medicine, but I don't think they ever intended us to do what they do with it now. They got people on that crap all day long. So I think that might be a part of it too. People really high on pot, not just, and I'm not against. I'm a medicinal cannabis grower, but that's different what they're doing with it. So I think that might be homosexuality in the Bible. I'm a man of God, Samuel, and he tells us it's an abomination. Well, the word of God tells us it's an abomination for a man to lie with another man. And the word of God says it's an abomination for a woman to lie with another woman. And it's abomination for a man to put on one woman's clothing. And it's an abomination for a woman to put on man's clothing or vice versa. So that's what the word of God says. And we're already having enough problems with population dropping down already. We already have a problem with population dropping around already. So homosexuality has been around for thousands of years, guys. I don't really have a problem with that, but I have a problem that the fact that I brought this up on the last chat, that us guys said, hey, honey, will you come over here and cut some paper scissors with your friend? We did that. Guys caused this problem, guys. Hear me out. I talked about this on the stream last night. Hey, honey, would you invite your friend over here, your lady friend, to come over here and cut some scissors with me? Or you guys can cut paper cutouts with your scissors. And she's like, no. Oh, come on, honey, please. Please cut some paper, cut out some paper cutouts. And she's like, oh, hey, well, you've never tried that sausage. No, I'm not eating that sausage. Well, you want me to cut paper cutouts with my friend? Remember, we caused this, guys. We caused this. We helped this along. I'm telling you, I know the devil had to do this, but we helped this. Ladies, stand by. You didn't help by cutting paper scissors with your friends, you know. But am I wrong? Hey, honey, can you guys have a paper party? Well, only if you guys have, you guys were wanting to try that smoked sausage. No way, I'm not eating smoked sausage. I don't eat pork. I don't eat pork. Anybody getting what I'm saying? But we started this, gentlemen, in our day and age, because at one time it wasn't legal, right? It was like, hey, we're selling this house and it's got this walk-in closet. We're like, we don't care. Keep it on the listing. Keep it on the listing. Keep that to yourself. We don't need to hear about the walk-in closet. Keep it to the listing, right? That way the children don't need to see real estate. The children don't need to be involved in real estate deals, right? Because that was fine. When they get older and they're 18, if they want to get into real estate, that's fine. But we don't need to sit there and having them reading, in the closet and then all this stuff and like, oh, hey, well, Jill wants to sew her pocket on, and Jack wants to put his button on Jill. What? This is where it's led to. This is what it's led to, brothers and sisters. So I believe us gentlemen have a lot to do with this, because we're like, because it was okay. No, don't lose track, because it was okay to have a paper party. And it's totally acceptable. At least it was for guys. Oh, it's okay if they paper party. It's okay. It's okay. But no, we don't want no sausage. No, that's no way. Right? I watched this, guys. It took decades for this to happen. But what it led to is these children being read to in schools and in libraries and seeing it when they never should have. That's the problem. The children should have never seen the sexuality. If that's what it was about. So what if you want to be Jack or Jill or G.I. Joe or Barbie? Fine. Decide when you're 18 what you want to be. Correct? If not, remember the old thing? Oh, well, hey, get back in the closet. Oh, well, sorry. Oh, we don't want to know about your listing. Hey, this guy's over here listing stuff outside. Beat him up. Hey, he didn't go to the emergency room, right? No, it's all right then. It's all right. Hey, it's a bash. It's a bash. Remember? It was a bash. is a graveyard smash. We do the mash. We do the monster mash, right? And it was, right? Because if you were seen in public, yeah, you weren't supposed to be seen in public doing that. Remember, there was something even was called PDA, public display of affection. It wasn't even really supposed to, a man and a woman weren't supposed to be sucking face in public. No, PDA, remember, public display of affection? You kind of, hey, guys, get a room. Children don't need you. Come on now. See, this is about the kids to me, guys. My concern is the children in this. In that we cause this. We cause this, guys, because there used to be some kind of morals and values. You know, hey, no, hey, this is a bash, you know, hey. And now we're just okay with these children seeing this. And that's why they read to these children in our libraries now, dressed up. It looked like. So it's past that now. I live in a state where they literally, if you're sending your children to public schools, and Jill's like, hey, I want to sew his button on my, and he's like, hey, I like her pocket, you know, you're like, hey, you'll get in trouble for that. They will throw you in jail for if your child is doing that in public school and you step in the way. You're like, well, I don't want them to have a pocket. That's not part of the uniform. That's not part of the uniform. And they're like, at 3 years old, they're like, hey, do you feel like Jack or do you feel like Jill? Well, wait a minute. Really? Really, guys? Really? So I just pointed it out. And I know that's long-winded and I'm talking in circles and I'm using parables, but I really feel like we did it to ourselves, guys. We did. And you ladies didn't help. And we're all guilty, you know? And we're all guilty. We're both just as guilty because it's about the children. They never should have seen the sexuality, is my 100% point. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's led to. That's all it's about to me. Children never should have seen the sexuality, period. Whatever they want to do when they're 18, that is, they're an adult. They can see it then, and they can make their decision then. So why are you so against homosexuality? Do whatever you want. Just don't do it in public, please. Do not let these children see it, please. They need to make these decisions when they're 18 years old, period. So I apologize, guys. This is probably a very sensitive subject, and I shouldn't have talked about it, but I'm just tired of this being acceptable. You know what I'm saying? It's not acceptable, you know. But it is now. Totally acceptable. They read to these children in school, in the libraries, and they it's but I you know what? I'm very concerned about the kids. And so if that goes round robin, a 30-minute rant on why these children come in and everything is gay this and gay that and gay this, because they don't know any better. They don't know. They think they were born that way. This is what's acceptable. Cult of personality. That's just all they know, guys. That's all. They don't know it any different. I was born that way. So that's what you see in here. And I apologize that I was so long-winded about it, but I want you to know what I see and why I think these children do what they do. And as my son said, Dad, I don't think that all of them are. I think some of those people, because I looked at your analytics, I went in, and we don't get a lot of children coming in here now. It's doing a lot better on filtering out these kids. They obviously still get in here. So, hey, if you want, you know, to later when you're an adult or something to make that decision, cool. Do what you want. I think adults should be able to do that behind closed doors like it always was done. Sure, do what you want. That's your deal. Just don't let the children see it. And hey, whatever. Hey, I said this too, and I'm not condoning this behavior, guys. But look, I get this fire going. I didn't get it going. A man and a woman could sit there and fight with each other and beat the living snot out of each other. I mean, abuse, drug, all this stuff, and subject children to this, okay? Subject children to this. Now, I'm not condoning that behavior, But there are couples that get along just fine, and they don't have the problems that the nuclear family has. They don't. Now, I don't know what, Peter and Peter teach the kid, because that's very confusing to me. But I'm telling you, there are people that are couples that I know that I don't agree with this, but they have adopted children and treated them way better than couples that are the nuclear couple. And they're happy people, and I don't agree with it, but so don't throw shade on, those people, I guess, because I'm not saying it's prevalent, but I'm sure there's been many couples and they're totally happy. And then I don't think they do that in front of the kids. I think it's got to be very confusing. Hey, wait a minute. I thought it was Adam and Adam, Eve and Eve. Wait a minute. There's got to be a little bit confusing. But all I'm trying to say is that, all these people think that they're so high and mighty and want to cast shade. And I'm not. I'm just saying, I know that there's couples out there that raise their kids and don't have the problems that the nuclear family has. They beat the piss out of their kids, and they beat the piss out of each other, and they see, all that fighting going on, and you know what I'm saying? Bye, William. Don't ever come back here. You're burnout. I'm burnout just looking at your idiocracy. So I hope that I've made my point on why children come in this chat, guys, and say what they say. They just don't know any better. They just don't know any better. And so it's just part of the lifestyle. You ever heard that song, Cult of Personality, right? What does that song talk about? What's culturally acceptable at the time? Like it used to be okay. Remember, hey, here's a walk-in closet. We don't want to hear about your real estate listing, please. Keep your real estate listing to yourself. What a different time, right? Hey, it's a mash. It is a monster bash. We do the bash. As long as nobody's going to the ER, we do the bash. That's all right. So, how times have changed. You're 30, and I need to perceive how your need. You need to get hooked on phonics. Work for me. No, we won't be the. Do I need to rethink my perspective, guys? I just had somebody said they're 30. Now I'm eternal. I don't never end. I'm from the past and the future. I don't never end. I'm 50 years old right now, but that person said they were 30, and they said, I think I need to rethink my perspective on life. What do you guys think? Can I get your opinion? Is my perspective a little weird? I'm thinking about things, and this is kind of a weird. Cool. All right. I'm just asking. You don't have to agree with me, guys. I'm just, that's everybody has a different opinion, right? So much love, guys. Much love. We're all in this together. I'm really concerned about the kids. So can we not, I'll try to be easy on these kids who come in here, and talk about the gay thing, because it kind of sucks. Because they just don't know any better. Imagine being born in a time where you didn't know that it was like a choice, right? These people think this is born this way. I'm born this way. Are they born that? Are people like that born that way? Did God make us that way? Because remember, this has been around for thousands of years, guys. This has been around for thousands of years. This is not new. Remember the Romans? They went out like this, guys. They went out, sleeping with animals, right? This is not a new thing. So it's not like this just came into, you know what I'm saying? So the one thing that I am bringing about, though, is that cult of personality. Cult of personality is that it's so culturally acceptable when they made it legal in all 50 states through the 44th administration. Obviously, we're going to see it go into this this type of thing, but it is getting quite out of control. When you start asking children, you know, hey, are you Jack or are you Jill? That's criminal. That is criminal. That is criminal. That is absolutely criminal. You do not ask a child, you know, if they're Jack or if they're Jill, and whoever did that needs to be criminally convicted. And in this state, guys, if you interrupt in the state that I live in, and Jill wants to put on Jack's button and Jack wants to put on Jill's pocket, and they're going to public schools, which is very hard for people not to send their children to public schools with the price and the cost of inflation, and to send them for, you know, as we saw that during the COVID. If your child is wanting to put on the pocket or the button and you step in, you can be thrown in jail. Cool. Good for you, JB. You could be thrown in jail. Imagine that. You could be thrown in jail for saying, now, wait a minute, that's my child. Hey, they're in a position. They're positioning, right? And they do it all without notifying parents. Thank you, guys. So what a dangerous time we're living in for these children. So let's stand up as upright people of God and don't condemn these people, right? Don't condemn them. God says, don't judge a man or a woman by their outer appearance and judge them by their fruit. So obviously we need to be very careful here. But we do need to stand up, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet expose them. Let's use our mouths, brothers and sisters. Let's use our mouths. There should be 48 states. There's 2 states that are doing this right now. Washington and Oregon are doing this, and at least talk about it. And we're going to be persecuted for it, guys. Some of us, they may throw in prison. Some of us, they may throw in jails. But we've got to do this for these children, guys. We cannot allow this to go on any longer without at least speaking up. I'm not saying violence. I'm not condoning any kind of illegal behavior. But we need to stand up and say, hey, this is what the Word of God says. And let it be known. As the body of Christ, it needs to be said. Because this is woe to those who call good evil and evil good. You know what I'm saying? So let's just keep the subject going about this every once in a while, okay? That's why I paused this whole live, is to have this conversation. Because this conversation was not about us. It was about these children. Because they're going to be the ones that wipe our tails, guys. When we fall down on the ground and we can't get back up, we're on walkers or crutches, or we're dragging ourselves around like snails. We just can't take ourselves. We can't even wipe our own butt anymore. These are the ones that are supposed to be wiping our butt, guys. And if we have treated them the way that we're treating them now, they're going to throw us all in nursing home, guys. You sold us under the bus, man. You know, my son's 25 this year, but I never stop thinking about the children, guys. I cannot stop thinking about this innocence in this world. What are you doing, kids? What are you doing? You want outside? You want to go outside? You want to go outside, boys? Come on, go outside. Hey, easy. Go outside. Naps. Don't dart out the door. Let me get this fire going again here. Oh, yeah, it's going. Thank you for the discussion, guys. I know it's a sensitive subject. People don't want to talk about it. It's a hard subject to talk about. I have to kind of speak around this stupid algorithm so I don't get this channel taken down. We need to try to keep it up, keep the body coming back here. There are people who want to come back here and fellowship with each other. This channel isn't about me. I think it's beyond that now. It's gone far beyond that. So bless you, brothers and sisters who keep coming back and fellowship. I keep a lot of regular people coming back and churching. This is a place to come church with your brothers and sisters. So I'll stop my yapping about this subject because it's kind of sensitive and it could be something that could potentially get this channel taken down. Or at this time, I just got the monetization up on it, so which is pretty cool. I don't know. I've never had a monetized channel on YouTube, so I don't know exactly what that entails. I don't know if I'd even make $1 on the channel, but it's cool to have the monetization up for a minute because I need to still pay the bills out here, guys. I got land payments to pay just like everybody else. I've almost got those cabins here. Well, hopefully we'll have the cabins done. No, you hadn't missed the overlay map yet. Thank you so much, servant of Jesus. Bless you guys. I appreciate it. Much love, guys. Remember, he said, you'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than to hurt one hair on my children's head. So let's take care of these kids, guys. One hair, he said. One hair. I mean, that's like the smallest thing. And you want to take that pocket and sew that pocket on and take that button. And so that is more than just a hair, guys. That's a lot more than, hurt a hair on my children's. And remember, it's not just innocent children, guys. Remember, his children are of all ages, right? It's all ages. His body is the bride. That's his children. Sons of God. Sons of God. His children. The bride, brothers and sisters. The bride. Hallelujah. If you cause one of my children to stumble, even just to stumble, huh? Yeah, to stumble from that word. To stumble from that word. Cool. Yeah, there is no feminine spirit of God, so it has to be some other spirit. That God has the Father has no feminine spirit. It's Father Nature, not Mother Nature. Father Nature. Stop calling it Mother Nature. Blasphemy. Mother Nature. That's so sick. Darn it. All right. I cleaned all the ashes out of here today, so this thing should take off a lot quicker than it did. I got some dry wood. I was burning some wet wood yesterday on the stream. Took me for a minute to get that thing going. Heck yeah. How many heat sources do you got? You guys all limited to one heat source? How many people are on a smart meter? Are you on one of those smart meters? Are you ready to be toggled up and toggled down? She's a ripping again. I'm not sure. Yep, our Father who art in heaven. The Father has no feminine spirit. That's Catholic. That's Catholicism. That's Catholicism. Mary bringing all that feminine spirit into the church. Yuck. Our Father who art in heaven. Heaven is not someplace in sky. That's the firmament. The water's above and the water's below. Nice. Oh, Bo. All right, we'll keep putting up extra oil there, Bo. You find a community. Find a community. You know what I'm saying? Find a community. Figure out a way to pad your whatever you have. You know, you want to try to keep your stock and eat from that stock, but pad that stock. A lot of people have that's an excellent thing. What you just brought up is a lot of people have some kind of food storage, but what are you going to do when you run out? Right? So start planning now on how to keep your food storage going and supplement it as you go. I mean, that's awesome. You have way more than most people have, you know. Yeah, little things like that. Yes, heaven is on this earth. It's the ruling class. The earth is the ruled. There'll be a new heaven and a new earth. No, I don't think Bitcoin's going to zero this time. Bitcoin's going to 250,000 probably on this next run. I guess I do have $50 worth of Bitcoin. Somebody sent me a $50 Bitcoin Cash App yesterday, guys. I've never owned any Bitcoin. I never wanted to own any Bitcoin, but somebody sent me a $50 Bitcoin Cash App. I didn't know Cash App has Bitcoin. So if anybody wants to make a Bitcoin Cash App donation, you can make a Bitcoin Cash App donation to my Cash App. Didn't know that. I think George, if George is in here, George sent me a Bitcoin, but remember, it's just zeros and ones on a screen, but those zeros and ones are $79,000 or 71 right now. And I would cash out and buy some long-term food storage. Maybe some precious metals. Find something, you know, put some kind of asset or something. Buy some bullets and some Band-Aids and some beans. Where'd my water filter go? I don't know where my water filter. I was gonna say buy a water filter. Where'd it go? I think these would be more valuable than silver. I think this will be more valuable than silver. Honestly, I do. I had somebody that said they'd trade me their wife for one of these. The guy said he'd trade me my wife. He's like, dude, if I didn't have anything to drink, heck yeah, I would trade that for my wife. I said, that's not what I was talking about, sir. I asked on a stream what people would trade for lifestyle. This is a 1,000-gallon water filter. They make others, Sawyer water filter. This filter is 1,000 gallons of water. Cool. That's how I've been using my Berkey for 10 years. I love my Berkey. There's the Berkey. Right there. There's the Berkey. That's the Berkey, boys. Water filter. I love it. So, this right here might be worth more than gold and silver, because you can't eat gold and you can't eat guns and you can't eat bullets, but you need some kind of water filtration, and these are about $10 right now. So I think silver's at like $25 or something right now, right? Yeah, that's nice, Gerald. But if you put stupid crap like you just put and act like a lollipop Christian and don't tell people to be wise, you'd be banned permanently from this chat. You hear me, Gerald? Don't put nonsense. Yeah, we know that God is our only, he's put on the armor of God, but don't come in here and tell people not to get ready and to put up and be wise and to have extra oil. God is not going to just save you. Noah built an ark. Don't be foolish and don't put your stupidity in my chat again, please. Our chat, this chat. We know God is the answer. We got it, but some of us are wise virgins and putting up extra oil. Don't put your nonsense in this chat or leave. Go to some of your silly Christian people that will believe your nonsense. So, yeah, don't talk about drugs on the channel. You'll be removed from the chat. So the only thing I don't particularly like about this filter that somebody's ever asked, guys, because I've asked people, this will filter 1,000 gallons of water. You can't carry. I don't promote this company. There's other filters again, but this filters 1,000 gallons of water. Okay, you can't carry 1,000 gallons of water. You can't carry 1,000 gallons of water, but you can put this in your pocket. Now, again, silver is sitting at what? $25 right now, $25 or something like that. The hell's all over that. But probably about $30 out the door, almost for a piece of silver right now, somewhere like that. And I'm pretty sure that you can buy 3 of these on Amazon for that same price. I'm not promoting Bezos either, but I'm telling you that I think that this will be more valuable than this. This will actually be more liquid. Yep, all that's good stuff, Janie. Get all that stuff put together now. Canadian Prepper can get you with, Canadian Prepper on YouTube can get you with a place where you can get, nope, they don't have any expiration date because they're just a charcoal filter. Okay, the only thing that I don't like about these filters, guys, because I had a question that somebody had asked me. They're like, well, how do I know? Does it have a meter on it? No, I don't know how you meter and know that you've drinking 1,000 gallons of water. You can do the average, though, on how much you drink a day. And, 1,000 gallons and figure out roughly how long it'll last you. And then I would toss it after that. There's a red dye test that Berkey filters. That's the wood stove. No, probably not, Gary T, because they're probably just going to have all their stuff taken from them. You know what I'm saying? They're probably just going to get run roughshod on. But my point that I'm making, brothers and sisters, is that right now these are pretty, I think the price of silver is reasonably priced. You should have some kind of asset. You should have water filter, beads, rice, a way to protect them. And then maybe you could look at something like this later. Okay. But my point is I think this would be more valuable than this. I think this will be more liquid than this. I'm not saying that this wouldn't have some kind of value, but again, I think you could buy 3 of these right now. Right? For the price of one of these. Right? So what would you trade for these? What would you, if things transition and things continue to get more, break down more, which they will, this will filter 1,000 gallons of water. And you can buy 3 of these right now, probably online, for the price of one of these. So that means you could have one for yourself. You could trade one. You could trade one. You could trade one of these. And then you could give one away. You could give one away to somebody. Just give it away. Give them somebody like, that'd almost be like giving life, right? Give them the ability to filter 1,000 gallons of water. Fuel, okay. Fuel. I bet you somebody would trade you that for a lot of fuel. No, Yellowstone is not going to blow. Yellowstone is not attached from below. Do not say that. Yellowstone is not blowing. It's not attached from underneath. Blasphemy. Nowhere is Yellowstone not going to go off. Don't say that. Take that back and say, no, Yellowstone's not going to blow off, because I'm going to go back and look. It's not attached. It's disattached itself from underneath. So don't say Yellowstone's going to go off. You've done no homework, obviously. You can look at what the underneath to see that whole section is moved away and moved over towards Idaho. No. You've been watching too much television. So, yeah, look at what's underneath. Look what's underneath. It's already disattached itself from the feed from underneath. It's not ever going to go off again. As far as I'm concerned, that thing will never go off again. So stop telling people it's going to go off, because that's probably the last thing that would happen right now. There's a range over in California that's a way larger caldera than that. That's set to go off way before, and it's all moving over towards that. Lies. Can't stand when people lie. So, if you had one of these water filters that filtered 1,000 gallons, it doesn't matter what's underneath. It's going to blow from the top. All right, see you, bye. It doesn't matter what's underneath. Somebody who's never done any studying on volcanism. No studying on volcanism whatsoever. So, I'm going to tell you right now, guys, I study these things. I've been talking about Yellowstone's not going off. It's disattached from underneath. Everything that comes from underneath is how it blows out from, oh, it's only going to come from the top. Hello. Every volcano, every eruption comes from underneath. Are you serious? What kind of nonsense would somebody, people are just, the ignorance is bliss, I guess. I don't know. Nobody's ever, I guess, this person never even studied volcanism. They must just saw some blog or something online. Oh my God, Yellowstone's going off. So, what would you trade for one of these in the future? What would you trade for one of these? This is $10 right now, guys. $10. $10 for one of these. $10. If things broke down in the future, and they're already broken down, what would you trade for one of these? You filthy, disgusting people. Chris, you're filthy. You do your works, you're the father of the devil. Silver, cool. The Twinkie, yep, not you. You're out of here. You're nonsense. Anybody who puts nonsense will definitely be removed from the chat. Food, cool. Morning, hills of dangerous. Food. Anything for water. Somebody would probably almost trade anything, huh? Seeds, cool. I'll just ask a little bit, you guys. Water is life. Like I said, I had people say they would trade me a truck, a tractor, just different things. I'm seeing what you guys are idea, what you think $10 would be worth. You could take this $10 later and it just doesn't protect you from diabetes. Why in the hell would you put that in the chat? Yes, cigarettes, Josh, will be a form of currency. Excellent. Yes, they always have been. A horse. Yep. Cool. I think you could trade a horse for this. Maybe a car. Maybe a pickup truck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're about $10 now or less. If you buy them in bulk, I think you can buy 2, 3, or 4, or 5 off of Amazon. They have them in Walmart. They have them in Fred Meyer. They have them in Cabela's. They have them in the sporting stores. Coffee. Cool. What do we say? Ammo. Cool. Nice. I've been stocked over those for little bottles for alcohol currency. Nice. Good, good. Shelly, thank you for your answer. $1,000, $1 per gallon. Yeah, there you go. He's selling his water. Wintertime, you have charcoal for the straw, so I can travel and set up more water systems. Nice, nice. Definitely trade for livestock. Good stuff. Painkillers and antibiotics will be top of the currency trade. I believe so. You're right. Definitely. Yeah, alcohol will be a the alcohol has always been something that you can barter for when things break down, guys. Alcohol has always been something that is a form of currency. So I'm not doing this as investment advice, but we all need some kind of water filter. So I think this would be a good thing to start your first prep. You know what I'm saying? Your first prep. This would be a good way to get your first step towards becoming independent. If you always wanted to do some kind of preparedness and you didn't know what step to take, this could be your first step towards preparedness. You know what I'm saying? This could be your first step towards preparedness. And then you could have something to trade. You know what I'm saying? If you had another one, you could have one to trade, one to keep for yourself, and one to give away. We got years, Sheila. We got years. We're not to that event yet. We need to get through 10/24/24 though. We've got to get through that celestial gas giant alignment that we were back in 79 AD. Those are good answers, guys. Good answers. Good. Got to get a fire starter. Yeah, try to stay away from canned food, servant of Jesus. Stay away from canned food. Canned food can get, it freezes and gets hot, and the next year it's no good. It's no good. It doesn't do well in the heat or the cold. Unless you can get it below the ground and store it, canned food doesn't last at all. It used to. The cans are different. The lining's different in there. There we go. There's a good answer. Got to buy a book of plants and their medicinal foods. Yep. Yeah, you shouldn't take antibiotics for flu. You should never take antibiotics, ever. Only when you need to. Yes, only. I'm not saying that don't take antibiotics, but you're only supposed to take antibiotics when you have some problem, not on a regular basis. 79 AD, yep, the same celestial alignment that we were in back in 79 AD. We're going back into that alignment on 10/24/24. Cool, I like those solar cookers. I take colloidal silver. And iodine, nascent iodine. I've only been sick one time in 10 years, and only got sick during that stupid bug thing. I ran around telling everybody you wouldn't make me sick, and people did. They were really sick and coughing, and I still, but I only got sick for 2 days. And I knocked it out. You know what I'm saying? Colloidal silver and nascent iodine, and it was gone in 2 days, whatever I had.
We can do nothing. Only Jesus Christ, who died for the cross of our sins, can save us. Okay, that's nice, Ghost of Van, but don't be a stupid, ignorant Christian coming in here being nonsense and saying something stupid like that. He tells us to put up oil, okay? He tells us to be wise. Don't pitch your lollipop, cotton candy, other Christian Jesus in here, please. Some of us are getting ready. So, yeah, we know he's the only way to save. He's the only thing, but we need to put up extra oil. Be wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. Imagine if we had monochromatic gold. Nice. There's only two places, Country Chris, to study 1024-24. And that would be here on Predestined for Light and Adapt 2030. Adapt 2030 on YouTube. There's only two people on the internet covering 1024-24. I'll cover it. Give me a minute. I got to get this fire going. And we'll go do the decode, and I'll show you some of the stuff. We'll go back over it again. What time is it? I can't go on too late tonight, guys, because I got to. Oh, all right, guys. I got to get back to work tomorrow. I've been taking some time off, and I busted myself up pretty bad, and I healed up. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have anybody out here to help me, but I'm going to take it easy over these next couple weeks. And because I've taken a couple weeks off, I'll still be filming, but I'll be doing the build outs on the Rusty Dragon, and I'll be covering the storm shelter, the plasma shelter that I'm building out here. Because I have a shelter to protect myself from the sun, which is going to hammer this earth. Okay, so I'm not going anywhere yet, but because I'm going to take a quick break, and I want to do the decode because I think Sherwood's still in here, and Sherwood's been coming back again and again. Now, he could have come in and looked at the decodes or on the shut down. You watch, Bo, you watched Adapt 2030? I've been watching Adapt 2030 since his first video he ever put out. Cool. All right, hang tough with me here. I'm trying to get this fire going. Stay on for another. You guys in another hour. Okay, you got me about for another hour. That's 2 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, but I got to get up early in the morning. All right, bye, Ghost. You're true, but you're pushing cotton candy in here, and what you're saying is true. But you need to. It's not working. We're talking about preparedness. We're getting ready. Yes, Christ is the only thing that can save us. He saved us from the foundation of the world, but you're pitching it in a gummy bear, watered down version. Come back when you can actually take up your cross and teach people how to take up their cross. Otherwise, please don't come back to this channel. I'm tired of the you guys, yeah, Christ will save you. Yeah, he's saved everybody from the foundation of the world, but just to sit around and all you got to do is I'm going to get raptured out of here. And that's like, just go to church and just believe Jesus. I don't want to hear it. Some of us are preparing vessels. And if Christ is going to do whatever he's going to do to us, we're going to be wise virgins and not foolish. We're not going to be down at the store buying oil when he comes. We're going to make sure we have that extra oil before he ever gets here. And we're going to make sure we have plenty because we don't know the day or the hour. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Not the angels in heaven, not the Son. Only the Father knows that. So we need to be wise and be getting ready. Like Noah, for 126 years, he built an ark. So apparently, whoever that person is,
is like, oh, well, God's not telling me to do anything, and just sit around and do nothing. Well, good. I hope that's good for him, but I don't want to be around people who aren't doing anything. You know what I'm saying? Some of us are going to do something. We're in the world's 6th extinction event right now. 6th extinction event. Right now, we're in the 6th extinction event. We're 3, almost 4 years into this event already. And some of us are already doing something about it. And a lot of us are going to live through this because we did something about it. No, the extinction event is not Yellowstone blowing up. You're an idiot. God, people are so stupid in this day and age. They're I apologize, guys, that just stupidity is rampant. So we're in here talking about how to, it's better for hope for the worst, right? Or hope for the best and prepare for the worst. Hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That's it. So I don't want people coming in here going, all you got to do is believe in Jesus. Jesus is going to save you. Jesus is going to save you. Yeah, he is. He already purchased you. You were already bought. There's no such thing as being saved in your lifetime. It's a purchased possession. So all you got to do is say, you're going to believe. Toss them out of here, moderators. Don't allow that in here, please, at all. Some of us are discussing the things we're doing because we still need to get through these days because the end is probably years away. Years from now. This is just a celestial alignment that's going to rock this planet. Just like it did back in 79 AD. In 79 AD, this Earth had 100% protection from the magnetosphere. That's the protection from the sun, from the weather, from the space weather. It was at 100% in 79 AD. 1024 is 200 some days away, and our protection is now, the United States Air Force just came out and said 40% that it's been weakened by, and that's why we had 5 low-latitude auroral events in 1 year, when we've only ever had 2 in 12 ever in history, ever recorded. 2 and 12. 2 and 12, and we had 5 in 1. And it normally takes X-ray, X-class flares. There's X-class flares, high proton energy events like this, like the Carrington event, to hit the magnetosphere, like that started the migration, to cause low latitude aurora events. That low. Texas, Ukraine, New Mexico, Arizona, all those are low latitudes. We have them up towards the top, but not down towards the down towards the more the subtropical regions. That's not unheard of. That is something that's only happened again 1 to 2 times ever in a single 12 year, and there's only been a few times that's ever happened. We just had 5 events in 1 year, and we didn't even have X-class flares. So the mechanics of our magnetosphere is weak, bad. The field strength is very weak, like 60%. So when we come into this alignment, we're going to get rocked. It's already going to start to get rocked. We're already starting to notice effects weather-wise. And that's all I'm asking you is to do something about the weather, not zombies, not anything else. Weather. Yeah, we're going into a grand solar minimum. Some of you guys already studied, so. All right. I got puppies outside. I'm going to go water the bushes out here. I got a bush out here that's calling my name. You guys keep talking about preparedness, please. But some of us are going to get ready for this. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get ready. We're going to make it through this. They already said that, like, if the grid goes down, The grid goes down in America, 90% of the people will be gone in the first 2 years. Are you going to be one of those people? Are you going to be one of those people that's going to disappear? Some of us are not. Some of us are going to try to make it. Is that the CIA? Come in here, you stupid Central Intelligence Agency. Come on down. You're just a corporation and you ain't got no authority over me. I hope the CIA comes knocking at my door. I'll film them for you guys. And I'll show you me running the Central Intelligence Agency off of my property. If they come on this property without a warrant, I will deem them an intruder and I can use the necessary force. So I don't think the CIA is knocking at my door without a warrant because they know not to come on this property without a warrant. So does the Department of Defense. They're one office below the president. So does the elected sheriff who can run off the Department of Defense out here. Has more authority than the Central Intelligence Agency. Can run them off. The sheriff. And I can't get that spineless wonder to come out to my property. And I've been trying to get that spineless piece of crap elected sheriff in my town, Sheriff Michael Taylor. Call him and tell him I've been trying to get a hold of him to come to my property. And if you don't think I have, go watch my TikTok channel. I call that spineless wonder. I called him out during the COVID. The man who only has any authority, because there's not another single man in this county that has any authority over me. And the sheriff don't even have any authority over me because I have to commit a crime first. So there's only one person that has any authority right now. Not the Central Intelligence Agency, not the FBI, not the NSA, not the Department. They're just a corporation. They're a corporation. And I'm not a corporation. I'm a man of the land. I came from this corrupt dust of sin, born in this corrupt dust, and I'm going back to this corrupt dust. But I'll stand up 10-toe, and I will fight these people with my mouth the whole way like I've done. I can't even get that spineless wonder sheriff to come out to my house. You don't think so? Look at my traffic stops when I audit the police out here. Oh, yes, I audit the police officers out here and the sheriff. So they don't, I am the law in this town where I live. If you don't think so, call up the law. My name comes out of their mouth often out here. So your little stupid little threats with your alphabet stupid agencies don't have any effect. I'm a man of the land and soil. I came from the corrupt dust. I'm going to go back to this corrupt dust. They don't have any authority over me. They're just a corporation. So thank you for your threats, but you can't enforce capital letter law on a man of the land and soil. Nope. Sorry for your luck. They have no authority over me. If they did, they would get a hold of the elected sheriff and say, hey, that guy's a problem out there. Will you go help us do something about this? And they better come with a warrant. Because I've done run them off out of here already. And I protect the people in this town, just like I did during the COVID. That's why I'm the law in this town where I live. And if you don't think so, why don't you do a request of records? Do a Freedom of Information Act and request their last video footage when I told that to the sheriff right to his face. Don't you ever forget that I stood up in this town when you wouldn't during the COVID. You stood down and I stood up. So I'm the law in this town. Remember that. I'm not the bad guy in this town. I am the law. That has been my last interaction with the sergeant in this town. So your little threats with the CIA, they're in here, guys. They're in here. I've informed the FBI. You mean the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles, the low man on the totem pole? Oh, I'm going to contact the lowest man. Here, let me give you a little bit of a device. The FBI is the lowest man on the totem pole. You're threatening me with the lowest man on the totem pole. What you should start to threatening people with the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense. That's one office below the president. The FBI is like way down here. Oh, if you don't think that you think I'm talking smack, call the sheriff, call the district attorney, call and see if I stood up during the COVID, see if I called out the sheriff, see if I fought with my governor, see if I fought with all these people in this town, see if I held protest right across from the police department, see if I stood up to OSHA when they wouldn't. Yeah, I did, because I'm not afraid of some stupid jackboot thug cop, because I used to be one, a police officer and a military police officer as well. So the shoe's been on the other foot. So that's why I call them out for the thug road pirates, road raiders that they are, and they stood down during the COVID. So I stepped up when they stood down, and I stood in for this town. I protected this town. I protected this town when nobody else would in this town, when nobody else would stand up, when the sheriff wouldn't stand up. I did. That's why the last time that the law came out here, I said that I am the law in this town, because you wouldn't stand up. And I told them the last time this stuff was happening, before this beer bug and this whole thing came and happened, I told them to get ready because it was going to happen, and that I warned him very ahead of time. The one that's on my traffic stop when I call for the sheriff, when I'm auditing the police, I call for the sheriff. That's the one that I had come to my house, and I recorded and said, you're the law in this town. They're all going to come to you. When this goes down, they're all going to come to you. And I just told everybody in this town that you're going to stand down and you ain't going to do nothing. You're going to tuck your tail between your legs. You're going to go home and collect your paycheck. You got that recorded on your little box? So you have that for later, for when this stuff goes down? And he did, huh? Yes, he did. And then I was right, because the bug came. And then they had me all the way up their fourth point of contact. And the last time that they actually sent somebody out to my house, I ripped their butt and told them, you know what? I'll be up your butt the next time you guys, this VidGo goes off. You guys didn't serve last time and you didn't. But if it goes down again, I'll be the first one banging on your police station door right up your tail. If you don't think so, you think I'm talking smack, go watch my Predestined for Light video on the Predestined FOR Light channel. And you can see if I'm just talking out the side of my neck, or if that's exactly what I said to the cops when they left this house. I'm going to be right up your ass when you leave. Don't you dare think that you're going to get away with this. You guys just leave out of here and act like nothing happened. But if this goes down again, I'm going to be right on you like I was last time. So go ahead and call the sheriffs. We don't believe you. Call the sheriff on live to prove it. Okay, whatever, Adam. It's Lake County, Oregon. Lake County, Oregon. It's Sheriff Michael Taylor. My name is Tracy, Tracy. W, Whiskey, Echo, Romeo, November, Echo, Romeo. I live right in front of the icon of the valley. I can't be missed. So go ahead and call the sheriff. And call the district attorney too, because I've been trying to get a call back from him for months too, and he won't call me back because he's a spineless wonder too. So there you go. That's how you stand up for your country. That's how you stand up. You stand up and you don't fear, and you don't have no fear of nothing. And just like I did it because God was leading me, not some men. So not what somebody said. They said they were going to come shoot me. Unalive me. I was going to get thrown into the I was going to get thrown in Guantanamo Bay. This was a national emergency, and I was stepping out of line. This time I needed to shut up and I needed to calm down because this was a national event. Never stopped me. As a matter of fact, it made me push even harder. Because guess what, America, I don't know another man that stood up to their governor, that had a rally across from the police department, protesting the police department, protesting the sheriff. I don't know one other man in America that did it. I'm not looking for any special attention, but I have no regrets whatsoever for what I did. None. And everybody, oh, you're going to get locked up. You're going to get thrown in jail. I'm still on this live stream, aren't I? You're going to get thrown. That's a national emergency, Tracy. They just took, this is different. They can put you in the NDAA, the Authorization Act, blah, blah, blah. Still here. Still here right now, huh? All these threats, all these people make all these threats against me. They did it during the COVID. So I don't have no regrets, brothers, sisters. And I know that when I look back at this 100 years from now, I'm going to be glad that I did that. I'm going to be glad that I did. And I'm probably going to end up going to prison before I leave this earth. At the rate that I'm going, so what? It's not going to stop me. I'll do his work in there. Not going to stop me. Nope. So remember, I'm exposing Donald Trump right now, and I don't know anybody else that's exposed him the way that I have. With the extensiveness that I've exposed. All the stuff that you're starting to see that's coming out, there's blogs and all this stuff I've been telling you guys for 10 years. So I would listen because he's going to be reelected. And he's going to put the smackdown on you. He's going to lock you back down. Whether you like it or not, like he did the first time. And there's going to be a whole lot of things that happen come his reelection. So these are the easy times. These are the calm before the storm. Cool. If you like Long Island's audit, you'll like my audit. He's a Satanist. Court. He has his house decorated with Satan. He has his house decorated with Satan. Do I need to say anything else? His house is decorated with Satan. And he calls himself a Christian. Anything else? You need to know anything else? He calls himself, if I decorated my house with Satan, came in here and said I was a pastor or a teacher or whatever, Christian or whatever, would you believe me? Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed, huh? Mr. Drain the Swamp. Hate to break it to you. You are the swamp. So no, he will. He will. He's going to lock everybody back down. No, Lucifer isn't. Okay, I don't care what you think about Trump. He decorates his house with Satan and calls himself a Christian. I don't need to make any other case than that. If you can't do any homework on that and you still need, and that crosses your mind and you haven't figured, then there's way much more things with Mr. Donald Trump than just his, you know, he lives on a 58-story Nimrod tower. Nimrod's tower was Satan's tower, Babylonian tower, the Babylonian Nimrod's tower. Mithra, Satan lived in a 58-story tower. And Trump Tower is 58 stories. You think that's just by chance? He lives on the 66 penthouse floor of a 58-story building. Still going to vote for him too, huh? So, guys, remember, Trump fans, Trump thumpsters, they're worse than Biden people because they're so slammed up on the hopium and drinking the Kool-Aid. They still think that he's going to save this country. When he said he was going to build the wall and he didn't build the wall, you were going to get the greatest wall. Instead, you got the greatest jab. He said it was going to lock Hillary up. She sat 3 bodies away from him. Look how much money he made on Hillary for prison. How much money do you think, how many millions and tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars do you think he raked in? I've done graphic design. I've done media arts is in my college. That's what I've done. That's my degree. So I have a ton of graphic design work. Do you have any idea how much money that man pulled in with the buttons and the banners and the web, all this Hillary for prison crap that he pushed for his whole campaign? And then she sat 3 bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner after he said he was going to lock her up. And then the very next day he praised the Clintons, and people believe this guy? Whatever. See, that's what I'm saying. Trump people got to be the most ignorant people I've ever seen in my life. The guy didn't do anything he said he was going to do. If he would have built that wall, we wouldn't be having the migrant problem we would right now, right? If he said he was going to build the greatest wall ever and you got the greatest jab. He spent $8.8 trillion. He could have built a golden wall. He could have built a wall so great they would have, you know. Instead, you got the jab. He said he was going to audit the Fed. Instead, he blew up Powell's bubble for 3.5 years and created the greatest economy ever using emergency monetary policy from the Obama administration. From the Obama administration. That's why the economy, 3.5 years, deflated in 2.5 weeks. The greatest economy ever deflated in 2.5 weeks. My ass. I apologize. I don't cuss her, but nonsense. Oh, you're scared for me, predestined for light. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I'm not scared at all. Donald Trump is responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. How do you like that, YouTube? How do you like that, you dumpsters? Oh, I got the tallest building in the world now. Yeah, he was there in Manhattan that day. Yeah, he's responsible for all of it. The MAGA death, all the oil wars. Oh, yeah. Mr. Trump. And let's not forget that Mr. Trump was running cover, right, for Mr. Bidenstein. Remember the EpiPen Island boys? Creepy Joe, Creepy Joe, Creepy Joe, Creepy Joe Biden. Mr. Can't keep his hands off kids, but Mr. Trump campaigned and called him sleepy. That's how asleep dumpsters are. That's how asleep people are that follow after Trump. He turned the campaign. We all knew that Joe Biden was a pedo creep, couldn't keep his hands off kids. I memed the hell out of the internet, got kicked off the internet multiple times for posting pictures of him. There are so many pictures of Joe Biden with his hands and nose and right in people's children's faces. I mean, just sickening pictures. And you cannot even can imagine the things that go on behind closed doors. And as soon as Trump started campaigning, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy. He just lulled the thumpsters to sleep, lulled them right to sleep. Not even one single thumpster was like creepy. They're like, oh, there's something wrong with him. There's something wrong with him. There's something wrong with him. Yeah, he can't keep his hands off kids, you stupid idiots. Have you forgotten that fast that the dude's a pedo? No. Oh, he's sleepy, FJB, FJB, FJB. Ooh, Kool-Aid, slamming the hopium, drinking the Kool-Aid. Oh, he's going to come back. He's elected. He's not. It's underground. He's doing. He never did anything he would said. He never did anything he said. And then Joe Biden, boom, he knocks it out of the park on his red speech. Totally presidential. The pedo sounds like a president. Remember the red speech where he had all the red on both sides of him? You know, that's not the only one I kept referring to. There's nothing wrong with this guy. These thumpsters are such idiots that they've forgotten that the dude's a creep. And Mr. Thump is running cover for the creep and lulled him right to sleep. Not one of them has brought up the fact that he's a creep. And he said he's sleepy, and they went right to sleep. They've had all this time to bring up the fact that he's a pedo. And not one of them. They're like, oh, there's something wrong with him. He's tripping upstairs. His mental ability. Joe Biden, history's watching, knocks it out of the park. Knocks it out of the park. Does an amazing speech. Presidential. The hands were there. It was a near perfect speech that he didn't write. He didn't write the red speech. He didn't write his State of the Union. But he didn't fumble but a couple words, and he didn't even have to correct himself. He messed up a couple words, but didn't even have to correct it. And his hands matched, his eyes, everything was, you know what I'm saying? He stayed right on track the whole time. 7 times. He didn't go off track. What are you talking about? Which speech were you watching? You must be a thumpster. But he nailed it. He knocked it out of the park and proved that he has nothing wrong. No, that wasn't his body double. You guys, you thumpsters, I love it. That I know that was going to be your excuse. That was his double. That was Joe Biden. That was Joe Biden, and he knocked it out of the park. The pedo, this disgusting, filthy man, knocked it out of the park. Yeah, I know you're a thumpster, Emma. We see you. Slam that Kool-Aid. Drink that. Get your hopium. Slam the hopium and keep drinking the Kool-Aid. So, it should be quite obvious that there's nothing wrong with the guy. There's nothing wrong with him. There's nothing wrong with Joe Biden's mental capabilities. There's nothing wrong with him. Stop calling him sleepy. Call him what he is. He's a pedo creep, just like Donald Trump, who is a pedo as well. They've both been to the island. They're EpiPen Island boys. Because I'm island boys. Yes, we're island boys. Yes, they are. They're running cover for each other. They're both do the hokey pokey and turn themselves around, and that's what it's all about. Done with this country running cover for this guy. He is creepy, and so is Biden. They're both creeps, and they're very creepy to think that he's running cover. Why would you sit there and say that you're going to put Hillary Clinton in jail? Put Hillary Clinton in jail and then have her at your inaugural dinner? You're going to lock her up? The whole time you're going to campaign. Lock her up, lock her up. Even the people shouting, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. And then he has her at his inaugural dinner. She sat 3 bodies away from him. 3 bodies away from him. The dude is a criminal. He's a criminal. He's a criminal. Donald Trump is a criminal. Think about all the money he scammed for the whole locker up. Just that alone. Not even the fact that he said he was going to build the greatest wall ever, and you got the greatest jab ever in warp speed. He spent $8.8 trillion and he couldn't add anything to that wall. Remember, there was a $500 million bill passed during the Obama administration to build the wall because there was a problem. That's why Camp Trump ran the campaign. I'm going to build the greatest wall ever. Remember, I'm going to build the greatest wall ever because there was a problem. Well, Vomit, Mr. Vomit, he had passed a $500 bill. $500 million bill to build the wall. And Trump solicited the American public for another $500 million more and took money from disability, Social Security, all these different programs to fund the wall, and he never built it. There was already a $500 million bill passed by Obama. And then he went right behind and solicited the American public for another $500 million. And took from things like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, those programs. Really? How come nobody ever said anything about that? And then he never built the wall. Never built the wall. So I don't know what the guy did, or people would follow after this guy. But if someone would have done their job and built a wall, we wouldn't be having an immigration problem right now, would we? Would we be having an immigration problem right now? If he would have built that wall like he said, would we be having this problem right now? Make sense? Now, how do you destroy? Now, if Donald Trump had built that greatest wall ever, and he did, and he built it, how do you destroy that wall? How do you overcome that wall? How do you overcome the greatest wall in history? Even better than the China wall, right? Oh, he might build that wall when he comes back, but it'll be an invisible wall. Tunnels, ha ha ha, somebody's awake. The tunnels that have already been there all along. One staircase ruins the whole greatest wall ever. Thank you, bless you guys. The tunnels that have already been there all along, guys. It's a big scam. The invasion will be from the north. Gog and Magog. The invasion will be from the north, guys. This is all to distract you. Russia's right there. Don't you ever forget. I can fart and Russia can smell it. It's that close. I was stationed at Fort Wainwright, Alaska. I've been to Richardson, Fort Richardson. I've been to Fort Greely. I did all my training in the Delta Range and Bolio. Russia's right there. This is big a distraction, guys. I'm not saying that people aren't coming in. I'm not saying that there's not an issue, but all this forgetting about this northern border. And Russia's sitting right there the whole time. What a distraction with Mr. Trudeau up there, right? Mr. Castro's cousin, right? Never forget the family. Yep. How exactly an immigration for you? Well, it's not a problem for me, but it's putting a massive strain on the infrastructure already right now. Have you not looked around and seen that New York's trying to kick these people out of there? All those people who, hey, we want this immigrants here. We're gonna have a what do they call it? The cities, the whatever, where they let all these people come in, right? What do they call those cities? Sanctuary cities, right? And now they're kicking them out. Now they're kicking them out. They're like, oh, we want all these people in here. Now they want them out of there. It's funny, man. Oh, my dogs are barking. I don't know what they're barking at. They're probably like, let us in, Dad. What are you barking at? now. You're gonna go now. The dog will fucking eat you. You're gonna make yourself known now. I'm gonna get this done. Here we go. Where are you at right now? Tell me where you're at. I'm going to get that shotgun. You want one in the back? You better run, huh? You run towards me, I'll put one in your face. You know what the idea is. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, that's a good boy. Yeah, some good kids. Those are my boys. Those are good kids. Let's get some more wood in here. Let's get this fire ripping. Ripping. Oh, man, that's a good piece of wood there. Look at this piece of wood that I'm going to stick in there. That's a big chunk of wood. Can your fireplace hold that piece of wood like that? That's a big piece of wood right there. Right there, right there. Oh, do it right there. Oh yeah. Got fire going. That's what she said, huh? All right. Let me go get my other kitties here. I'm going to have to get this fire going a little bit more here. See what this temperature is in this cabin. Cabin is, yeah, I've been slacking here, guys. It's 49 degrees in here. 49 degrees. Where's the other kittens? Other kittens. Other kittens. Where'd the other kitten go? I see Banner. Where's the other kitten? Where's the other kittens? Where's the other kitten? Is she laying up here? Are you up here, girl? Are you up here, baby girl? Or my little kitten girl? Is she up here? Where did she go? Are you up here, baby girl? Sweetie. Where's the other kittens? Hey guys, hold on one second. I'm trying to locate my other kitty here. My other kitten. Baby girl. Come inside. Sleepy. There you go. There's John O'Donnell. Come on, Sleepy. Come on, girl. Come inside for Dad. Come on, Sleepy. 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 Dirty girl. All right, we got all the kitties in the house now. All the kitties are here. All right, it's getting pretty late. What time we got? I just read 1 to 5. Let's talk about how that's why I source chart in case it's chart first of all. All right, yeah, it's getting pretty late. I should have covered that earlier, but that's all right. But this one's I have a bit lighter, I bet. I've never seen it before. It's a small bit, but tall. Huh? A Bic? A Bic lighter? I thought this guy was teaching survival skills and you are flipping out on conspiracy theories. Well, guess what? 99% of your conspiracy theories are now true. They're now true. The whole conspiracy theory thing is a thing of the past now. All those conspiracy theories came to... Yes, I can, Josh. I'm not doing any more, but I will if you come in tomorrow. I'll be working on the cabin, but I will because I didn't do it tonight. I still owe you one. You can still go watch the videos, but I'll still do a live one for you. If you got to go, you bet. I apologize I didn't get to it tonight. I got going on Trump. You know me. I just like exposing him. The dude's a fraud and a criminal, and people are and he's gonna get reelected. He's gonna get reelected. But I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out there earlier. You're gonna get locked down because you knew I was a snake before you let me in. So you better expect him to do the same thing he did last time. Make a bunch of promises and not keep any of them, just like every other politician. They all do the same thing. Where's Extinction? Interesting. But whatever. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be. I normally go with my gut, and I'm going with my gut now. And my gut tells me that he's going to lock this country down again. He's going to put us back on a gold standard. I don't think he could ever put us back on the silver standard, but he's going to do good things. And, you know, that's what he does, right? Great, 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 great. It's all biblical. It's all biblical. So they're doing it by the number. Donald Trump will be reelected as the president. Doesn't matter if it's real, not, or anything. You know, you really think 81 million people voted for Joe Biden? You're not very good at math. You must be on that Common Core math. So it is what it is. They had to do it because they had to do it by the scripture. They had to do it by what it says in the Word of God. If you read in the Word of God, you know that Joseph took over and the king stood down. This is exactly why it says it's going by what it says in the Word of God. In the Bible. I don't care about this stupid worldly crap. They're doing what they see in the Word of God, but I only know just maybe a couple brothers and sisters that have even figured that out. And I've brought it up over and over and over again. They're going by what it says in Scripture. Their families already have history in the past. Joe Biden's family, you know, went after Donald Trump. It's already happened. It's already happened before. They're just replaying what's happened in history. So you think they're doing politics and you think, but they're just really repeating the Bible and their family history and all that. And it's just a big show for the world. They get that other, but remember, you know, those that have eyes to see, you don't see a pyramid, you're a conspiracy theorist. You see the Illuminati, you know, you don't see what the world sees. You see the other thing. Bless you, brothers and sisters. The world sees what you don't see, right? They see the other thing. They just see a triangle. They're like, what do you mean it's a halftime occultic ritual Super Bowl show? I just saw Taylor Swift. I just saw, you know, so that's right. It doesn't matter. You got to be blood related to the queen to be the pretendant anyway. So you can't be the president unless you're related to the queen. So none of them are for us unless you're like related into that family. You know, if you can't keep it in your pants, keep it in the family kind of deal. So I'm not into all that purple stuff. Red and blue make purple. But yeah, we can. That's exactly. So they're going to reelect the dude. It doesn't matter that he decorates his house with Satan, you know. Yeah, they do that on purpose. Thank you, Levette. They do that on purpose. Thank you. Finally, somebody who caught that. Levette, bless you, sister. Finally, somebody who caught that. They're doing all this by a script, guys. This is all. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? That Joe Biden's family arrested, you know, that Donald Trump in the past, that they had their families have history. They're both related because they're both related to the queen, Dello, but their families have history. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? That their families have history in the past. Pretty much. Because he's still been running. Exactly. Thank you. Joe Biden was not elected president. They didn't give him an inauguration, so, but he still will be reelected. We'll go back and look at Donald Trump's history. And with Joe Biden, and look that those two had a history in the past. Their families had a history. Do you understand? And they're playing that out right now. And they're playing out the Bible as well. They're playing out the Bible as well. What it says in history. I've already tried to beat this in your head already multiple times and said, okay, does anybody know? I know I'm not the only one that knows where it talks about Joseph in the Bible, where it talks about Joseph, right? And the king. And if you would have went back and read that, you'd have been, oh, now I see what Tracy's saying, what they're doing. Oh my God, these guys are actors. That's why he keeps saying they're on the same team. Because it's an act. So none of it's real. It's all going by a script. So, you know, the world wants to see one thing, and they in there, remember, they see a triangle. You're a conspiracy theorist. You see the Illuminati triangle, right? So, it just is what it is. We have to, like you said, you had to roll through. Somebody said you had to roll through the COVID. It didn't matter if it was real or not. It really affected your life. It really affected your life, whether you thought it was real. That's why I told people, quit fighting whether it's real or not. Quit fighting. I know it doesn't matter if it's real. It's really affecting our lives. You know, we're being affected. It doesn't matter if you believe it's real. Yeah, he wants to go outside. You're just a little munchkin boy. Dino. My little Agent Orange kitty. He's in, he's out, he's in, he's out, he's in, he's out. He's in, he's out. He's in, he's out. Say hi, puppy dog. What I'm always future tense. I'm a very tense type person, so yeah, they do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's, and you guys, that's fine. You know, like I said, people can do whatever they want. This is America. If they want to vote for a president, fine. But I don't want an overlord. I don't need to vote for my own enslavement. I don't need a ruler. I don't need to be policed. You know, I can police myself. You police yourself. You know, I don't need two masters. You know, I have a father in heaven. You know, he's my ruler. He's my commander. He's my master. So if people want to vote for these clowns, whatever, the donkey, the elephant, you know what? Try the Lamb of God. Are you getting tired of the donkey and the elephant? Try the lamb. But anyways, you want a ruler? I don't want no rulers. I don't need to vote for an overlord. I don't need to be ruled or pretendant. But anyways, if people want to vote for this, these mass murders, because they're mass murders is all they are. You can put a label on them, but they still use the military to murder people all over the world. So you might not thought about it that way, but that doesn't mean that's not a matter of fact. They're MAGA murders or mass murders or whatever you call them, but you put a label and call them a president, but they still use the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the CIA, the NSA, you know, DARPA, you know, drones, all these things to kill people all over the world. But you're like, oh, I'm going to vote for him because I like him. He's a donkey. He's an elephant. He's a mass murderer. If you ain't figured it out, I'm a fact guy. I don't like to sit there and dodge reality. The fact is you're voting for a mass murder. And you've become okay with it. And it doesn't matter what you think. That's a fact. Oh, this guy's crazy. Yeah, whatever. You think whatever you want, but you're still voting for a mass murder. He's using he's the commander in chief of the military, correct? So, sounds like a lot of fear mongering, but you, Trevor, are not doing anything about it. You're just part of the system. So go vote. Vote for your overlord. Vote for your enslaver. Lick that boot when you get pulled over on the way for wherever you're going. Just go along to get along. Be the silent majority there. Fear, fear, fear. That's all we're doing. A bunch of fear in here, right? Yep. No, this is called facts. 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 You just don't like it. You see triangles. You go do your Taylor Swift thing. Usher in. Hey, 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 hey. Crazy old man out there in the desert. Enjoy your stupid bull halftime show and be entertained with your bread and circus. American genocide, we're the masters at it. We use our militaries in 1,003 bases. 1,003 bases. And we go out and we unalive women and children. We're the masters of blowing up people's countries for not paying for with our oil. Yeah, you're going to pay with our oil. We're going to reprice all the oil in 1973. 50 years ago, nearly, right? 50 years ago. We're going to reprice all the oil, and you have to pay for it with the U.S. dollar. And if you don't like it, we'll bring our greatest military, and we'll kind of unalive your children and your women. Oh, don't even worry about those men with the battle dress uniforms on, the BDUs and the military fatigues. We take the women and the children too. These ordinances, they will throw their gold and silver in the streets. They already are 500 ounces at a time. Monster boxes on women and heads, children's and countries and buildings and hospitals. A whole monster box at a time on a smart missile. 500 of these things. American genocide, we are the war machine. That's what we do. Yes. And it takes this to do it. How do you think God feels about us taking his metal, his money, and killing each other with it? You think God ever intended us to kill each other with this metal? They'll throw their gold and silver in the streets on top of each other's heads at 500 ounces at a time. A 1,003 military bases. know you're on camera, don't you? You see that? What a ham. You guys are hanging out with the puppies out here in the high desert. Anyways, I'm going to keep standing by and watching this country, supposed to be the most freest nation in the world, just stood down and let some pedo president supposedly run this country for 3.5 years and have a bunch of thumpsters that are supposed to be, the future. That's what I have to look forward to, is a bunch of thumpsters that didn't stand up and say nothing, or the rest of the nation that didn't say anything, the silent majority for almost how long now? No, wrong guy. I didn't join the military to try to save the world and shut up. I joined the military to try to save the world and so that nobody could ever shut me up. So, no. You picked the wrong guy. You picked the wrong YouTube channel. You're not going to stop what I've been doing. They're going to take away all your rights, America. If you let them take away your supersize, that was 2004. That was almost 20 years ago. I was screaming at the world. I was the only person. Are you serious? McDonald's in the name of health? They want to take away your rights, and they're telling you that they care about your health? Are you serious? The computer is not going to turn to zero and it's going to be the end of the world. Are you out of your minds? What is wrong with you? That was 2000. Oh my God, the weather's changing, guys. Have you seen this? I remember when I used to come up here to Oregon. You know, I was born in Los Angeles in the city of messengers, where it's sunny all year long, and there's no winter subs. I used to come to Oregon and there was 4 seasons. What's going on with the seasons, man? There's we got a spring day in the middle of the winter here. And what's going on? Why is this summer day? Yeah, well, you're a conspiracy. I've been a conspiracy theorist since the 90s. If you think you're going to get me to stop, you picked the wrong guy. For 126 years, no, it didn't listen to you. He didn't listen to you, world. And if he did, you wouldn't even be on the other side of the screen right now. Have some respect for people who don't care about what the world thinks. They're led by a higher power. They're led by a higher. There's a still voice inside their head that tells the world to STFU. There's something else that's leading me, but it's not people who comment on my videos or say things. Yeah, supersize. If you let them take away your supersize, they're going to take away all your rights. In the name of food, health, you guys, this is fast food. Are you losing your? That was 20 years ago. 20 years ago. So, this guy don't read the chat. No, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do. I'm a man of the land and soil. I live now there's no such thing as freedom, because God didn't create freedom. God created self-will and God's will. He's the only true sovereign, free, above the law, wrote the law. But, freedom. Come on, guys. We're supposed to be standing up for each other. So some of us get persecuted, scoffed at. Whoa, big deal. Supersize, guys. Supersize. I'm a United States honorably discharged veteran. And if I want to be 500 pounds and go with half of my Big Mac rolling out of the side of my Big Mac roll there and I want to eat buckets of fries and drink High C and Coke by the gallon, that's my American right. You can't take away my rights telling me in the name of food. Ha ha ha. So I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Look at us now. You didn't listen to me back then, and that was 20 years ago. Look at where you're at now. You get what you deserve. You should have listened to me back then when I was telling you, hey, if you let them take away all your rights or your supersize, they're going to take away all your rights, man. Oh, you conspiracy theorist, dude, you conspiracy. Yeah, if you let them take away your supersize, they're going to take away all your rights, guys. You cannot let them do this. That not in the name of, I don't know, come on. And people called me crazy back then. That was 2004, guys. It's been, 20 years ago. So good luck with you in the comments. I think you understand who it is that I motivated. And it's not drugs. and I'm not gay, and I'm not mad. I'm not none of the things that you guys say. It's the Most High. He's my commander. He's taken over this vessel a long time ago. So what you see is you don't normally see much God in this world anymore, much aletheia, much truth, because man's hearts are waxed cold to the word of God, is exactly what it says in his word. There'll be a great falling away from his word. And that's all I have in this world. That's what I cling to. But I'm not going to see. He tells me he's my commander. Remember, I'm a veteran, prior police officer. It's a law. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. I can't do what I want. Take up their cross. He was condemned, crucified. I must be condemned like he was. I can't go. He went against the law. He was screaming at the law, telling them they were twisting and perverting, and he wouldn't go by their law. So you think I want to go by this system that's corrupt, that loves to drop 500 ounces of silver on women and children? And you asked the question about America. I hate America. America sucks. There's some good people in this country, and because I'm a veteran, I'm going to can stay here until defend the good people that are here, even though I hate the military. I've been trained that good as a soldier. They must have done a pretty good job with me, huh? Yeah, all enemies, foreign and domestic. Hey, YouTube, there's domestic enemies on the homeland, if you hadn't figured it out. And I'm not worried about the people coming across the border. I'm talking about all these government officials at the top are the enemy. That's right. You're elected. 40% of this here population in America works for the government, either as a private contractor or has a job for the government. There's your problem. That's why nothing's happening. Everybody's a bootlicking government worker and supports dropping bombs on other children and women in other countries. They just, didn't you hear Joe Biden? Boom. I'm going to spend your money. Migrant on migrants. Money, money, money. Migrant, 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 migrant. Migrant, 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 Ukraine. I'm going to spend your money. America, 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 America. God bless America. History's watching. Joe Biden. I didn't want to watch it, but history's being made every day. What the are you doing about it? What are you doing about it? It's being made every single day. You could have somebody tell you in history book, the victor gets the spoils, huh? You're getting the jaded side of history. See why I stay awake and stay alert, stay alive? Just like in the military, that's what they said. Stay alert, stay alive. Christ said, don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep. You get rest. I go to sleep every day at night. I go to bed 5-6 hours, get up. Do it again. Don't go to sleep not literally, in the spirit, brothers and sisters, just like this world. Sleeping on Creepy Joe. Almost 4 years, America. 4 years, and you ain't still brought up that he's a creep. You just let Mr. Trump lull you to sleep, B. Joe, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Calling you out on it. Whatever. Sometimes I got to put it down for the record. So I apologize. I hadn't even seen your comments. Don't care about what you're saying right now. Just putting it down for the record like I do. So I can go back and look at it years later and go, thank you guys for coming in, but got to do what I got to do here. Only have so much time on this. You can't corkscrew and spin me. No. On this here third rock, supposedly, right, from the sun, right, in this here third dimension, through the matrix, not into the matrix, through the matrix. Through the matrix, this is not the matrix. I came through the matrix, and so did you. Every one of us came through this through the matrix in this third rock from the sun in this third dimension, right? Once again, you can't corkscrew and spin me. This earth will be shaken and the heavens, but it cannot be moved from its foundation. All you silly little people who argue over the shape of the earth. How come we going into fly ships in space and fly over a plane Et. Interesting. Can't corkscrew and spin me. This world has gone. Remember what it will say? It says, woe to you who call good evil and evil good. I think we're there. That evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign, and the only sign they'll be given is shadows on the ground. Foreshadow, Nineveh, the sign of Nineveh, right? The sign of Jonah that was spit out onto the belly of the, in the forecoming of the foreshadowing of what, oh, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, you silly rabbits. You silly rabbits. Tricks are for kids. Are you watching Shadows on the Ground? He told you to look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. And you're looking at shadows on the ground. Feeling a little eclipsed, are you, huh? All right, let's read the chat. What are they saying? They're probably losing their mind. You need rest. Oh, I need rest. Now somebody's going to tell me what I need to do. Good for you. Remember that didn't work 20 years ago. My family, stop trying to save the world, Tracy. Stop worrying about everybody else. You need to worry about yourself. You can't fix everything. You can't figure everything out. I joined the military. I can't save the world, huh? Oh, I'm going to join the military. How'd that work out for them? Why do you guys always advocate? No, I got moonshine cabins out here, though. I'm building moonshine cabins. This is just me. This is how, hey, I'm here when I live with my dogs. They got to put up with this crap, guys. And God. Nice. Getting some spam all of there. Oh, just trust Jesus. Oh, we got one of them lollipop Christian. Hey, watch. Let me give you my imitation of these. Just trust Jesus. And yes, you need to put all your faith and, but you got to be wise, not foolish. Look, I'm going to show you. These are lollipop Christians. I just read something, warning, watch out, because Christ said there were many will come in my name. Many will come in my name. Jesus, and say they are Jesus Christ, right? Say they were Christ. And they will be deceived. The lollipop Jesus, the other, I believe Jesus, right? Believe, I believe. Believe is a verb, not a thought in your head. It's an action word. So, I believe and I'm going to be saved. You can't be saved. You were already purchased. It's a purchased possession. It's a one-time. What hashtag from what part of the foundation of the world do you not understand? Because you're a lollipop Christian, a pagan Christian. You don't ask no questions. You go to church on Sunday and think you're going to someplace in the sky. Lollipop. It's sweet. You don't ask any questions. I call you lollipop because you don't discern anything. You got, Jesus, believe. All you got to do is believe. And he said, be wise. Put up extra oil. Many things he said. But like you got this sweet doctrine in your ear and you've been warned. Remember the Apostle Paul said, they will come preaching another gospel that I did not preach. And speaking another, that same Jesus that used that blasphemy, Christmas orgy, pagan Nimrod Jesus. I call him the lollipop Jesus. No discernment, Put this lollipop in your mouth. It's sweet, doesn't ask any questions. And don't worry about that one, sucker. Don't ask no questions. And when you run out, I got another one for you, dumb. These are suckers, guys. And they're sweet lollipop Christians. And they don't, Jesus is going to save me. You better start being wise. And you better start taking up your cross every single day and being condemned. Crucified by this world and hated. And then fall into his words that he told you, oh yes, before they hated you, they hated me. We are not to be loved by this world, by these lollipop gummy berry sucker Christians that put, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily. They go to church on Sunday, you can't set down your cross. You were warned, even he said, many will come in my name. Careful of these lollipop Christians, brothers and sisters. Yes, God will save you, but you are already a purchased possession. You can't be saved. Like it's ridiculous. You're warned about another Jesus and another gospel. Very important in this time that you understand which Jesus you're watching. You know, there's more than one Jesus in the Bible. I tell that to most Christians. Are like, huh? What do you mean? Yeah, the one you worship is the Nimrod Jesus, the orgy sex Jesus, the 7-day orgy festival leading up to the birth of the sun god. Apollyon, Mithra, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with, the Satanist Donald Trump, Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed. Ooh, yeah, he calls himself a Christian, a lollipop Christian, sucker. Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. Pagans. Pagan Christians is what they are. What are you guys doing? These chicken dogs are harassing me. What's she doing? Psst. Psst. Hey, psst. He's got big, tall ears. He's dingo. His mom was half dingo. He's my hybrid. Yeah, the kitty's grabbing his tail. That's what it is. He's growling at the cat. Okay, cool. All right, guys. So don't fall for this nonsense. You know, we need to be taking up our cross every single day. A cross is something that we pick up and we can't put down. We'll be condemned by the world, crucified spiritually. So it's pretty awesome to be in this day and age of the apocalypse, when everybody thinks apocalypse means Armageddon. And what? What do you want? I'm being harassed by my animals. I think he might want to get up here with the dad. Hold on. Let me let him get up here. Get up there. All right, sit down. Lay down. Lay down. You got to get out of the way. I got to finish up this live stream in a minute, buddy. You guys are, whoa, it was a wild statement there, huh? All right, what time? Let's do a time check. I got to get up in the morning. So, all right, guys, got about 5 more minutes, and I got to get this wrapped up. Tomorrow, I got to get to work. Got to get back in, get working on this shelter out here. The sun's going to whack this earth very soon. And I hope you have a plan to get away from the weather. Get some kind of earth on top of your head. We have and are in the 6th extinction event. We hit it right there on the line. We're 6,000 years ago, we were back here. These are all extinction events that happen on this earth. They're very known. They've been known for thousands of years. We're here, right here. 3+ years ago, we already hit the world's 6th extinction event. So if you hadn't figured it out by now, we're already in it. So a lot of us are getting ready already, and we're doing something about it. We're going to be the ones that probably survive. Because extinction events don't work like most people, because they're a bunch of fear porn drama queens that don't understand and never studied extinction. Extinction does not mean that things die off. They die down. So everything that's still here, crickets, cucumbers, puppies, chickens, giraffes, whatever, everything that's still here made it. through the last 5 extinctions. I wonder how they did that. Because they did something about it. And some of us are doing something about it, and so that we can move on with our lives and lead normal lives. But we have the things we need for a rainy day. We don't fix our roofs when it's raining. We fix it when it's dry. But I live in a bunch of world where everybody try to fix their roof when they're dry. So good for you. I don't care. You're just the type of person to fix their roof when it's raining. I don't relate with you. You're probably going to be one of those people when they say the grid goes down, 90% of the U.S. population is you're going to be one of those. Because you're not doing anything. Because I can. If you don't like it, click off the channel. It's not yelling. I'm just raising my voice a little bit. If you want me to yell, I'm a veteran and a prior police officer. I guarantee you I can yell. This ain't yelling. This is just me. This is how I talk to the police when they pull me over. I don't let them tell me and try to make me act like a robot. What do you want me to be, an android? My name is Tracy. Welcome to Predestined for Light, where we are. Get out of here. You want everybody to be an android. You don't want anybody to have any emotion anymore. You want to lick the boot when the cop pulls you over. You're more afraid of getting a clip dumped in you, and you won't stand for your God-given law. Instead, you'll let them enforce your capital letter straw man law on you, and you'll lick the boot and give them the license. And you won't act with anything. You don't have nothing in you anymore. You're like two-dimensional, like a piece of paper. Well, 3 if you flip it over, just a matter of time and space. But anyways, these are already happening. And so, yeah, I don't relate with most people because they don't want to do nothing about nothing. They want to talk a bunch of nonsense when they could be doing something about it and moving on with their lives and lead normal lives. It's like, oh, hey, there's this tornado area and I don't have a tornado shelter. So I think I'm going to build a tornado shelter. And that way, if it comes, that I'll have something to get in and I'll get out when it's done. Oh, wow. Gee, no, I'm just going to sit there and let you. Hey, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. Ignorance of society, guys. So what I'm showing you here is this has already been known. This is already known. This is already known. They've known of this event for hundreds of years. They know. This is not a guess. It's not a prediction. We're here. We made it. 12/21/2020. When Saturn conjuncted Jupiter, was the great conjunction in the star, not like the Star of Bethlehem, a star upon a star, 2 stars, right, that the wise men saw, the stars, but the great conjunction that we left the age of Pisces, that we came in when the wise men saw these signs. We're not in that age anymore. Whoa, that's right. We're in the age of the apocalypse. We're in the age of Revelation. Armageddon! No, that's what you think apocalypse is, Armageddon. That's what everybody think apocalypse is. Just like 99% of the world thinks that 666 is the number of the beast. Oh, hey, Call, are you a psychiatrist now? You got a degree in psychology? Oh, now you got a degree in psych. Hey, we got a psychologist joining us here tonight. So, guys, this is an event that they've known about. We're already in the new age. The heavens declared it, not man. The heavens have declared it. When we saw that celestial marker, we hit this line. This is only for those that have eyes to see. The rest of you guys can pound sand. I'm a veteran. I don't care. I have a voice. You can't shut me up. I'm speaking to my body now. Anybody has eyes to see. Apparently, you can hear, but he didn't give you hear and ear, and you still have the scales over your eyes. So those that have eyes to see, what I'm showing you is that this is a known. This is a known. Some things in this life, there's very few that are constants, but this is a constant and this is a known, because this is every time this event happens, it happens on the line. It doesn't happen, if you notice, in the yellow. Doesn't happen in the gray. Every time it happens on the line. All these events, potentially civilization ending, catastrophic events of the last 160,000 years and previous great year cycles. So this is a known. This can be found in the paleoclimatology records, in the strata, in the ice core data. So these are knowns. These are all marked on the line, and they're marked with dates of when the event happened on this earth, the event, Hangry events, all these. If you've done the research, you're like, wow, where'd you get this? It's hard to find. I've had it for years. It is posted on the thing. I will do a video with just this marker on it, and you can pull it off from there. So all these events happen on the line. If you notice, so for those that have an ear to hear and will understand, oh, okay, so now what I'm showing you here is back in this conjunction. When we hit back here on 12/21 of 2020, we hit the world's 6th extinction event. Yep, the Grand Cross. Okay, instead of doom and gloom. Apparently you just came in here and you have no idea. You came on a channel name that was called Predestined for Light, and I teach normally with the whiteboard, and you're going to call me doom and gloom, and I teach the aletheia, and I teach how to study out of the canonized version of the KJV interlinear Textus Receptus, and you're going to tell me fear porn and to spread the word of God, huh? You're a lollipop Christian. You believe in the other Jesus, in the other gospel that the Apostle Paul warned us about. You are the ones that Christ said they will come, right? Preaching another gospel through his Apostle Paul and another Jesus. He himself warned of many will come in my name and saying they are Christ and they'll be deceived. Obviously, you've been. So, this is known. This is known. And we're here. We're here. We made it, and we've been in this since 12/21 of 2020. If you look up on the internet, you can look up offline. You can find this through all the peer-reviewed journals. They have said that we're in the world's 6th extinction event. That doesn't mean doom and gloom. That means that everything that's still here made it through the last 5. Grow up and stop being a child. Do something about it for the children that are on this earth. A lot of us are going to make it that try to make it. Many of us won't, but a lot of us will. And most of you who don't do anything about it are definitely ain't going to make it, because times aren't going to get better. The weather's not going to get better. This isn't the end of the world. This is a extinction event, where it means most of the species on this earth are going to die down, not off. Everything that's still here lived through the last 5 extinction events. So you need to study extinction and not think that this is fear, doom and gloom, fear porn. This is a fact. We're here. The funny thing is we've already been in it for over 3 years. Oh, so it didn't just end of the world, doesn't end like, oh, see how that's so. What I'm trying to do is get the few of you or whoever it is that has a hearing ear, and God has removed the scales from your eyes and he's giving you the information through being in here tonight, that this is a known. This is a known. And what I'm trying to show you is that they don't guess on this. Every time this happens, they know when it's coming. So they've known for hundreds of years, at least hundreds, if not thousands of years of this event. Right here. They knew this was coming. Don't tell me they didn't know this, because they know 6,000 years ago was the Noah event back here. And if you know about the Hangry events, right? the AMOC with the overturning of the Atlantic. A lot of these cycles they're just cycles. This is just a cycle. The time of Christ back here, the Noah began. We're here 6,000 years, and that's 12,000 years. This is a known. They didn't guess at this. Trust me, every president for the last 5, 6, 8 presidents has known of this event, that this is going to happen. The beautiful thing is, guys, is we're here. We're here. We made it. And a lot of us now are going to do something about it. The one thing that I want to show you again, that I believe that there's not one other YouTube channel on the internet right now putting out the content that I'm putting out about this. Now, I'm not going to show the water event. I just got too many trolls in here right now. I can see them. But I will show you this 10-24-24 event that I've been talking about, that are 4 gas giants. Saturn, Jupiter. Well, let's start with Jupiter being the largest gas giant, right? Jupiter and Saturn, and then Neptune. These are the first 2 in the front. Right here, Saturn up top, Jupiter on the bottom, Neptune and Uranus behind it, and then Earth right in the middle. Right there is Earth. And we get pinned in this, all this magnetism. You know anything about the magnetic? The sun has a heliosphere. We have a magnetosphere. Each one of these puts out its own magnetic field. Okay. This was 79 AD. Same celestial alignment. Minus these gas giants in the back were flipped, but it's the same alignment. And if you know anything about 79 AD, this Earth got hammered. And we're going to get hammered again. And I believe it's going to happen sooner than a lot of people think. So, weather, though. That's what I'm talking about, weather. Oh, yeah, this is pseudoscience, even though, Lynn, we were there in 79 AD, and it was known, and you can do your own research and find out what was going on this Earth in 79 AD. Oh, wait, the temple was destroyed in 70 AD, huh? There's history behind this, okay? Pound sand. This is not astrology. This is not some kind of prediction. This is where the stars were over 2,600 years ago, and we're going back into that alignment again. So leave. You're pseudo. 10-24-24, 79 AD. 10-24-24. That's just a little over a couple hundred days away. 79 AD. So do your homework and find out what was going on this Earth in 79 AD. Find out what was going on this Earth. Oh, was there anything happening? Find out. Does anybody want to know? Does anybody ever have anybody study their history? Or are you guys just all sleeping at the wheel? Does anybody know what was going on the Earth on 79 AD? Because if we were in that alignment then and it's going to happen again, we might be able to tell. I'm a prior veteran, military police, and a police officer. I was a traffic crash reconstructionist. I've done this since I had an investigator certified at the age of 19. I'm just doing a reconstruction. I'm just telling you this is where we were before. This is where we're coming again with the alignments. That's not astrology. That's not a prediction. That's where the stars were at in 79 AD. This is where they're going to be at in a little over 200 plus days. Again, the same thing. I don't trust cops. Cops are road raiders and tyrants. So I'm just sending the message. You just hear, don't shoot the messenger. I don't care what anybody thinks, guys. Obviously, I've been made fun of and called names and whatever. It does never stop me. So the message for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. So again, interlooping magnetic fields. let me show you here. Okay. I appreciate it, guys. A little, this is what it would look like if each one of these, done this illustration here for you to show you that each one of these have a toroidal field coming out of them, just like our Earth has a magnetic field. Okay. Again, so that'd be like us stuck in that magnetism. So I believe it's gonna affect our weather. I don't care about zombies or the president. I know I've been going off on that a little bit. This is what I do, guys. I have to remember God, Christ went after the Pharisees, the church, all those. I just do what he tells me to do. I'm not in control of this vessel anymore. He is. So, but this magnetism, guys, each one of these stars, these are the 4 large Jovian stars, gas giants. They're not rocky bodies. These are the ones that I have lined up here showing you. So if they form that magnetism, I believe that it's going to affect the magnet. Let me show you magnetism here. Appreciate the comments, guys. I'll stop addressing the trolls. I'm all done with my tirade for the night. Starting to wear down a little bit here. I've been doing 12-hour shifts doing this, guys, trying to send out this message. If this interests you, let me show you this, because I see there's a couple of you guys in here that are paying attention. I feel like if I just get a couple of people to stop paying attention to everybody else, Tracy, you have people that want to see this message. Okay, so let me show you another thing here that this would be an illustration of the magnetism. We're currently in the middle of a magnetic excursion on our Earth, and this is what we're currently experiencing on this Earth with our magnetism. Okay, thank you, guys. I appreciate. I apologize again. I know I don't apologize. I like doing what I do, ranting on these silly people that don't want to pay attention to anything, because this is an amazing time to be a witness in these days. So this is where the sun does this, guys. The magnetism on the sun, see, this would be positive and negative polarity. Think about like your battery, you have a positive and a negative magnetism. Here, I should have some more images I can show you here of what magnetism looks like, of what I'm talking about. So this is what two magnets, you see that? Remember the positive and the negative. So I'm showing you when you push magnetism together, you can see it'll make a void of magnetism in the middle, where magnetism is canceled out. I'm more worried about World War III breaking out. Well, guess what, Nimrod? World War III has already started. See ya. Freaking Nimrods in this world, man. Okay, I just said I wasn't going to address the troll. So anyways, okay, brothers, sisters, you see this black area right here in the center? What I'm going to show you, this is called the block domain wall. And if you push two magnetisms together, a positive and a negative, like I was showing you, it creates this, right here in this line, there would be no magnetism. No magnetism between the, see what I've got there? So let me show you here. The Earth puts out its own toroidal field. We have our own. Okay. So this is what comes out of our Earth. Kind of looks like an apple. Oh, yep, there you go. I'm at, all right, so I'm working off of 3 phones here. So what I've been pushing up onto this platform, which got me taken down off of my last platform over on TikTok, is what I believe is there's a cycle on this Earth where the water raises 400 feet and lowers 400 feet on a cycle. Right now, the water is up 400 feet, and you can go scuba diving and take trips off the ocean, and you can see that there's cities and buildings sitting between 100 to 400 feet off our continents right now. You can go scuba diving, so the water's already come up 400 feet. Between 400 and 400 feet, they're already, so we're in the up cycle. In this next cycle, it's going to go down. So we're not going to come up. So, but I'm going to show you a map. And in this map, this is how far, this is a mean map. This is a mean map, meaning it's the average. There's a program that you can take and get in to find out every time that the water has lowered and raised before. Remember, I'm a reconstructionist, and I can find the averages because you can see where the water has washed up on the land before in this cycle. Okay. So this is all known information. They're not hiding this. You can find all this information. I'll give you 1 second here. You already started the video. I didn't know I started this video.
This land that they bought up.
But I believe that something could trigger this magnetism when I was showing you that where the magnetism is canceled. Okay. Again, there's this cycle that I've been putting out, and I'm going to upload the video to this channel, and it's probably going to get the channel taken down. It got the TikTok shadow banned, and it is what it is. I've got to put out the message. So this is the average that the water has come up and down, because every time it's come up and down like a medium. There you go. There you go. This is how high it's raised on an average. In the U.S., it's come up to the Rockies before. It's made it all the way past. It's come into the Rockies before. Okay. On this cycle before. I'm not sure if it's going to happen in this cycle, but when we went into this alignment that we haven't been in 2,600 years, and our magnetic field is weakening and has weakened by 40%, the protection, I believe that this could potentially be plausible. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope I'm wrong. But I don't think I'm going to be, because I'm going to show you something that I have here, because they don't care that you know this. They don't care that you know this, but this isn't what there's something else that I've discovered that I've been watching for 20, 30 years. And when I took the maps and I did a reconstruction, if you've seen this before, you'll know what I'm talking about. I believe this celestial gas giant alignment of the 4 Jovian gas giants aligning and forming that square, and we get pinned in between that magnetism, could possibly trigger this event. And I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right. This could wipe out a lot of people, guys. And the thing that's alarming me is because I'm showing you this celestial alignment of the gas giants lining up back in 79 AD. In 70 AD, for those that are spiritual, Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the temple. And he destroyed all the buildings and all of Israel, and he turned them into gravel, and he plowed salt. He plowed salt into the land of Israel to make sure that they couldn't come back there and nothing could grow there for a lifetime. He plowed salt into the land. So that is obviously plowing salt. This is God doing it this time, but let me let this run and I'll show you. They don't care that you know this. They don't care that you know this. This is what they're pissed at me about.
Okay, here's the overlay.
I'm going to let you know. I'm going to take a pause, guys. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 44 minutes. I put 30 years worth of work into this reconstruction map that I've shown you. Since I've put this map out on TikTok, my channel has been shadow banned. The live stream was shut down. No traffic can be given to that channel. It's locked up. I know if I put this out, I'm probably going to get this channel taken down, which is going to suck because I live alone and I'm isolated and I hate being alone. I've been trying to build a homestead for 10 years, get people to come out here. Been off the grid for 5 years. I live off the grid. I'm one of those people. I live away from society. I've already checked out. It is what it is. I do what I do because God tells me to do it. So I'm already doing things and preparing myself personally to not have to prepare with and fight with people for toilet paper. You know what I'm saying? And I've been trying to get people to come out here. Okay. Nobody's come. It is what it is. I'm not mad at anybody. This is on God. Okay. But I put a lot of work into this. And since I put this overlay map out, I only buy and sell and trade because I fight with the farmers. If you heard me or we're going off about, the cops, I fight with the cops, about people's rights in this town and all that. Yada, yada. I'll move on. But I haven't been able to sell anything on the internet. Nothing. For 3 months. So I've been what we call, some people are putting it on my, I've been electronically banned. I can't get anything on the internet to get that. Is this available? I've been doing it for 20 years. That's how I make my living. I've done very well. Just until I put out this video. So it's cost me financially and I haven't been able to sell anything or make a dime. So I haven't grifted anybody. I haven't asked anybody for a dime. I'm 5 hours and 56 minutes into this. And I'm probably going to get this channel taken down because I'm going to upload it to this channel. And what I'm about to show you is why they're pissed. Because I've discovered something, again, that's taken me 20 plus 30 years. And they don't want, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going to show you this. So I have a Cash App. I just recently, somebody gave me a $50 Cash App last night when I was live. Never had Bitcoin before. A Bitcoin donation. So I have a Cash App link. If you want to donate to my time and my efforts, I'm not a grifter. I've been trying to offer my home for 10 years free. I have cabins that I'm building out right now to try to rent out to make income so I can get off the internet. And they were supposed to be for you, 3 or 4 or 5 of you. And I have solar panels for you. I have other things for you. My records will show that. Go stalk my YouTube channel or stalk my TikTok channel. Ask about me. Everybody will know that I've been trying to do this for a long time, a decade. I have a lot of effort of trying to give. So I don't feel bad about saying, hey, if you want to give to this channel and you can give to me, since I put this information out, I've made zero income. I already make zero income a month as a veteran, honorably discharged. I don't get Social Security. I don't get nothing. I work my tail off. I buy, I sell, I trade, I fix things up. I'm what they call a horse trader. I get some money and I go buy something I can fix, make it nicer and sell it. Okay. So at any time, if this is valuable information to you, I might just, I'm not saying save your life, but if you're that interested in what I'm saying, you have to be a person of God. I don't want to keep I will invite you to come out after I show you this map. Okay. Because I believe this event will happen before 10/24/24. Okay. And I haven't even shown you the 5 of 25 event where we sweep out in front of the sun. If any of this thinks like, hey, I think this guy's onto something, I'd be willing to sign paperwork with somebody that says, hey, you can come out here until after this event. And if your house gets washed away, you can stay here. It voids the lease. You're here, but if not, you can go back to your house or something. Okay. Whatever. I ain't trying to be a grifter. I've been trying to give. And that's the burden in my life where I do just want to take my life, but I won't ever. That's not a threat because I have to live alone. So isolated and know all these things. And this is the only way I can communicate with anybody. I don't have one friend. My family does not like because I stand up for rights and It's all, I don't have family. I don't have anybody. I have these people online and I talk to my son and that's it. And he doesn't live with me. And so anyways, thank you, brothers and sisters. If you have the ability, there's a Cash App and a PayPal link. Okay. look, I want to tell you this too. Be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the heavens is what the book of Jeremiah tells us. Okay. So I don't want this to cause and incite any fear. I believe this celestial alignment. No, I'm not renting the village out. I was offering for free. I'll put it up there just for, because, hey, is anybody interested in renting out an acre of blank land that you want to try to live off grid? I'll rent you an acre for $300. How's that sound? I have no charge for the others that take. I don't want your money. I don't want your money to come out here. It's not, I never asked anybody for any money to come out here. Ever. I had the things that you needed. So anyways, let me show you this map. Let's move on, guys. Can't stay up all night. I got to get back to work, guys, tomorrow.
Water overlay of the cycle where the water goes up.
It's in my link. It's predestined for light in the link description, I believe, on the CashApp and PayPal.
That is going to be left. You see the water washes all
the water will wash back down again. This is not how it permanently looks.
In here, so taking years to do this overlay. I want you to see what the government knows.
That's what they don't want you to see.
That red is government.
That's what they don't want you to see, guys. They've taken over all this land over here.
See that?
Nothing over here. Everything over here.
Match. Look at California. Look at these lines. Look at this line. Tell me they don't know this. This is what they know, guys.
Make some more offer more creepy. Okay, well, pound sand. Stay where you're at. Don't come here.
That's government land.
All around people.
Look at this edge right here. Look at all this edge right in here. Look at all this. Look at this line here. Go over this again.
I need now I need therapy, guys. I got more people that are I need therapy, guys. Anybody know a therapist? There's no therapist out here. Send a therapist out my way, because I already should be insane. I live alone on 40 acres, and for 10 years I've been trying to invite people to come out to this property and live an organic lifestyle, cost-free. And I need therapy, huh? God, this world sucks sometimes, man. There's no reason that those maps line up the way they do. They have been getting ready for this, and I believe this is the event that will happen potentially from those gas giants lining up in that magnetism that I showed you, where the magnetism is canceled and we get pinned. There's got to be something that lifts this water up onto the land. This might be it. Okay? I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. But why do they own all this land over here and not over here? See, the red is federal land that they've either taken over, either parks, whatever. Why are they putting all these immigrants over here? Why are the immigrants all going over here and we have very few? Not that they're not coming over here too, guys. Colorado's got, I mean, they're over here, but there's a massive amount of them. I think what's going to happen is this going to be a tidal shift. It won't happen all in one wall.
Perfect lineup.
It won't happen in one wall. It's not, that's not what's going to happen. It's going to be birthing pains.
The whole one. A little different on the scale, but pretty close to what the land is, because there are two different maps. But you can see.
But there's no way that they don't have any interest on the East Coast.
That's what they bought. So
and they, if there's anybody heard that they moved the state capital, they moved the state capital to Colorado underneath the Denver International Airport, all this conspiracy, a lot of this is starting to make more sense.
Don't tell me they don't know that.
So I don't think this is something they're going to do 10 years from now, guys. I don't want to be right about this.
Again, look at that down in the
There's no way they have all this land over here.
You're perfect. That lines up. Look at that edge up towards the top.
And we get what's left in the white when the red shows up.
That is something you're not going to find anywhere else.
I'm the only one putting this out on the internet right now, guys.
This is what they're getting ready for. Don't tell me they don't know about this. This is a cycle that's happened before. They moved the state Colorado.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, what I've discovered here is I don't see any way that they haven't. It's too much of a match, guys. That's not by chance. Okay, cool. Well, there's others. Cool, cool. But this is not by chance, guys. I've watched this. See, I grew up in these woods. I used to go from Washington to Columbia, all the way through the woods, mud whomping and, Toyotas, and all the way down to the California border, through the Cascades, all down through the Klamath Base, all that. And all of it was opened. There wasn't gates on it. When I came up here to Oregon in the 80s, first part of 80s, 79, 80, first part, it was all open. And then I started noticing more and more and more of it, gates being put on it. And now everything is shut down and you can't get into anything anymore. It's hard to hunt. It's hard to. So there's no way that and like I said, I've watched this, guys, for 30 years, them take over all this land. And so how is it that the mean map matches the land that they've decided to take over? It's almost like they have the same program, obviously. And they said, okay, well, this is the mean. Let's start taking over all this land. No way. No chance. Not a chance in hell. So what I believe that will cause this event, again, is this magnetism. Think about it. Our Earth pushes out its own magnetic field. We get lined back up in these 4 large gas giants. I don't think this Earth is going to fend very well, brothers and sisters, being pushed. And if you have been watching online, you've seen that we just had 5 low latitude auroral events in 2023, and that's never happened before. We've only ever had 2 in a 12-year cycle. We just had 5 in 1 year. And we didn't even have high-level proton-level events to cause it. So the mechanics of our Earth, the protection they're done. Our magnetic shield is very weak. The magnetic protection, the field strength has been reduced by 35 to 40%. And the last time that we were in this alignment, we'll show you the 79 AD again, our field strength was at 100%, brothers and sisters. So this is something I believe that's going to have massive effects on the weather, not zombies. And I'll put this map back up because I'm going to tell you with my studies, what I think is going to transpire. Whoa, what happened there? Okay. So this is the 1024-24 on one side and the 79 AD on the other. They're only 1 degree of arc off. They're only 1 degree of arc off. They are the same alignment. So this is in 79 AD, 1020-24, 79 AD. So the last time we were in this celestial alignment, our field strength was at 100%. Because the last 3 solar cycles, the energy on our sun has been stepping down. When that happens, it doesn't shoot out those regular solar flares. And if you think about heat expands like blowing up that bubble that I showed. It looks more like an apple, but it blows that up. And then we are further or closer away from the sun. If you notice 3 solar cycles ago, 12-year solar cycles was about 30, 60 and over years ago, the sun was very yellow. Now it's white because we've gotten closer to the sun, and it scrubbed off the magnetosphere, that protection. So the heat from the sun, nothing's changed with the sun. The sun is the same sun. We're just closer to the sun, which is melted off that magnetic protection, that magnetic canopy. And now that's why we're getting bombarded with high-level proton events like we had in 2023, where we had 5. We've only ever had 2 low-latitude events. In 12 years, we had 5, shattered the record in 1 year. And we didn't even have high-level X-ray proton high level, like Carrington hit our Earth and start the migration in 1859, X20, X30, we had M class. It goes CMX. So the mechanics of this, the whole world should be put on hold right now, guys, for what happened. The government should be standing down and saying, hey, look, guys, there's something that the mechanics, this is something that's rapidly decreased in the magnetism, and that's going to affect our weather, guys. You know, hey, let's not worry. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. But this could really start to degrade our weather. So, you need to go to sleep. Oh, now you're telling me when to go to sleep. What are you, my mama, Nicola? You think you're my daddy? My dad died in 1989 when he was 37 years old. Stop telling me when to go to sleep. Grow up. You're not my father. My father's in heaven. I don't talk to my mom because she's a pagan. So, any questions, guys? I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong on this event. What I think is going to end up happening is that the water's going to wash up in cycles, not waves, like a wall of water, not a tsunami. But again, I think what's going to happen, just potentially from my idea, is again, oh, what happened there? Is that it's going to come up first.
This is the water overlay of the cycle.
It's going to come up into the Carolinas. It's going to probably wash up because Florida's very low. I can't get my finger put in the right direction there. Florida's very low, right? Low. It's very low. So all in the Carolinas, up into Maine, up into New York, all this in here will probably wash up. I don't think it'll get past the Carolinas. Then it'll come back. It'll come back. And then it'll come back further and maybe come up into the Madrid. And then it'll pull back. And then it'll come up into the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? I think this will be like 3 or 4 cycles. I don't think it's going to come all the way up in one wave. I don't think that's how it's going to happen. I really don't. Okay? So I'm not saying that it's going to wash up this high, because it has washed lower before in the cycle where it's come, but it's also come up further. This is a mean map. This is a mean map. So it's the average. So again, that's how I think this event is going to happen. So I think they're going to take all these migrants that they've been putting over here on the East Coast for years. A majority of these 50 million migrants for the last 15 years are over here. Over here on the U.S. So I think they would use them like a wall, guys, to not let anybody move from this direction. And again, you see they already had taken over all of this area. So I don't know what's going to happen. I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to be right about this, guys. But I have no idea when I showed you that there's no way that this government...
You see the water washes all the way up on both sides.
Well, I'll let it run one more time, and I'm going to take questions and get off here, guys. I get it back to work.
Once you see what the government knows. See this land that they bought up? That red is government land. What do they know? See that? Almost near perfect match. Look at California. Look at these lines. Look at this line. Tell me they don't know this. This is what they know, guys. This is what they know.
So I know they're aware of this. I'm 100% certain they are aware of this. Since I put this out again, my channel's been shut down. Hey, get over there. Get over there. Thank you. All right, the dog was pushing on me. So I'm hoping that I'm incorrect, but again, as I'm showing these 4 large gas giants, there are cities right now, buildings sitting off their coastlines on the continents where the water has come up 400 feet already in the last cycle. So in this cycle, it's going to go down. It's going to go down. So this isn't going to be permanent like I showed you, okay? This will be how it will come up, and I believe the water will wash back down. And this is how we have the stories of Atlantis and Tartaria, some of these other cities of, you know, these, they're like fairy tale, but that's this cycle where these land masses were exposed before in history. So I'm thinking that this time again, obviously that those land masses will be exposed and there's going to be a lot more continent on this earth. A lot of it will wash into the valleys and fill up a lot of these areas and soak into the land as it washes back down. And that's how I believe that that cycle comes down, because I know it's up this time. We're not coming up again and staying up, because there's cities sitting between, you know, buildings at 100 to 400 feet. You can take scuba diving trips and go see these underwater cities. This is not known. This isn't a guess. So I hope I'm wrong, and I hope we miss it this cycle, because I can tell you the last time we had the 4 gas giants line up that God is controlling and lined up back at that time, he had Nebuchadnezzar destroy the temple. Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the temple and destroyed the city and plowed salt into the land. This is that Christ said, he talked about the destruction of the temple, and 3 years later it was destroyed, and in 79 AD we were in the same alignment. Vetasuba went off, Pompeii was covered in ashes. Do your own homework. So they're very aware of this cycle. They didn't get rid of all this land over here lined up with what I just show you. Oh, it just matches by chance. That's just a random thing. What I just showed you is just random. They just happen to line up perfectly like a hand in a glove. We just happen to be going back into the same alignment 2,600 years ago. You got a filthy mouth. There's no reason to cuss in here, Johnny, or no reason to curse. Pound sand, don't come back here ever again. So, I'm certain that this government's not trying to do this in 50 years from now. I don't think this is going to happen 50 years from now. I don't see another celestial alignment that could make this water, as I showed you with the magnetism. I showed you the magnetism, how it cancels. Something is going to cause, you can call it magnetism or you can call it gravity. 10/24/24 is the date of this celestial alignment of the 4 gas giants lining up the same way they did back in 79 AD. So this is we'll show you the 2 next to each other side by side. I'm not making a prediction. This is not a prediction. The only thing that I think could happen, and I'm not making a prediction that it will. I'm showing you the evidence of this cycle. The last time that we lined up, this didn't happen, guys. It didn't happen. The last time we were lined up in this 4 gas giant alignment, the water didn't come up. It didn't come up. Okay? But we're going to go back into the same alignment. So what makes you think this time, Trace, if it didn't happen last time? The magnetism I was showing you, our weakened magnetic field by 40%. The U.S. Air Force just came out and put out their statistics on the magnetic field strength, and they've said over the last 400 years that it's weakened by 40%. I've shown that in the live stream. That's them saying it, not me. I've been saying 25 and trying to be very conservative. But when we shattered the record with 5 low-latitude auroral events like pink and red auroras in Texas and yellow and red auroras in Mexico and Ukraine, and that's low latitude. We do not have that type of auroral event unless we have a high level proton event. So I don't want to be right, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not going to be wrong about this. Okay, I want to let you know the water thing is what I'm saying. I'm not going to be wrong about this. This is going to happen. This isn't a guess. I'm not an astrology trying to predict it in where this is where they were at before in 79 AD, and this is where they're about to be in a little over 200 days. We're just a little over 200 days from this happening. And I believe there'll be a tidal shift on this earth. They'll come out, they'll announce something, boom, up, and hey, the tides are shifting, king tides, or whatever. Yeah, you and you guys are the same thing, man. You guys are you're all programmed. You guys just say the same stuff. You're filthy, disgusting meth heads and fentanyl. I think everybody comes here and talks about meth. This must be high on it because that's all they seem to talk about. So, 79 AD. Yeah, Chicken Little, man. Chicken Little, Chicken Little, Chicken Little, Chicken Little, Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Chicken Little, guys. Chicken Little, Chicken Little, Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. So, we are going to go back into this celestial alignment of these 4 large gas giants. So I'm not making a prediction here, okay? This will happen again. This will happen again. This will happen again. Okay? So many of you guys you see what's going on here, and you see this is not a prediction. This is where they were at back in 79 AD. These are cyclical. I showed you the celestial wheel that we're in the 6th extinction event. Who's psychotic? Who needs mental help? Probably people who are getting ready for this right now, because they're going to be the ones who die. Probably. They'll probably be the ones who die because they're not getting ready for it. Remember, we're in the 6th extinction event already. That's not a guess. We're here. We made it. We're in it already, 3+ years into the extinction event. Some of us have been getting ready for more than a decade. We're like, not better, not trying to rise above. That's pride, Satan, towers. But we're kind of ahead of them by miles, leaps and bounds. And we'll probably have a lot better chance of, not just beating the piss out and the snot out of somebody to steal their food just to feed ourselves. And we'll have away from the weather. We'll have some shelter, some dirt over our head, 6 feet if we need to, or more, something like that. And we will make it through this, guys. A lot of us are going to make it through this because we've been getting ready for a while. You know what I'm saying? And we have normal lives. We do other things with our lives, and we still have all those preps, right? Ready? Oh my gosh, what if this happens? I don't know. I should do something about it, so don't worry about that anymore. Oh, that's how that works, huh? Fear gets you up off your right? Oh, I fear. Well, hey, I don't live in fear anymore because now I got something to work. I got car insurance. Heck, I hate driving around without insurance because, man, I might bump into. Oh, it's like having insurance. I get it. So, a lot of us, you guys that are preparing for us right now, bless you, because we will probably be the ones that make it through this event. Because they do predict, if you look through a lot of their predictions, they do show that a lot of people are going to die off. they do say that if the grid goes down, that something like 90% of the U.S. population is supposed to die off. As soon as the power goes out, oh my God! Oh my God, the power went out. You know, they freak out because that power goes out. You know, I make my own power. Nobody's going to shut my power off. I am the power company. I don't live like these weak men. At least in America, weak. They don't even have no food for their wives and their children. They don't got nothing. They got no water storage. They don't even own a water filter. They got an Xbox. What do they say? Like, what percentage of, they don't even have like $400 worth of saving. They don't even have money. They don't even know what money is. They think this is money. This is how ignorant most Americans are. They think this is money. And this is currency. This isn't money. This is currency. That's how ignorant of a nation that I live in. They're not even trying to prepare for weather for their wives and children. They're not. They don't care. They care about video games and their job. And maybe they care about how big their wife's boobies are, and they'll make a trade. Hey, honey, if I let you get bigger boobies, can I get bigger wheels for my truck? They think about the stupidest things. And they don't pay attention to the weather, and they're not providing for their families. They didn't stand up and make a stink about the creepy president. Not one time have I heard a stink or a rally or anywhere in the United States. Hey, wait a minute, this dude's not sleepy, he's creepy. Remember, he kept putting his hands on kids and, you know, and stuff. Hey. No, not one. Everybody's asleep in America. No wonder women have to act the way they do in this country. They had to step up their game because you men, you're weak. You stood down. You didn't say anything. And you think but most of you guys making comments, do you notice very few females, guys, make comments? It's always the snide comments from the men. A lot of the meth comments and the gay comments, and it's not from females. Hey, guys, these women kind of got an up on you, and they got a pretty high pain tolerance, too. You know, they can dislodge, a near watermelon and leak 5 or 6 quarts of oil every month and not kill somebody. Step up your game. Seriously, because there's a lot of people, and I actually see a lot of females right now that have much more preparedness mindset. Maybe it's the homesteading, home thing or whatever. Maybe it's called instinct, women's intuition. Where's your intuition, men? Where's your intuition? Do you have any way to take care of your woman if the sun decides to punch this earth? Do you have a plan if I'm right? Hey, honey, I've seen this event. Maybe we should relocate over there to the West Coast. I've looked into this. This is a validity. No, you don't care. All you care about your job, and you don't care about the weather. So I'm calling you out. You stood down and you allowed this to happen, at least to this country. We were supposed to be the freest country in the world, and yet all you men stood on the X. I'm a veteran, and we go overseas and Sharia law, and women covering their faces, and men in America veiled their faces, covered their faces. Soft Sharia law, pretty much, if you think about it. So whatever, you guys could get mad at me. You can find out where I live. I'm not afraid to calling you out. Do you have 3 or 4 years for your wife right now? 5 years? Do you have any backup heat source? Or are you just living on that smart meter? Do you have thousands of gallons of water so your woman could clean herself? She's got a wet spot. You don't. She needs more water than you. Are you ready? If the power goes down, can you make sure she needs water, shower every day? I don't care if she works or not. She's a woman. She needs to take a shower if she chooses to do so. You got to make enough water to make sure if there's no water for your woman, you're supposed to be providing. You're the head of household, right? That comes to in the word of God, not anything else. Don't abuse that, you Jezebel men. Your wife is not supposed to be subservient in any other way, only when it comes to the word of God. That's it. you were to treat her body like you treat your own, like you treat the church. Yeah, such thing as Jezebel men. So whatever, I'm calling you out. I don't see any men I know in America. Not one man do I know right now that's getting ready for this celestial event. We are supposed to be the provider. We are supposed to be the freest nation in the world. Other countries revel after this nation for the freedoms that it's supposed to have. So go ahead and call me names. Say I got some kind of mental disorder. Tell me I'm on drugs. Grow up. Do you have a storm shelter? Do you have any way to get away from the weather? Hailstone's the weight of a talent. Do you have a man of God? Does he say he's a man of God? Oh, I've got a man of God. Do you have a man of God? Is he thinking about men's hearts will fail them for what is to come upon this earth? Men's hearts is to fail them for what is to come upon this earth. Hailstone's the weight of a talent. Does your man have a plan to protect you? Hey, women, do you have a plan to protect your men? Sounds like what's going on more to me. Hey, women, you guys got a job to protect your dude that wants to play video games all day? Just worry about the size of his wheels on his truck? And a bunch of rich millionaires chasing each other around in tights with a low energy swine skin? Seriously, guys, we're supposed to be taking care of this world, this country, these women, our children, as strong men with instincts like women that have women's intuition. We're supposed to be there to be a team. It's called a helpmate. That's what she's there. She's a helpmate. She's there. You're a team, a mate, a team. There to assist you and help you. And so you have a role. I don't think women look up to men anymore like that. Masculinity is out the door. A man can't be masculine now. It's not even a thing. Seriously, that's a thing. And so I think women are a little confused. It's hard for him to be a man to be masculine now because the women have had to step up. And the news and the estrogen mimickers in the food. There's a lot of guys. I know there's men out there that stand up, okay? But not a lot. We're supposed to be the head of the household. We're supposed to be something women look to and go, wow, I got a man that's going to, he's there to help with this. We're a team. We're going to make sure we've got all the water we need, all the food we need, we got extra things for the kids. We got extra, hey, this internet could go down. This internet can go down. Do we got extra scripture? We've been relying a lot on the internet. We've been using this lexicon online and all this. Do we have all this put away? We got kids. Are you providing like this? Are you providing like this for your family? Because this is how I think we should all be providing as men, is for our families. As strong men, as men that want better for our country. I think men have forgotten that I grew up in a generation where my father wanted better for me as his child. And I know that I tried to perpetuate that for my son. I wanted a better place, a better life, more, his dad wanted, and I'm sure his grandfather wanted the same thing. It was a perpetual cycle. When did that stop? How come we haven't stood up against this government? How come we haven't stood up against this government and said, hey, enough, you guys, why is all this money being spent? If we paid back $1 million a day, it would take $360,000 to pay back that $1 trillion. Why do we keep allowing these governments to spend this money? There's only a small amount they're just the government, 40% now, and keeps growing. It keeps growing. There's 40% of the U.S. population of the 330 million either is a government official, works for the government, some form as a private contractor for the government. Subcontract. That's sickening. The government, the USA is the government now. Jobs. So I guarantee you, a lot of you guys, pound sand, quit your jobs. You work for a beast system. There's plenty of you in here right now that work for the government. You're the problem. Yep, all of it. You've been condoning all this stuff. Look at what happened during the COVID, state and federal. So whatever. It is what it is. I got to live in this country. I got to try to make sure I prepare some of these men. Go, hey, man, this guy was, I'm going to, hey. Well, I better think about that. Yeah, I did. All I've been thinking about is my wife's boobies and how big I don't really care more about those wheels of my truck. All right, honey, deal. Let's go see the doctor. I got an appointment with the Les Schwab. People are worried about the craziest things. Elections, like these people care about us. These government officials don't care about anybody. They're trying to unalive everybody. I don't think the government cares about us. Does anybody think the government there's 279 people in the chat. Do you think the government cares about us? If you're in America, does the government care about the people? Do those 40% about the people who work for the government care about the people? Or do they just care about their paycheck? I think they care about their paychecks like the cops in this country. I don't think they serve the public servants anymore. I think they serve the state and the county and the city and their income generators. I used to be a police officer. I served in the 90s. The very first part of the 90s where cops they still wear a black button-up shirt and a badge and a pair of patent leather shoes and starched pair of pants or a nice pair of, slacks. And they weren't robo-cops. They weren't all militarized. They didn't look like when I served during, in the 90s, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, first part of the 90s. The cops look exactly the same getup they're wearing now. AR-15s, Kevlar vests, Kevlar helmets. It's all in their they've been militarized. You better listen to what I say. You better respect my authority. And they're all now afraid. Look at all these cops. They're afraid of the public. They'll break leather and pull their issued weapon out so fast and dump a clip in somebody so fast this day and age. If you're afraid of the public, I think you're in the wrong job. You were supposed to be giving your life for this public, not, oh my God, officer safety. I don't care about your safety. You got a weapon. This ain't about your safety. This is about my rights. But that's not out of the Cops Act anymore. Do you know what my definition of cops, and I used to be in law enforcement, just completely different. My definition, I don't know if you're from America or not, but my definition of the law enforcement officer, the average law enforcement officer in America. The reason why I pulled you over, sir, ma'am, is stop resisting. That's a law enforcement in America right now. Seriously. This guy doesn't get, this guy doesn't get some from his old lady, and you're going to get police the same, correct? See you later, Josh. The reason I pulled you over is stop resisting. Pretty much you don't have anything else other than that, right? Because if you say anything out of line, if you don't toe the line, this is not Stasi style, Papers, let me see your papers. Let me see papers. You know, get out of here. License, registration, holy, wait a minute. So I don't think these public officials, I don't think the law enforcement cares about this country. So I think the best thing you can do is take care of yourself and your family and start acting like men. And maybe not be so afraid to stand up to these tyrant road raiders that are out there, because they're taking our hard-earned money, taxed, and they're giving it to the corporation, back to the state and the corporation. Yes, James, the definition when I was in law enforcement of a gang was 5 or 6 more heavily armed group of thugs all going around wearing the same color, harassing and extorting the general public. Sounds like a gang to me. Thin blue line, huh? So every time I see a cop, I call them out on it because I used to be one. Tyrant. So, yep, road raiders, road pirates, extortionists. So, I know. I used to be one. So, it says, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet rebuke them. Isn't that what it says? That's what it says. Do not keep company with vipers. So you people believe in the Bible. The channel is called Predestined for Light. Most people don't read the Bible. So you can ask them if they believe, but guess what? Believe is not a thought in your head. It's a verb. So you might not ask anybody if they believe because it's not what you think. Hooked on phonics worked for me. Did I hear what I said? I don't believe in God. I believe in Jesus, if you can understand that. Did you guys just hear that? Alan Tate said, I don't believe in God. I believe in Jesus, if you can understand that. He sent his only begotten son. He crawled out to his father on the cross. I think you got a lot of reading to do. You better do some more studying. Oh, yeah, Jesus. Hey, look at this. Watch. Here's another good one. Here, let me respond to the stupidity. Jesus is a story of man. John was there. Remember John? The Apostle John was there. Pontius Pilate was there. Remember the Roman soldier? Mary was there. Think about all the people that stood around and witnessed the crucifixion of Christ. His crucifixion, his torture. Religion aside, right? Religion aside. That's a man-made story. How many people were there that day, witnessed that, the crucifixion? There were two things. Do you see the absolute ignorance of some people to just take and wipe all those people off the map? They want to wipe all those, Pontius Pilate, the Pharisee. Think about all the people that were there that day, guys. All these people that want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe in Jesus. It's all some story made up. There's all those words written in red, right? All because it's if you think about it, it's like these 12 dudes. Sorry, Father. There was this dude. There's this dude. Sorry, Father. There's a dude, right? And these other 12 dudes follow him around and write what he did. It's a history book. Keep your stupid religious nonsense out of here. It's a history book. These all followed him around and wrote what they... I don't know, guys. I just don't understand how people... that would be just a history book, right? I know there's some, there's this dude, right? And there's these 12 dudes that followed him around and wrote what they saw them do. They want to wipe 13 people off the map. 13 of them, let alone all the other people written in Scripture. And remember, the first 5 books of the Scripture are just laws, and they think it's a religion. Interesting. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. The Jewish law. 613 statutes and commandments. Law. What are you talking about, religion? Oh, it's made up. It was the law. Are you out of your minds? Yeah, you're out of your minds, huh? Thinking that this is just some fairy tale, and then they believe in demons and aliens. I don't know, guys. Remember, they used to fight over pieces of silver and gold and empires and, women, and now they fight over IOUs, tennis shoes, and millionaires chasing each other around in tights and low energy swineskin football jerseys. Beat the snot out of each other. The degradation of society. We used to be tennis shoes, IOUs, piece of paper. Piece of paper. They fight over and kill each other over pieces of paper. They used to at least fight over some precious metal. And we're so advanced, huh? We're you guys are so, excuse me? Yeah, millionaires chasing each other around in tights and bowls and chasing around a low energy swineskin. Whoa, you guys are tough dudes, huh? No wonder these women have to stand up. You guys, society is degrading fast, but some of us are actually looking around and seeing, oh, this is our time to actually do something about it. And we are. And so good luck for all you people that don't do anything about it and just scoff, and try to remember that they scoffed at Noah for 126 years. They called him a conspiracy theorist, I'm sure. They probably had a different name for him back then, but remember, it had never even rained on this earth. It never even rained. And they scoffed at him for decade after decade after decade. And he didn't listen. So don't listen to the world right now, brothers, sisters. Listen to your instincts. Women, listen to your instincts. You have very strong intuition. That's God made you that way. You're very smart. You overthink things like me. Kind of got to figure everything out. You think very emotional and not so rational, but that's okay. It's beautiful. We need both sides. That's why you're called our helpmate. You kind of round the whole thing out. That's why he binds us together, and he made woman for man. We're made for each other. He didn't just make women, right? He made woman from the rib of man, right? So we were definitely made for each other. So I apologize that you've had to step up, but remember, don't be a Jezebel and act like a man, because he doesn't want you to act like head of household either. Well, what do I do when I can't find a man of God that won't be that man that I'm supposed to be subservient to when it comes to the word? I know, ladies, it's just the pickings are slim. Noah was over 126 years old. No, Noah was over 900 years old. It took him 126 years to build the ark. Yeah. Noah was over 900 years. 126 years it took him just to build the ark. They scoffed at him for decades. And remember, he was a conspiracy theorist up until the day of the flood. And then he wasn't. Right? How are you going to act like you're spitting facts and then bring up woman being made from a rib? Because that's what it says in the Word of God. Do I agree with the Russians reclaiming the rightful territory? No, I don't agree in any, personally. You asked my opinion. I don't agree in borders. I think borders are stupid and ignorant, and you can get on many computer programs right now, which is really intriguing to watch, and go put all the history of all the different countries and watch the borders go like this. They never stay in the same place. It's the stupidest thing in the world. I hate borders. I rebuke borders. Borders are disgusting, filthy. Be more like a bird. If a bird lands on a wall and it's Mexico on one side and Texas on the other, does it care? Does it make a difference? Borders are filthy, and I don't like races. I don't like cities, labels, none of that. That's all disgusting, filthy, an apostasy to God. God didn't create races. God created one race, and that's the human race. That's it. Man and woman, one source, one race, the human race. That's it. I don't see color. I grew up in one of the largest cities in the world, born in the city of messengers, Los Angeles. Around every kind of melanin shape of the skin, and nobody was nice to me. Everybody was mean to me. Nobody was more mean to me. Nobody's more nice to me. I grew up in the melting pot. I joined the military at 17 years old, legally a child. When you join the military and you're a tyrant for this beast system, and somebody's trying to unalive you and take your head off, you know, put a piece of metal in there for you. No birthday next year. Throw you in the dirt, right? And you got somebody who's got your six, who's got your back, right? You got your six, that's your, right, 12, 6. Do you care about the color of their skin, how much melanin is in their skin, or the shape of their eyes when they got your 6? Color? Are you serious? I don't see color. I don't see color. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That's filthy. God didn't create races. God put more melanin in our skin and to shaped our eyes, because where he put us on this earth, God didn't create races. You can be, happy where you're from and your culture, but I don't believe that God created any races. I don't think God never intended us to have a race like we do, and borders and walls and colors and all. I don't believe that. You can believe whatever you want, but no, I don't agree with you. Nobody at all. I think you're 100% wrong, and we'll have to agree to disagree. That doesn't make any sense. You're claiming that white is black. No, that doesn't make any sense. 4 children sitting there in a park somewhere in the world. 4 children. 4 children under the age of 4. White and black is a term that was never used either. Your ignorance is bliss, isn't it? White means you're innocent. Black means you're guilty. You're not even using terms that were used in history because of your ignorance. Yeah, that's not what we were never called white. We were called Caucasian. Grow up. You're ignorant and foolish. Stop using the terms of the modern terms of that, putting labels on people. As I told you, we were never called white and black, you ignorant fool. 4 children sitting in a park, one from Saudi Arabia, one from China, one from South Africa, one from America. They're all playing in a park, 4 of them, playing with each other. You think they know that they're different colors? You think they care? You think they see race? Racism is taught, you ignorant fools. Racism is taught. There's no such thing as racism. We teach it to each other. We don't know racism when we're children. We teach this to our children. Disgusting, filthy, filthy, filthy people. Not righteous. They don't see color. They just play with each other. They're innocent. So stop with your racist comments. Stop with your races. I don't believe in borders, walls, races, buildings, cities. I believe in small communities. You can fence in your property. You can fence in your animals. But I don't see race. And if you do, then fine. But I don't. You don't have to believe me. And I wish more people could have this type of eyes, and then maybe we wouldn't have the issues that we have. So call me crazy. I've been called crazy my whole life. My name is Tracy. My dad called me Crazy Tracy thousands of times. I take it as a compliment. Be in the world, but be not of it. Remember, they called Noah crazy for 126 years, didn't they? And then he wasn't. So call me crazy, call me spacey. My dad called me spacey all the time. Spacey crazy Tracy. Hello, come back to Earth, Tracy. So I'm going to keep looking up at the stars. My dad didn't call me Spacey Tracy for no reason. Crazy Tracy for no reason. You can't be the crazy guy and not build a UFO at the end of town, right? You ever seen my UFO on my video, guys? I built a UFO out here in the desert. For real, you can't be the craziest guy in town and not build a UFO. So check it out. It's on the channel. It should be somewhere on the channel. But make every day the Sabbath. Every day Sabbath. Listen, he said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Take up your cross daily. Daily. Who shall ever be my disciple? Take up your cross and follow after me. Every day Sabbath. Stop fighting about the day of the Sabbath. Ignorance. Everyday Sabbath, everyday Jesus, on Christ daily. OCD. You too could be OCD like me. Yes, that's right. You too could be OCD like me, on Christ daily. Everywhere I go, I'm always talking about Jesus. I'm always on the Jesus juice. Everyday Sabbath, everyday Jesus. Stop fighting about which day is the Sabbath. Everyday Sabbath. Remember it and keep it holy and carry your cross. He didn't say you could put it down, did he? Who shall ever come after me? Who shall ever be my disciple? Take up your cross daily and follow after me. Does it sound like you can set it down? No. Daily cross, daily Sabbath, always on the Jesus juice. Tracy, not everything's about Jesus. How come I try to talk to you about the weather and you start talking about Jesus? I try to talk to you about politics. You talk about Jesus. Not everything's about Jesus, Tracy. Really? So you too could be OCD like me. Are you OCD? On Christ daily? Don't argue about the Sabbath anymore. What does it matter? I mean, sure. You couldn't cook anything on Saturday, right? It already had to be prepared, right? Or was that Sunday? Start figuring out which day that you couldn't prepare your meal and cook a fire, and then it should be very easy, and stop fighting over which day is the Sabbath. There was a certain day you had to prepare all the food, and you couldn't light a fire, and you had to sit on your tail and do nothing but glorify and edify him. That means you couldn't have somebody else cook for you. That's not keeping the Sabbath. Oh, we're going to go over there and we're not going to do this. We're going to go over there. You had to have everything prepared. Which day was that? See, it's not that hard. It's stop fighting over ignorance that you can figure out what with one day. But aren't you supposed to be taking up your cross every single day? Aren't you supposed to be taking up your cross every single day? Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross in the book of Matthew daily and follow after me. So it would technically be an everyday Sabbath, correct? Everyday Sabbath. I don't know. Am I off or something? But if you take every day to edify and remember him and glorify him and lift him up, right? So I make sure I take time every day, and I make every day the Sabbath. Oh yeah, I always take time in my day to glorify and edify my Father, and who sent his only begotten Son. Every day. I don't set it down. And I don't care what the world thinks of me. It's fine. You ask around this town, they'll go, oh my God, here he comes. They run away from me in this town. Oh yeah, I'm that guy. I'm that guy. They run away from me. Oh, here he comes. He's going to talk about Jesus. He's going to keep you there for 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes an hour talking about God. Make every day the Sabbath, brothers and sisters. Keep and remember that day and keep it holy. And every day should be the Sabbath. Take some time every day to rest and glorify and edify his name. People didn't have a choice before in history. They didn't have a choice. They had to work. That we have a choice. Yeah, every day should be Sunday. Yep, every day should be Sunday. Yeah, oh, okay, yeah, oh, yeah. No, you're saying every day should be Sunday. Yeah, exactly. You right. You got it. You got it. Hey, you must be a Muslim there, Islanki. He traveled telling stories. He never did anything. No, he never healed anybody. He didn't heal on the Sabbath. They didn't hang him for healing on the Sabbath, did they? Oh, no, they didn't hang him for healing on the Sabbath. Speak of the Sabbath. They didn't hang Christ. He didn't walk through a wall, did he? He didn't make nobody see. The people are just the sheer ignorance. You notice I won't answer people who spam the chat. So you're just spamming the chat, so I won't answer you. God, when'd you write it down? No. All right, guys, I'll take a couple more questions. There we go. Hail the adversary, he says. No, they didn't. None of that happened. Okay, cool. Good for you. You do the works of your Father. Get behind me, Satan! Whoops. Moderator gone mad. What do I know about Islam? It was made by the Catholic religion. And they're pagans. They worship lunar worship. They don't accept the Hamashiach. I've read the Quran. Muhammad was a pedophile. And they believe in lunar, that's their moon and star count, the star Ishtar, star worship, Ashtaroth. And they don't believe in the Hamashiach, that he was the anointed one, like that foolish person that was saying, oh, he didn't do anything, he wouldn't. So the only way through the Father is through the Son. Good luck, Islam. Plus your religion was made up by the Catholic Church. You have no idea what you're worshiping. You're basically Christians without the Jesus. Kind of. Well, at least Christ will. They're pagans too, but they believe in the sun gods too, because they bring the tree in worship in their fire. They put the fire on top of the tree, the grove. They bring that into their churches. So cool. You don't have to believe in God. Don't worry about it, Vid. God creates vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. God's got a place for you. Don't you worry about it, Vade. Get in there, Vade. Get into heaven. Get in there, Vade. Get in there now. Get in there. God's not going to force nobody into heaven. Don't you worry your little heart there, Vade. You got to want it every day. You got to claw your way in there. They got walls so high you can't even see gates. They want to know everything you've ever done. Everything, your intentions. They're going to judge you by everything you ever done before they let you in that gate. Well, they got a place with no walls. And they don't care what the hell you've done. Come on down. Don't worry, God's got a place for you. I love it. Remember, guys, God's not going to kick anybody into heaven. God is not going to make any. So all you unbelievers All those people who don't believe in God, or that's cool. Don't worry about it. God ain't gonna push you in through those gates. Get in there. You imagine that? God tried to force somebody into heaven. That's got to be the silliest thing. That's a good thought to leave on, man. Isn't that pretty much? That's funny. I'm not religious. All religions are evil, and most 99% of religions are pagan. They worship the other Jesus and the other gospel. They bring that vain traditions of men into their churches, houses, tree worship, grove worship, Moloch, Lupercalia, Sowing, All Hallows Eve, star worship. It's just the same holidays, pagan holidays, just rebranded by the Catholic Church, the ones that made up the Islamic faith. So these are the traditions of men. God divorced his bride for the same thing. Same exact traditions of men under another name. So God didn't put up with then, he ain't going to put up with now. He called them out as the synagogues of Satan when he was here, and they are the same exact thing as they are now. They just, you don't bring tree worship into your church, or he divorced his bride for that. Orthodox, what is Orthodox? You mean like an Orthodox Catholic? Catholicism is paganism. Constantine combined the paganism when he thought he was going to lose his tribes to the Vandals and the Goths and the Visigoths, all those northern tribes. He was killing Christians. The Vandals and the Goths, the pagan tribes, were killing Christians. And he thought he was going to lose his empire to those Vandals. And he combined the two religions and wrote up what was called the Edict of Toleration. And he said, all right, well, we'll just tolerate all you pagans coming in, and you guys get along. Okay, we'll stop killing the Christians, you stop killing the Christians, and we'll let you bring all your pagan gods into our church. And they'll just shut up about it, and we'll accept your gods, and we'll all just stop killing each other. And this is what was called the Edict of Toleration. This is history, not religion, where he combined paganism with Christianity, known as Christmas, or Catholicism, or Catholics, Orthodox, Roman Catholics. It's all the same pagan. It's the same thing under a different name. Roman Catholicism is paganism. They brought in that tree worship into the church. That's where you get your Samhain from, your All Hallows Eve. All this was combined from that pagan tribes, comes from that Mary, the nook in the church, and all the rosary. That's paganism. That's what Christianity is. They all follow the daggone fish god, that Pope with the Tammuz, the son of Satan hat. He wears. That's just the same hat that the son of Satan wore. Remember Satan, Mithra, after their 7-day orgy, the celebration of their sun god, December 25th, where they celebrate the birth of Christ. Christ was not born on December 25th. Christ was born when the sheep were in the pasture. You know nothing about the nation of Israel. You have no idea. You don't raise sheep. You must have never raised any sheep. I've raised sheep. I've had sheep on this property right here. You can see them on my channel if you doubt me. The sheep go up in the months of October, November, and December. I know. I'm a sheep farmer, hog farmer, goat, chicken, rabbits. I'm a farmer. I know. The sheep get put up in the months of Israel in the month of October, November, and December. There's no way Christ Jesus was born on December 25th. 100% that Nimrod, Satan, Apollyon, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with, was born on December 25th. That's what the Catholic Church says worship. Christmas, December 25th. The Roman sun god, Mithra. Yep. He wasn't born on December 25th. And he told us it'd be better to celebrate our death. Celebrate death and we mourn death than our birth. We're not supposed to celebrate birth. There's only 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. All of Scripture. 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. One was King Herod, and he was trying to kill Christ. So that kind of debunks the whole manger scene too, doesn't it? Apostasy Catholic Church. Am I Orthodox? Are you out of your mind? No, I don't follow after pagans. I'm not a pagan. Pagans are all these churches that worship Christmas. That's paganism. It's the Feast of the Yule, the Saturnalia, the sacrament of the Mass, where they would eat the orgy sex king of their Mass that came for the peasants after a 7-day. They barbecued him, sacrificed him, ate him after it was a big orgy leading up to the birth of their sex, to the Mithra, the sun god, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Apollo. Remember the one that had a 58-story Nimrod tower? Babylonian tower, Nimrod? Trump tower, 58 stories. Nimrod's tower, 58 stories. Decorated with that, decorated with Satan? Did I just hear that right? I just told myself that Donald Trump's house is decorated with Satan? Yeah, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Apollo. Oh, and warp speed. Oh, now it's starting to make sense, huh? See, he calls himself a Christian too, doesn't he? I ain't no Christian. Christianity is Roman Catholicism. It's the new mystery Egyptian language, just rebranded and now Roman Catholicism. Christmas. Paganism. Eat my body. Crackers and grape juice, drink my blood. Christ never told us to eat his literal body. The body of Christ are those that do the will of the Father. Sons of God. Right? Those that do the will of the Father. The sons of God, your brothers and your sister and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. The body of Christ. So he's the head, the high priest of the church, and we are the body. So when he said, eat my body, he didn't mean his body. Oh, this body is the body that he was talking about, the orgy sex king from the Saturnalia, the sacrament of the Mass, right? Oh, that's what the Catholic Church is trying to get you to. When Christ said, eat my body, he was talking about the body of Christ, right? Your brothers and your sister and your mother, because as the scepter sign declared him the high priest like Aaron and the Levites. Remember, it said the scepter sign as Jupiter moved opposition. The second sign that the wise men saw, not just one, but 2, was when Jupiter moved opposition and pointed to the head of the church. The lion, as Disney Marxism was the Lion King, right? Leo, the lion who sprang out of David or sprang out of Judah. He was from the lion, from the tribe of Judah, right? The scepter shall not depart. The scepter, the inheritance, the one who holds the inheritance to the church until Shiloh returns, correct? So he is the head and we are the body. Oh, so what are they doing saying that they eat his body? He was the king, right? He's our king. They have their king locked up in the pit, the Antichrist, the one that Donald Trump's house is decorated with. Oh, eat my body means eat the orgy sex king, Christmas. Now it's starting to make more sense, isn't it? Why they celebrate the Mass, M-A-S-S-E, the eating of human flesh, like they did at the Saturnalia, at the Feast of the Yule, where they barbecued the king and ate him, the king of the Saturnalia. Oh, that's what the Catholics are doing, huh? They're having that communion. that communion, right? Where they commune to portholes, they would communicate by sacrifice and eating of flesh. Interesting. Christ, eat your mother, brothers and sisters. Eat your mother. Eat your brothers and sisters too. All right, guys, I better end this one. You guys know what I'm talking about. If you're my brothers and sisters, you know what I'm talking about. Your mother, your brothers, and your sister are those that do the will of the Father. That's the body of Christ. He's the head and we are the body. Christ never said eat crackers and grape juice. Christ never said to eat his body. Literally, the body of Christ is those that do the will of the Father. Interesting. No one knows. Yeah, I know. The original is out of the power. Yep, that's exactly. So some of you guys got it. I know. So thank you for letting me give you that little spin around paganism and Catholicism. Somebody asked me if I'm an Orthodox. You're going to get a lesson, a little historical lesson as well. So remember, paganism is Christianity combined to make what is modern day Christmas, Christianity, Roman Catholicism, Lutheran. I don't care which spin you put on it. It's still just a spin up. Remember, Christ doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. He told us that more than once. He actually, remember, he told us the most, that's why my hands are tattooed with this on this. I can tell this to people, non-churchy people. This is part of my ministry. The Most High, right, does not dwell in temples. The most, M-O-S-T, high, not like drugs, purple, like royalty. The Most High does not dwell in temples or houses made by what? I never thought I'd tattoo my hands, guys. I knew that, never thought I'd go below there. But once, he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands, brothers, sisters. He says, Christ in you. He actually says where there are 2 or 3 or 264. He didn't say 264. Gathered in my name, my Shem, my law, my authority, my agape, there I will be in their midst. So he's here with us now, brothers and sisters. He's here with us now. Okay? He doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. Your body is a temple. Christ in you. Okay? No, we don't do religion on this channel. If you want to come back, you want to frequent, you want to go over the word, this is what we do in here. We don't do religion. There's no religion. I don't do religion. I don't do politics. I do history. I like to expose religion, actually. He says, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them, expose them, right? We need to go back and make sure that we're putting a light on these things that are, that are evil. And not use violence. Let God fight all your battles, right? The meek will inherit the earth. That's an inheritance. Remember the scepter sign? The scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. That's an inheritance of this kingdom, brothers and sisters, right here on earth, is when he takes this evil from this earth and he burns it with fire. The meek will return and be kings and rulers over this earth, the inheritance over the earth. The heavens are the ruling class and the earth are the ruled. And when we come back in our new bodies, if we are wise, agape, kind, patient, don't boast, caring, helping brother out, that side of the agape, if we love our neighbor like we love ourselves, if we love our neighbor like we love our enemy, if we turn our cheek 490 times, brothers and sisters, if we endure to the end, then we will receive an inheritance and we will rule over this world once he takes the evil, and he will be here with us. He will be here with us. Do you understand? What a beautiful, beautiful thought that is. He's not coming back when here. He's going to burn this place with fire. But he's going to come back and he's going to be with us, brothers and sisters. But he's going to take away the evil. He's going to take and judge everybody that's ever been. He's going to pull the dead out of the ashes and the dust. and the dead will rise. I don't care if you were cremated, ashes, buried, smushed, dust. And then he's going to judge us all, brothers and sisters. All those 613 statutes, commandments, the Old Testament, they're going to go by that. He pours out a just measure. They will go by that judgment. We that fall under this New Testament, we will be judged by this new living will and testament. He was the testor to that will. He paid it in blood. He died, sacrificial lamb. This law that we are under, he's going to pull everybody out of the dirt and the dust. The dead will rise from the ashes and the dust. Not somewhere in the sky. There's no sky daddy up there. Nobody's waiting up there. Grandma's not waiting for you. That's not where the people are sitting, waiting that judgment. And when that day comes, he's going to pull everybody, the non-believers. I can't wait for that day when all these people who don't believe are going to still pass through that book, the judgments, whether they believe or not. They will still pass through that book of judgments from the dead and the ashes and the dust. It's a one-time judgment, brothers and sisters. It's one time he does this. You don't keep judging people as they die. That's nothing in biblical scripture that says anything of the sort. The only thing that it says is that you must be like a child, right, to return to the Father. So if you're going to go there, you might not have ever sinned in your life. Remember, he made that very clear when he was here on this earth. Bring that child up to me, right? You must be like a child. The meek will inherit the earth, brothers and sisters, not weak. Meek, there's a difference. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Fight not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Choose your battles wisely. Stop fighting your own flesh. That's your biggest enemy in life. Yes, 256 of you, me, myself included, your biggest enemy is you, and my biggest enemy is me. Self. Cut it off. Circumcise the outer flesh, not literally, spiritually. Okay? There'll be a blotting out. As he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, those that do not walk and follow his commandments. You could be saved. You could be saved already. One-time purchase. But when he pushes us through that book of judgments, when the dead rise from the ashes and the dust, he said, you will be changed in the twinkling of an eye. They put 1 foot on the land and 1 foot on the sea and says, time is no more. That's it. It's done. There'll be a new earth and a new heaven, brothers and sisters. And only the meek will inherit the earth. Most of the people are going to go to hell. There aren't going to be a lot of people in the new world. Most of the people are going to hell, like it says in the book of Matthew. Wide is the path, broad is the way. Wide is the gate that most enter by. Very few, oligos, find that narrow path and enter through that straight gate. That gate is the gate that leads to heaven, correct? The straight and narrow gate to the new world and the new earth, brothers and sisters. We got a long way to go until the end of the world, but you better be ready like it could have happened yesterday. You understand? He wants to find your loins girded in his service. That means you need to be headed in his direction, not like some foolish virgin going to get oil at the store, headed in the wrong direction, because that day will come. And he wants you to trim your lamps, but still be burning bright with those loins girded in his service until he returns. Okay? So please remember, he cannot fool the elect. The elect cannot fool, but you can do it to yourself. Because he does say, if you add to this book your own opinion, your own thoughts, you will receive of all any jot or tittle added to that book, the smallest, period, comma, even that, just one dot to this book, you'll receive of all the plagues of this book. And if you take away from that book, the very last words he left us with, brothers, so these were the words he left us with, his very last words. And if you were to take even the smallest jot or tittle from that book, your name will be blotted out of that book of life. So be ready. Do not become complacent, brothers and sisters. Do not become complacent. Be in the world, but be not of it. Many are called, but few are chosen. Listen to that still voice inside your head. Cast off the works of darkness. Put on the whole armor of God until he returns. Maranatha. Have your lamps trimmed and be burning bright, and make sure that he is your prize. Make sure he is your prize, because he wants to find you running to him when he returns. He's not coming here. He's not coming here. He never said he's coming to this earth. He said we were supposed to meet him in the sky, so you're supposed to be headed in his direction when he comes, brothers and sisters. Don't be going in that direction to the store to buy oil. That door will slam in your face. I know it. I have that luck in my life. Murphy's Law kicks my you-know-what all the time. Act like he's returning every day. Don't be one of those people when the boss goes off and you're out there taking off and, oh, hurry up, here comes the boss. Get back to work. Don't be that person. Be girded. That's why he says, take up your cross daily and follow after me. You can't set it down, brothers and sisters. It's very important. Very important. We got years to go until he comes, till the end of the world. But I can tell you that I have seen the rider on the white horse. It's here. The one that comes with the crown and the bow. We've seen it. Soon that rider on the red horse will come. We are in the apocalypse. The heavens declared that. The firmament has already declared that. We're in the new age. We're not in Pisces. We are in Aquarius. We are in the apocalypse. We are in Revelation. So we've seen the first rider on the apocalypse, the rider on the white horse, Sagittarius. Sagittarius with the bow and the crown. The heavens declared it. I don't care what man says. Next comes death, brothers and sisters. That rider on that red horse brings death, where we start just killing each other. Please get away from people. Be wise, gentle, meek. Let God fight all your battles. Okay? With this current thing that's going on, with this immigration thing, we're being tested, brothers and sisters. This is a living will and test of your faith that he made. And he said, let vengeance be mine. So please be careful. Please be careful. We're being tested. I ask you this, in these next days that we're here, weeks, months, and years ahead of us, how would Christ Jesus, Shiloh, how would he deal with this situation? How would he deal with what's going on in America right now? How would he deal with what's going on outside of this country? Hashtag, let's bring it back. WWJD. What would Jesus do? What would he do in this situation? That's how I want you to act, please. Oh, what's that have to do with tribulation? When some immigrant comes knocking on your door. The word is thalipsis. Tribulation is word thalipsis. Remember, the Apostle Paul said we must go through much thalipsis to be with the Father. What do you mean it has to do with it? It has everything to do with tribulation. You're going to be tested. You don't think that any of these people are going to come kick and knock down your door? And there's going to be some issues. So that has everything to do with tribulation. Are you out of your mind? Did you get boosted or something? How many boosters have you taken? This has everything to do with it. Be careful, brothers and sisters. These are people that you're dealing with. Not everybody's nefarious. I don't know who is and who isn't. I ask you to act in God with your next days, weeks, months, and years with what's happening in this country. It's just a test of your faith. So what will you do? And I ask you to act on what Jesus would do. And take your whatever you think he would do, and then do that. Deny yourself, take up your cross, and follow after me. Do what he would do. I know I'm a clone. You want to see my belly button or something? I'm not a clone. There you go. You like the blink? Okay. All right, guys. Love you guys. I'm just trying to get you to act with some humanity. Okay? Please. These are people coming across these borders right now. We're all supposed to be Americans. And if they're coming to live here, then we should probably think about how we treat them. And check this out. They already know how horrible our government is. A lot of them got displaced by our governments. So if there was anybody that ever came to this country that would knew how bad our governments are, it might be those people. No, because it doesn't work like that. They're coming to unalive you. I'm a veteran, and I remember we don't go take out the commanders and the top generals most of the time. That's not how it works. The presidents, nobody's coming for Nancy Pelosi. Nobody's coming for Trump. Nobody's coming for Biden. Nobody's coming. They're coming for you. You. Remember, I said we kill their women and children. We kill the fighting age men. They're coming for you, not these governments. The ones that have a bad attitude and a nefarious, huh? But I bet you the other ones that aren't, that displaced that we brought here, that you might be able to convince them that it's not you that's the problem, it's the government that's been doing it. How about that for a matter of fact? You ever think about how you treat people? Seriously, think about what I just told you. I just spit some serious facts, didn't I? Think about how we're acting. God did not want all these people pouring into this country. It wouldn't be happening. And I seriously think I convinced, because I can't convince any Americans. Everybody wants to vote for Trump or Biden. They still want to participate in this nonsense. Not everybody, guys. I know there's some of you guys who are checked out of the system. But I swear I could get these people to come across the border and say, hey, you guys, it's the government doing it. It's not us. Come on, man. It's not us. It was our government that did it. And they would probably go, hey, wait, there was those other, they might be able to be convinced that it's the government doing it and not us. Because if we don't, we're going to have a problem with them. Are we not? Are we not? So I think we should be able to talk to these people, because they are people, guys, and not label everyone as a bad guy. Sure, we got issues. I'm not saying we don't. I know we got issues coming. I'm not denying that. But what if God is sending people here that we displaced in their other country, and he wants them to come here and have, this is supposed to be the freest place in the world, and he sent them here? What if God sent them here? And it's not what you think, because God creates all things, and you're going to try to get in the way of that? So I believe God's testing us. You can think whatever you want, but that's what I see. This is a test of our faith. It's a test of our humanity. What would God do? What would Jesus do? That's all I'm asking. You do whatever you want with this situation, but that's what I keep asking myself. What would Christ want me to do in this situation? How would he respond? Remember, I told you I'm going to go to the border and pick 4 of them up, bring them out to my property. The 4 worst countries in the world. I want to bring those people here to my property, because I couldn't get 4 Americans to come out here and live with me off the grid and build a community. And I'll show you. I'll live stream the whole thing. And if they unalive me, you guys could go, see, I told you they're all bad guys. But if they assimilate and they like it out here and everything's fine and they're just people, right, love my neighbor like I love my enemies, then you know what I'm saying? So I'm sure the government hates me saying that, but what are you talking about? The government's picking them up and bringing them in here and giving them credit cards. You know what I'm saying? Credit cards and housing. So what? So what if I give them housing? So what if I give them some food? The government's already doing it. Anyways, all right, guys. They're putting up seeds. You got any seeds? Right? They're building underground shelters. Are you got an underground shelter? This isn't cool. When's the last time you did silver stream? All you guys do is insinuate drugs. You guys are filthy, disgusting. You are. You're so disgusting. Your program. All you do is, I told you guys, see the same thing. They all say the same thing. Kayak, cool. Cool. You know what, guys? I'll tell you right now, the birth rate in America is declining. Birth rate is declining in America. And well, I don't know if that's going to be happening anymore. So what's about that? You want to go outside, girl? All right, go let this cat out. All right, guys. Much love. Thank you, guys. Hey, if you like the overlay map earlier and you appreciate this word and you want to support this ministry, thanks for letting me just free. I'm just being me. I ain't going to try to be somebody I'm not. I am a real man. I don't try to fake. I'm not an actor. You just got 7 hours and 24 minutes of the real me. And I wasn't fake and I didn't give you something different. This you come out and hang out with here with me every day. This is what you're going to get. Okay. I can't be something I'm not. So I appreciate you guys coming in and letting me rattle on. I've got to get back to work out here. You know what I'm saying? I've got to get this shelter taken care of. I've got to get this shelter done. This earth is going to get rocked. I can't go on and say, hey, the sun's going to hit us hard. The sun, not zombies, not aliens, the sun, and then not be doing anything about it. So I've got to finish up my cabin life out here thing so I can get some income coming in. I got the channel is monetized now. So what are you doing, girl? I don't know what kind of income that will be generated from it. Probably not much. If it buys a bag of dog food, I'll be happy. So I'll try to live stream as I'm building, but I can't sit on here and do what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks because I've had time to heal up, guys. And I appreciate it because you guys helped me a lot through these last couple of weeks when I was injured. So thank you. Bless you guys. And this is Juniper. So thank you so much. And thank you for the few people who helped me out again that stepped up, and because my wallet got taken and the cops won't give me my money back, or not the cops, but CashApp won't give me my money back, even though I filed a police report. The guy got caught, the whole thing, spent all my money on my cards and my stuff. I'm still not able to get my money back from CashApp. So I appreciate I didn't have to sell that generator. I was going to go sell it or take it to the pawn shop and to get the land payments paid out here. So I got to keep going. I've got to keep this property. Someday, I believe that many people will come out here, and this will be a safe place for people to come. Because I'm going to build a community where we're not going to be shooting at people. We're going to be bringing people into this community, throwing jars of peanut butter at them, going, hey, this one looks a little diabetic. He's looking like he's hopped up on the sugar. But I want to build a community. And I see as this whole world crumbles around us, might happen out here in this valley. Not a lot of community, a lot of people out here, but not like a community type setting. A lot of people come out here and just want to be left alone. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe that the right people will show up here and there. The reason that nobody's here right now, and I've been alone for these 10 last years, is because God wants the right people here, and he will provide the right people. And so I'm going to come back and I'm going to keep pushing the message that you reap what you sow. And even if you don't get it in this lifetime, your treasure should be awaiting you in heaven if you're willing to make the sacrifice. But I don't believe I'm 50 years old. This is my year. This is my Jubilee year. 7 years, 7 Shemitah cycles. This is supposed to be my year. So I'm trying my hardest to make this my best year I've ever lived in my life. It's going to be tough. I know that. But I got to get back to work on this shelter. It was 50 degrees today, guys. So that's why I'm just on fire out here, right? So, but the weekend, I had to push through the weekend. What I can do is tell myself that I have to have a job. And that's how I've been able to be successful for the last 20 years. It's like, I know tomorrow I have to get up. I can stay up here for 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning. I'll be up at 7 o'clock, coffee, dogs fed, and working by 8:30 or 9 o'clock, period. I don't have a choice. And I work for 8 hours. I'll normally work 6 or 7, but I try to work 8 hours a day, and I make myself do that. So no matter what I do, I can't stay on here for 8 or 12 hours anymore, guys. I have to get back to work because the bills have to be paid. Am I going to shut this channel down? No. I'm just probably going to have to drag you outside a little bit more, and I'll talk to the camera and stuff because there's a big following on here now. So I'll show you what I'm doing, okay? And just personally, I'm just passing the time with these cabins. In my own opinion, I just think all that stuff's going to get crushed by the sun or blown away, but it's nice to work on it for now, something to keep me busy. But I need the weather to break out here, and it will when God makes it, breaks, and I'm doing the shelter. That's it. Oh, don't tell me that, kid. I know I need a wife. I need a helpmate out here. It would be so nice, and I don't want to end it like this, but it would be so nice if God would send me an equally yoked. No, I don't want a loner wife. I don't want a loner wife. I want somebody that I can eternally yoke with, somebody I can be with on the other end. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a loner wife. So I don't want a girlfriend. I don't want a loner wife. I want somebody that I can, be with on the other side. So somebody that's equally yoked, somebody wants to be a part of what I'm doing out here. I'm some crazy old guy. I got a very strong work ethic, and I have a very strong, morals and values, but I am successful. I have 65 acres of land that I pay on, still. I have my own house. I built my own house. This house was built by me from hand, top, bottom. I'm building several houses out here, I'm trying to build houses for other people. So, cool. There he is. Good to see you in here. So still working on it. Israel, one of the people in long time, he was going to come out here at one point, but he got doing some other things, and the Lord takes us where he wants us. And so the right people will show, guys. The right people will show. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that with all my heart now that, again, maybe people would have come out here and I would have had an issue. You know what I'm saying? What if somebody would come out here and something bad would happen, and then, or I don't have any of that now. I have a blank canvas still. And I know that God's going to send the right people here for me, And so if not, then I'm going to die trying. So, but anyways, it would be nice to eventually have somebody to enjoy my crazy ways. Thanks for coming in, Trevor. I'm a weirdo. I do things differently. I build UFOs, and I build cabins, and I fight the police, and I just do the strangest things. But I am a man of God, and that's who I am. That's what I do. And nothing else matters to me. Metallica, nothing else matters, right? Nothing else. So, but I like to laugh. I'm a very serious dude, but I like to cut it up too sometimes, but I'm more business than I am pleasure. That's for sure. But there's a time and a place for everything. So I'm sure if, there's I have a buddy who's doing nothing but mining right now. So, but I like to laugh and have a good time and cut it up. I'm not all business, but I'm serious when I'm serious. I work hard and I play hard too. So my dad taught me to work first, get all my work done, get my chores done, do all the things that I need, get my homework done, and then I could stay out as late as I wanted to. I had to be back in time to not be sleepy for school the next day. We really didn't. I mean, we couldn't stay out all night, but we stayed out way later. My dad had we were like, God, your dad's so strict, but you're out so late. Yeah, because we had to do all our homework first and do all the chores before we could ever leave the house. You know what I'm saying? So maybe someday God will send me an equally yoked partner who wants to be a part of what I do out here, because I don't know what it is about me that, I don't know. Like I said, I know I'm strange, but I know that I'm a caring person, and anybody seen the person that was in my life the last time, I treated her like a queen. You know what I'm saying? I treated her like a queen, and I treated her the best that I could. I treated her the way that I wanted to be treated, So I'm glad that God took that person away from me, because I don't want to be with somebody that doesn't, feel the same way that I feel, that's equally yoked. I need to find somebody who is, I don't know. Like I said, I've been watching Casey from Enter the Stars. I don't know if you guys know, I've been referring you guys to him for quite some time. I've watched Casey for a long time. He's a decoder like myself. He does decodes, but he does them every morning. And yeah, that's all it was, Israel. And no hard feelings, like I say, because you were a witness too. It wasn't anything. It was no bad feelings. Like, oh, cool, I'll be happy with you out you. And I was happy before I met you. And when you leave, I'll be happy too. I'm not going to, you don't make my happiness. That's not dependent on, I just got a little broke down after the homestead thing. But I know that he has a plan, for all of us. I've been saying that he has a plan for each and every one of us, that he is preparing those people for our lives that he wants us to be with. If we're truly one of those people that, happiness comes from within. You don't, cool. It's okay. It's no worries. I have a deep well that I pull from 1,200 foot well source. But again, I just think it'd be nice to have somebody to have a, somebody to be a part of my life and enjoy what it is that I do. But if that doesn't happen, I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm actually settled on the fact that I don't think we'll ever be with anybody ever again. I'm starting to kind of settle into that, that it's just not going to happen, and that's fine. I mean, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. I have a lot to do out here, and I do think if I meet my spouse, my helpmate, my partner, unless God sends me some woman and like sends her to me or something like that, he has the power to do anything. So don't doubt my Father. He's a way maker, make a way in no way. So, I, for some reason, don't think that my woman would be from this country, because I don't think I have the morals and the traditions and the value of most women in this country. I'm not saying that the women in this country are bad. I told you, I think a lot of the problems is the way the men are in this country, and women have had to kind of change their game up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I just think if I left this country and I went to another country, I feel like I would be appreciated, like they would appreciate the values and the traditions and the ways that I am. Maybe that I'm more traditionary and I'm more old-fashioned, I guess. What do you got there, Jennifer? This black bears and those. Is there not too many? So, but there are some good women in this country that have values and traditions. I'm not saying that I'm saying that there aren't. I just find, like I said, I thought like if I moved to like Ecuador, right, or something like that, they're generally be more Hispanic women, and they're a little bit more traditional. And not that I don't care. I don't see race. I don't see race at all. So, all the way in New York, that's a long way. I wouldn't want to be in New York. Upstate's beautiful, beautiful place. But too many people in New York. Boy, that state is getting to be something else. Joe Biden is the devil. Trump is our savior. Interesting. Huh. But UK, cool. But I'm settling on, like I said, the fact that I probably won't ever be with anybody ever again. And I'm okay with that. And if God sends me somebody, I'll just be totally stoked, But it's okay. Because I'm not broken or anything like that. But, I had the last person that I dated. Again, I've only dated 2 people in 15 years. So I don't spread myself around, and I'm not into just being with anybody. But she did the same thing to me 2 times. I had perfect days for 5 months, almost 6 months, and then just one day just left the first time. No problems, no bad deals or anything. Okay, hey, you want to go? Bye, see you. Bye. I don't want to make you stay. And then this last time she did the same thing to me. I told her because we hadn't, seen each other in years and there was no negative things. Yeah, no, I've got a beautiful place and I'm happy. I wish I could help out here. I don't need a wife or anything like that. I could just, if I had to help, it would be cool. You know what I'm saying? That's all. And Israel's been in here. He's coming here. Israel tried to come out here and plans changed. Things came up, but he was trying to come out here. You know what I'm saying? Things changed. People, but Israel knows that I've been trying to do this for a while. I've been trying to put this together. He was my first moderator on the TikTok channel. Israel was my very first moderator that I had. So he's seen when I was over there, on the TikTok platform that I was doing the same thing. I was trying to get, my homestead together and trying to get people to come out here. And I just happened to actually run into, cool. I'd like to go to Puerto Rico. But it's beautiful down there. This would be a good place. But it didn't happen. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. When I ran into her again, she was living in a bad spot, and I just tried to help her out again as I helped her out the first time. And I thought everybody saw it, nice. 5 months, 29 days, perfect days, asking her the day before or, on the live stream, she was coming on the live stream. Hey, are you happy? Yep. Do you need anything? Nope. Hey, you've been here 6 months. You've been here all winter. Have you ever woken up to a cold cabin? Nope. Are you doing okay? You need anything? Am I doing anything wrong? Am I overbearing? What am I doing? I'm trying to do a little preventive maintenance. Are you happy? You feel like a queen? Yep. 5 months, 29 days. She left the next day, just like the last time. She just left, just gone over. We pulled some stuff out of the trash. You know what I'm saying? And gave it to the neighbors. And I didn't want to give the children's Tylenol to the kid because I didn't want to give the kid Tylenol. And she called me greedy. I guess later I found out I was greedy because I didn't give the children's Tylenol to the kid. I didn't want. And that was, I guess it upset her. So she wanted to leave. And she said her friend was going to bring her some boxes. So I brought her boxes and she left. No harm for no foul. So that's what happened to me. So I guess I'm not broken, but my heart is a little bit cautious. I would never treat somebody poorly because of somebody did something to me in my last relationship. But 2 times, the 2 times that the person just walked out on me after everything was completely perfect. Weird. But then I thank God. I was like, hey, thank you, God, for taking her away from me, because I thought I was having a good time. Actually talked with one of the old guys. He's like, yeah, she was kind of a weirdo, and you're a weirdo, Tracy. So I thought you guys made a pretty good couple. She was a little off. You were a little off. You guys seemed to make a good one. I was like, yeah, I didn't even see that one coming. Yeah, so I just didn't want to give and that, it is what I already knew. Israel was right. Israel said it. She was just riding. She just wanted a free ride. I figured it out now. Again, she did the same thing 2 times in a row. She just wanted a ride. You know what I'm saying? And that's fine. And I'm okay with that. And I'm glad that it wasn't a negative experience. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I would just be a little cautious this time, because the last 2 times that it happened to me, somebody just walked out on me, ouch. But it is what it is. Everybody saw me on the channel, nothing changed. Nothing changed. My life went on, and I was, The thing that made it easy for me is she came back the very next day to pick up a couple more of her things. I told her when she left that day, I'm like, hey, what about these animals? The last time I told you when you left, it really affected the animals. You left your cat here for a couple months. I had to watch your cat and please don't do that to the animals again. They were really got really attached to you, and I won't do that to the animals. I won't do that to your, and I'm like, okay. So when she left that day, I went out there and I made her, she rolled down the window, I just walked out there in the driveway and she came from the back and I was like, hey, what about the dogs? What about the animals, man? Of all things, I'm asking about the animals, right? She's like, I'm not like, hey, stop. It'd be all crazy. Like, hey, what about these dogs? You said last time, and she just rolled up the window and drove off. So she was in the passenger seat. So like, but then she came back the next day to get a couple of her things. And she met me over here at the front of the cabin. She didn't come in the cabin and I had her cat. And so I gave her cat back. And when I asked her, I was like, hey, what was going on with this? I said, can I talk to you for a minute? You just left yesterday. I said, I wouldn't sleep with you. I wouldn't have any intimacy with you. I wouldn't, I wanted this to be different this time. When I was with you last time, we didn't sleep together first time or whatever, but this time I made you wait. I didn't want to have any intimacy. I didn't want that. I wanted it to be of God. You know what I'm saying? And I thought we were working this out between, I told you, I don't want this to just be some fluke or some relationship. If we're going to be serious and have any kind of intimacy, I want this to be something that God approves of before I lay with you and have any kind of you know what I'm saying? Please, before, we do anything, can we make sure this is, this is of God? I don't want to, I just don't want to go that road. We got all the time in the world. We don't need to be intimate. We don't, none of that. Let's not even worry about it. Let's just see if we're compatible again. And so, like I said, everything seemed to be okay. Like I said, and when she left that, we eventually became intimate again and whatever. But she came back that next day. She got her cat. And then I looked at her and I told her and I said, hey, I said, I got one last question for you. I said, what about that commitment that we made with God? And she said, Tracy, just leave God out of this. And I went and shut the door in her face. And I've never talked to her again because that's all I needed. Okay. Thank you, God. Leave God out of this? Okay. Very clear now. So, I'd be a little cautious, but whatever. Again, and I don't care. Honestly, guys, whatever. I'm a man. I would love to have a partner. Great. But if I don't, that's not going to be the deal breaker for me. I would rather die single and never be with anybody and never hear anybody they tell me they love me ever again, other than my son. Never have a woman say, hey, I think you're the best man in the world. I can't believe without you, whatever, all the things we say to each other, right? Just the things, the little thing. I'm a little things type of guy, but I would rather die single and maybe a little lonesome or whatever. I'll get over it over time. I've spent a lot of years single and was just fine. I dated 2 women in 15 years and I was only dating for 3 of those 15 years. So, but I would rather die single, and than to be with somebody that I wasn't going to be with for the rest of my life until I die. I don't want to waste my time. I'll find a new wife in my next life or something. You know what I'm saying? God will provide that for me because I've given a lot of effort and stuff, you know what I'm saying, as far as that goes. But like I said earlier, I don't want a loner wife. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a loner wife. I don't want somebody I'm not going to be with until I die. I'd rather just be single. Does that make sense? I'd rather be single. A single man. I can be happy. I'm not, I just need to get over the fact that I want to be with somebody. And I don't feel wrong for that. And I did for a lot of years because I was trying to force what God wanted. So, cool. Right on. Thanks for coming in, Wendy. I appreciate your comments. Thank you again for coming in. please definitely come back and say hi again. Appreciate all the people coming in tonight and joining me here. I didn't make the main this about this, but I just at least want to make a mention of it because I know I'm not the only person that feels the way that I do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the only person that feels this way. I know there are others that are alone and they're trying to be patient and they don't want to push anything and they want it to be of God and they feel guilty because they want to be with somebody, but then they don't because they're trying to be patient. And then they, it's a pull on your heartstrings sometimes, because you feel like, what's wrong with you? There's plenty of people that are just happy by themselves and they don't be a little whiny and turn into the general hospital like I do sometimes, right? Because I get lonesome. I mean, maybe if I had friends, maybe if I had a friend or something, you know what I'm saying? But I don't have a friend, maybe if I had somebody that lived by me, my son didn't live so far away or whatever, but I don't have friends or family. I'm a loner. I live alone. I've lived alone for a lot of years and and I'm kind of a loner anyways. No, I can't make friends with anybody. All my friends are online. I don't have anybody somebody to breathe and feel their hot breath in my face and smell their cologne or perfume or just human contact is something that's way different, guys, than having contact. It's not that I don't appreciate the people that I have online, but sometimes we need that physical contact, so to speak, with people, to hear. I hope that God does not make me go without ever hearing somebody tell me that they care about me. I'd like to hear that again before I die. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Right. That's what I'm saying. We're social creatures. We tend to. So I was feeling guilty for a little while, guys, about it. And I'm done feeling guilty about it. I don't care that I want to have somebody in my life. You know what I'm saying? And if it doesn't happen, I'm okay with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with it. And I want to try to be, I just want God to show me, so to speak, that, hey, just settle, Tracy. It's fine. You're fine. You're fine. I'm done, and I have, it's starting to come to me that I've already said people, I don't need a wife. I need people out here. I need somebody to be able to not be alone where they could be on this property with me. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a spouse. I need help. I've been trying to build a homestead. I got lonely because not only do I not have a wife, but for 10 years of planning this, I thought that that I'd have at least 2 or 3 people out here by now. As hard as I've worked to have this community, I figured at least a couple of people would be here. But it's okay. That's God's plans for me. And so he'll provide the people that need to come. When they come, they'll be here. So, I told myself for a lot of time, field of dreams, if you build it, they will come, right? If you build it, they will come. But nobody ever came. Like I said, I've had 50, 100 people through the years that said they were going to come out here. And my son is the only one that's ever come out here. So we had Daniel come out here for a couple of days, but he just wasn't, he was kind of a drifter and he was like Trish. He was just passing through, just kind of used the, yeah, I know, but it's been 10 years, Boggs. It's been 10 years. 10 years is a long time to be all by yourself, and to have a whole homestead that would normally take 2 or 3 people to run you, not ragged, but, be pretty stacked set of duties for 2 or 3 people. Chickens, sheep, goats, rabbits, hogs, the full farm out here. Running a farm by yourself is on 40 acres is tough. It's tough. And I'm building buildings and I'm, doing everything that I'm doing, it's tough. And so I just, But I understand. I got to keep my faith, and I got to keep, trying to tell myself that he will provide. And he will. And I know it. And that's what he's been kind of pushing me here real recently, is that, yeah, I know, Vicky, but you are alone. Okay. I know that. And I tried to, I don't want to get on you, Vicky, but I've told people that doesn't help people like me, Vicky. It doesn't. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't help people like me, saying that I know I have to tell myself that every day. God is with me, and I argue with him, and I wake up and I fight with him, and there's things you don't see, but I appreciate it, Vicky. You don't see what I'm saying? But that really doesn't do anything for people like me, because just a warm body or somebody in your life. Yeah, I'm not alone, but remember, I hurt myself extremely for 2 months, and I'm just coming out of this injury because he didn't want anybody on the other end of that board. And I busted myself, and I tried everything in my power to have somebody on the other end of that board. Just the things like that get hard. It's, like I said, it's just like, okay, he wants you to be injured. He wants you to be injured. That's what I was telling myself, Vicky, the whole time. This is what God wants for you, Tracy. If he wanted somebody on the other of that board, they would be there. He wants you to be in pain. He wants you to be hurting right now. And if he didn't, he would have had somebody on the other of that board. Stop fooling yourself. He's a way maker. He can make a way. Like, I'm not saying anything, but Jennifer says she want to come here. She would just magically, like Star Trek, appear here. I don't doubt my God at all like that. Seriously, at all. I don't think at all that there's nothing that my Father can't do. Nothing that my Father can't do. Nothing within his ability. So if he wanted to say, hey, okay, well, Jennifer, she's right here, that could be. So that's a little hard. It's not so much as that I know he has the ability, right? And it's not like I deserve, right? I don't deserve anything. God will provide for me what he chooses. I don't deserve anything, he will provide. Because I think like, well, hold on a second. Now, wait. David had 150 wives and 150 concubines. David had 150 wives and 150 concubines, and I can't even have one wife? Boy, I must be a piece of crap. I'm not worthy of even one person in my life. I got to wake up every morning alone, and I try so hard. But it is what it is. But it's all right. It's okay. I'm okay with it. Like I said, I'm just like, when you think about things like that, it just makes it tough. You're like, how does he give some people one thing? Like guys, I don't mean to do this, but like all my family, like all my brothers have wives, girlfriends. My mom's married. My son has a girlfriend. Everybody I know has a spouse. Most people I know, not everybody, but most people, everybody in my family, my mom's married, but they're married, happy, married. My son's got a girlfriend. My brother's got a wife. My other brother's got a wife. I guess I'm just a loner. So it's okay. I'm just, like I said, sometimes I think about things like that. You know what I'm saying? And it gets kind of tough. It's like, because my family, I don't like my family, and I don't, and it's not like I'm better than them, but they're just, it is what it is. But sure, if somebody wants to throw themselves out there living for Jesus, but it has to be of God. Sure, I'm saying, but what, what do I do? I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. How the hell am I going to meet somebody? I ain't going to meet anybody out here where I live. I've already faced that. I live way away from people. I don't have no neighbors. There's no way for me to meet anybody. Yeah, honestly, guys, I had not dated anybody in a long time. And I got a little alone. And the last person I met on a dating app. Because I've never done that before. Ever. ever. But I remember my son, or my brother, he met his girlfriend online, and they've been married forever. You know, they met online, completely different parts of the nation, and they made it work, and they're still married to this day. They got kids, and so I would never do that again. But I'm admitting that I did, because I've never done that before, right? And I'd never done that. So I know that's where I want to go, is for a Latina woman. I mean, not that I'm just saying, I just need a woman that has, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't see color. I'd date anybody, any color. I don't see color. It doesn't matter. Any nationality. I need a human being is what I need. I need a human being. You know what I'm saying? I need somebody to act like a human being around me. It doesn't matter about the shape of their skin or I even said, this is kind of funny. I'm not on any dating apps. That was just one time I did it years ago or whatever. And, I had a few responses or whatever the first day, and I was like, nah, I don't know. This is kind of weird. This is not what I do. I don't want to put myself out there like that, but I would talk to this lady, and she was in a bad situation. And like me, I always try to help people out. And so I drove, across the state of Oregon to go get her out of a bad situation. That's it. That's all how it started. Kind of like the last woman that I dated two women in 15 years. And the last lady that I dated was the same thing. I tried to get her out of a bad situation, invite her to come stay, just get away from, the situation for a little while, and never planned on it turning into anything. And then it did later on. So, kind of like with this last one, I said, look, I'm just, I don't have to date you. You're in a bad spot. Why don't you come hang out? I got some property. We don't have to date you or anything like that, but I can get you out of that bad situation that you're in. And, if you want to go back there, that's fine. If not, I just don't think what you're in is smart. And if you're having things, done to you that you don't approve of, I can help you get away from that. And that's what I did. So my dating app didn't go for, I didn't really think of even dating when I did that. Like I said, I did the first day, and I was like, I got a few responses like, nah. But then the one I read her profile or whatever, she was from Oregon, over where my son, where he met his girlfriend of many years, his high school sweetheart, that they're not together, but they were together for some time. And now he has an amazing woman that he's with that supports him. And I can tell they're very happy, and, but I was just helping her out, be honest with you. Both the women I last dated, it was because I was just trying to help somebody out. So I don't put myself out there like that. I guess I did, but it's okay. I do believe 100% with everything in my heart now that the person that God wants me to be with will just, I swear, they'll just magically appear out of nowhere. It's going to be like that for me. I know it. It won't be anything I'll have to push. I won't have to even try it. I won't. God will. He's preparing that woman for me right now, or he's going to not. I won't. You watch. I will not. I will die happy and single, and I'll be just fine. You know what I'm saying? As long as I can get somebody out here at the homestead, I'm fine. And I've already decided that if nobody comes out here after this 2024 incident, I'm going on the road. I'm done. I'm going to leave this homestead. I'm going to leave the U.S. and I'm going to leave. I've tried. I gave it everything I could, and that'll be about 12 years probably before I'm going to be able to leave here. So if I can make it through this 525 event, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just going to leave and go on the road because I want to do that anyways. But I've been trying to stay here to build this homestead so I can eat good. I want to leave the country so I can go eat good food. You know what I'm saying? I want to leave the country so I can eat food. But I need to stay here because God keeps telling me to stay here with the events that are coming, and tells me to ride out the storm, keep preparing this ark, and then when things correct themselves, I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon. I'm on the other opposite side of the United States of you. But I don't doubt my father. I don't doubt. I even, like I said, I put out the other day, about a week ago, something this came up. And I said, you know, I would even date somebody that was maybe not the, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean ugly, but you know, or whatever. I got faults. I got flaws. I'm not perfect, you know. But I was like, I could even date a woman that wasn't. Now, somebody have to be attracted to. You know what I'm saying? There has to be an attraction, but I don't care about looks. I don't care about looks. I'd rather have somebody treat me like a king, treat me like, tell me and appreciate me. Just appreciate me. I don't care about looks. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Looks, I have to be attracted to somebody. There has to be attracted, but it's not so much about the looks. I'd rather have a 6 or a 5 that treated me like a king and I could just, we got along and never just everything worked than some 9 or 10, I don't care. It's not to me about looks. So, I don't care. I'd rather have, and I'll say it, whatever. I'd rather some overweight woman with pimples that didn't do whatever. I don't care, whatever. She loved me and took care of me. I would treat her like a king. I'd tell her every day how beautiful she was, and I would just, because if she treated me good, I wouldn't care. You know? No, I do all the cooking in my house and most of the cleaning. I'm my own boss. I'm my own job. I'm my own manager. I'm my own dad. I was a single dad for 9 years, both dad and mom. So I'm used to doing it all, you know. But it'd be nice somebody say, honey, can I help you with that? Whoa. And somebody asked, would I date a black woman? Sure, I would date any color. I told you, I don't see color. I don't see color. I don't see, we're all people. So I don't, black, white, Oriental, Chinese, it don't matter to me. If somebody loved me and appreciated the things that I did for them, I would treat them with everything that I could. I'm a giver as far as in a relationship. That's my problem. You know what I'm saying? I asked the last girl that I dated prior to this, the 2 girls that I dated, and I said, hey, because I still talk to her from time to time. We're not enemies or anything like that, right? I said, if you could tell me in a relationship, since we don't date anymore, you know, we talk or whatever. I said, what's my deal? You know, I said, go critical on me, you know, go critical on me. I said, what's my deal? Why, what's my problem? If you had to, you know, say, hey, what's this guy's problem? Tell me what's my issue. Why can't I hold down? Why can't I hold down a relationship, you know, or whatever? And it's not that I couldn't, but, you know, I said, what's the deal? And she said, well, you want my honest opinion? I said, well, I don't want you to lie to me. Yeah. She said, well, you try too hard. I said, what? She said, you try too hard. I said, I try too hard. She said, yeah, you know. And I said, oh, I kind of remember because my brother's wife, she's like she's almost like a puppy dog, where she follows him around, you know, and just, you know, that kind of. So I was like, oh, well, I hope I'm not like that. You know, you mean like a dog, like I just won't, you know. She said, well, no, not necessarily like that. But she said, you just always try so hard. And sometimes it can kind of be a little annoying. I'm like, all right, well, I appreciate your honesty. I said, I'm going to definitely keep that in mind next time. I didn't know you could try too hard, but I appreciate it. So that's the issue I think that I have, guys, is that maybe I just, I'm a veteran, so I want to do preventive maintenance, you know, my relationship. I'm like, hey, how's things going? You know, I ask questions and I try to stay on top of things. And maybe that's what it is, you know, as I try too hard. So things like generally like to cook and clean. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind doing all the cooking and the cleaning. It's not that somebody can't cook or somebody clean, but a lot of the times I already do it anyways. I'm single. Why wouldn't I be able to cook and clean? You know what I mean? Why can't I cook and clean? You know, so I am a little demanding in the kitchen, you know, as far as I like to cook. I've been a 5-star chef. I've managed a 5-star restaurant. You know, I've been a line cook. I don't mind cooking. I like to cook. That's a way for I could express to somebody like, hey, you know what I'm saying? It's okay if I do all the meals, right? You know, it's I cook. I'm not saying that somebody can't cook for me. Well, I don't know, Jennifer. What do you? Yep, I'm a homesteader. I live off the grid. Let me get this fire going here, okay, guys. Watch out, Vince. Tell me about yourself there, Jennifer. I don't know nothing about you. Tell me something about yourself there, Jennifer. I don't know anything about you. Are you a woman of God? Are you, I don't care about your stuff. I don't care if you can just come by yourself. I don't need anything. So who's going to Mexico with Paul show? Somebody's going to Mexico? Well, I don't know about that, Trey. I don't know nothing about this lady. I don't know nothing about her. She told me nothing about herself. Whatever. We didn't turn this into a dating app. 41. Okay, so you're just a little bit, you know, we're not too much about 9 years apart. I'm trying to get this fire going. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. She's your age? Cool. She's right. Israel's, yeah, in his 40s, isn't it? Early 40s. So, what, Jennifer, can I ask you, what's your, y'all tripping. What are you looking for in a man? What are you looking for in a man there, Jennifer? What's your ideal? Just curious. We don't need to turn this into a dating app. Look at this. You guys we just turned this into a, what is it? MySpace? Is that a thing? No, that's not a thing, is it? You love the vibe? Cool. Because I'm not opposed to anybody coming out here now. If they're a person of God, I'm ready to online. Yeah, this just turned. You guys are like, hey, check this out. We just tuned into an online dating service. I didn't know YouTube had online dating. Thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate it. Jennifer, I put myself out there a little bit, and Jennifer's like, hey, I'll bite on that. Thanks for coming in, Jen. I appreciate it. Looked in the works for Dr. Ernest, went in the Woken and the date. I'm glad I found your channel. Cool. I know we went from end times to dating, you know? Cool. It's a good experience, guys. I know there are other people out there like myself that's not easy to meet people. You know what I'm saying? I've isolated myself from society. Not like I live so far away from people that I can't go into town. There's a town 12 miles up the road. There's a Walmart 100 miles or something, a couple hours from me. It's not like I'm out in the middle of the woods or anything. I still live near society, but I push myself away from the city and from people. I don't want to participate in society anymore. Not like I said that I don't go to town and I don't do, but I want to homestead. I want to get to where I eat nothing but food that I grow. All the food I eat, I want it to be food that I grow. I want to get out of the stores. I want to get, I make all my own power. I have all my own, equipment so that I'm not dependent on anybody else but me. Like, if Jennifer showed up here out of some reason or something, and we hit it off, I could shut the gates on this property, and her and I could stay here for 15 years. 15 years. 15 years, I would never have to leave this place. I have enough food, shelter, water, well drilling kit, power. I don't need to leave. The only thing I actually probably don't have is fuel, like petroleum. But I just got a big gas tank. I just got a big tank that I got here recently, and I'll be trying to fill that up with the petroleum. You know what I'm saying? With gasoline. So I have everything I need here. I just need hands. You know what I'm saying? You can use. I'm not a materialistic person. I really don't need many material things in my life. Too many more things. I need some gravel for my driveway. So that I can be easier. My son might come visit me a little more often if my driveway was a little bit better. But I have everything I need. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's other things that I could in the future, but I don't. I have enough work here right now. Like, I'm in the process of building 3 cabins, and I have 2 more that I'm building. 5 cabins that I'm trying to build out here. 5 cabins. And I've already built a 50-foot storm shelter. 50-foot storm shelter. By myself. Nobody came to help me do it. I tried. Nobody helped me. 4 years I dug by hand. 10-gallon buckets, 5-gallon buckets at a time. Over 4 years it took me to dig the hole to put the 50-foot storm shelter in. You're talking about $150,000 storm shelter to build, and I built it by hand by myself. As I was building this cabin that I live in, 40-foot cabin, I've had to get the other. We got the Rusty Butterfly. That just needs the inside. That one's done. I'm working on the Rusty Dragon right now. Right? I've got the other 53 tractor trailer over there. That's going to be built into cabins. These were supposed to be for people to come out here and live in. You guys, I could take all this stuff that I do, that I have, and put it into like things for me, and drive like a nice truck and all. I don't care about that. I care about making sure I can help other people in the future. You know what I'm saying? That's how I work. I have to force myself to do for me. You know what I mean? I don't do for me very often. Most of what I do is trying to plan for other people. I can't help it. More than half of what I own is ending for me. People ask me all these years, they're like, why do you buy all that? You don't even have size 15 boots, man. Why are you buying those big old boots? Well, I'm building it because people might come to my property, But all that was taken from me 5-6 years ago. Everything was gone, taken from this property by my own blood. By my own blood. So I had to start all over again from scratch. And remember, I'm in the process of trying to build a 50-foot underground house. Did I tell you that? I'm trying to build a 50-foot underground house. 5 cabins, livestock, dogs, animals, 10-hour live stream sometimes, 50-foot storm shelter, underground house. I'm a pretty busy dude. So that's what I've been working on for 5 years. You know, straight 6 years without stopping. You know what I'm saying? You can't bury shipping containers under the ground. They're not meant to be buried under the ground. Be very careful. They can be buried under the ground, law, but they need shoring up. Cool, nice. Yeah, you don't want to bury a shipping container. They're not meant to be buried. The bottoms leak. They're very flimsy. I have, Trey, but I don't. I haven't recently. I wanted to again. I wanted to make some kind of wine or something because I don't drink alcohol very much, or I'll have a beer or something every once in a while. But man, I made some plum wine. Yeah, they need reinforcement, and then you can bury them. Yeah, you can bury them, but they need some reinforcement. Okay, they can be. Look up shipping container builds, and people do them, but the corners need shored up because they're very flimsy. What I'd recommend that you, I live in Silver Lake, Oregon. What I recommend is a steel culvert. That's what I built my shipping containers out of. Steel culverts. Culverts. They can put 150 feet of dirt on top of a steel culvert. Yes, honeymead, nice. Yeah, I made some wine. I really don't have any qualifications, Paul, other than, so you have to be a person of God. I don't believe in religion, but, look and say hi to the kitten girl. You coming to say hi to the dad? You say hi to Judipers. She's my pretty girl. She's the only girl, so we treat her like the queen. I love you, sweet pea. You sleeping with the dad, huh? She's my girl. Did you love the dad? I love you. So, I lost my comments here. Whoa, we were way down there. Cool. But anyways, I've got more than I could do out here. I got more than I could ever do. You know what I'm saying? I got more than I could ever do. And I'll keep trying to do more. I'm trying to eventually, like I said, I want to do a cabin package build out here. If there's one item that I could bring to this property, I need to get a pickup truck, which I will get. Okay. I need to get a pickup truck. I will get my 4x4. I bought a pickup truck and it caught on fire the next day. I have the worst luck sometimes. Can you ever see where there's water? So, but I've been in the process of building this storm shelter for 5 years. It's taken me 5 years to build it. It took me 4 years just to dig the hole, but I want to add to what somebody's saying. Listen, you don't want to bury a shipping container. A steel culvert is the way to go. If you can locate one, they're not cheap, but they are available. And It's been good. We had a 50-degree day today. That's why I've been like, I've been feeling better with the, like inviting people to come back out here because the weather's starting to break. Like when Israel wanted to come out last time or something, the weather started to break. I was like, hey, we might wait off here a little bit because the weather is getting cold, because I live at 4,500 feet. So I just didn't want to have to look after anybody. And so last fall, I shut the, I got 10 acres of buried shipping containers. I'm proud of it. Nice. I didn't want to have to look after somebody in the winter because I would be like that the whole time, He said he wasn't religious. Why don't you want to bury a shipping container? Shipping containers will collapse on themselves, guys. You can't bury a shipping container. You could probably put a couple feet of dirt on it. What are you doing, BB? My CP? What are you doing, CP? Are you hanging out with the dad on the live stream? Oh, my pretty little girl, just the one that I love. She's the one girl that I love. You're so sweet. You just love the dad, huh? You love the dad. I love you. She loves her dad. She loves the dad. Dad's girl. Kind of got a thing with the animals out here. They love the dad. Just hanging with my dad. Hanging with my dad. We're surrounded by mules, all the animals. They like hanging out with the dad. But anyways, guys, the shipping containers you're able to bury those, but they needed, it's almost 5:30. Is it 5:30? Holy smokes. Oh, well, it is what it is. I don't care. I'm my own boss. I'll go to work when I decide. I was supposed to go to bed at a decent hour so I could get up and work in the morning because I'm my own boss because I got to get back to work. So I better wrap this up here pretty quick, guys. Thanks for coming on the stream. I appreciate it. Stay with me. Give me a subscription if you're not following me. We normally talk about preparedness, homesteading. You're just getting up there, Jennifer, huh? About ready to start your day. I'm about ready to go lay down for a couple hours so I can get up and go to work. So stay with me. And what are you doing? What are you doing, Sweepy? Yeah, cool. So if you like off-gridding, that type of information, we're always talking about that. We're talking about preparedness. My son's dropping a link in there for you. That's my son. If any of this information is valuable and you want to support the work and what I do out here, maybe you want to help me get some gravel. I need some gravel. It's not required, guys, but if any of you guys have the ability and you're doing okay, maybe you hit a bunch of Bitcoin. Somebody gave me a $50 Bitcoin donation yesterday, my first Bitcoin. So added $50 to my Cash App on my Bitcoin, which is pretty cool. So again, I'm one trying to give, guys. I've been trying to give away my property for a long time and I'm a giver. So but if anybody has the ability, and that's why the link's there. If you want to support this work and what I do out here, I've been studying for 30 plus years with that overlay map that I gave you. I might have just saved you your whole household. You know what I mean? But either way, it's in the link. It's in the description. I have a Cash App and I have a PayPal. And I'm working on these cabins. so I can get a good steady stream of income. I'm sure I should be able to get all 4 or 5 of these up and going before springtime, hopefully 2 or 3 of them. And I'll be able to rent them out, and I'll be able to start building my underground house back there, because I plan on moving this before fall. I want to be in there before winter. I want my underground house built. You know what I'm saying? And people in these cabins. If not, I'll rent them all out. I'll rent them all out. You know what I'm saying? I don't... Well, we're entered the 6th extinction event, Salad. If you follow me, you don't need to donate. If you want to, fine, but you don't have to. I don't require donations to give all the work that I've given. I'll give it freely. I'm not looking for a handout, so to speak, like that. But if somebody has the ability, I'm not going to turn down. I never used to take anything from anybody because I had a hard time doing that. But I just don't anymore. I need to do what I need to do for myself. So here's what I'm talking about. This is the 6th extinction event that we are in. We entered the 6th extinction event right here. On the line, 6,000 years ago, we were in the Noah event. On December 21st of 2020, when Jupiter conjuncted Saturn, we hit the 12,000 year cycle, and we hit the 6th extinction event. All of these are the different extinction catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years. You can see it says potentially civilization ending catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years and the 6 previous great cycles. So we have entered 3.5 years, 3 years ago, we entered the extinction cycle. We're right here. Oh, I don't know what happened. Where'd it go? So notice every one of these events that I'm showing you happens on the line. Yeah, we got a little smoky in here, didn't I? Oh, man. Happens on the line. Not in the yellow, not in the gray. On the line. On the line. On the line. So these are known events that happen hundreds of years in advance. Hundreds of years in advance. It's kind of fuzzy. I apologize. I don't know what happened. So everything that made it through the last 5 extinction events is still here. Hold on one second, Jennifer. I'll give you a chance to get a hold of me here before I get off the thing here. So we're here. We made it. We're in the 6th extinction event already. We've been in the 6th extinction event for over 3 years. Some of us have been doing something about it for a long time. So we're kind of ahead of the power curve here, so to speak. I suggest you do something about it. You can still go get toilet paper. You can still get the things at the store. Everything is on sale right now, meaning it's available. This would probably be a good time before the panic starts to ensue, because I'm sure it will eventually be told that this is going to progress, and I think it'll just be weather dominant. Weather dominant is what's going to happen. You understand? Weather dominant is going to dominate the earth. That's what's going to happen at one point in time. Yeah, this guy's a fool, Chicken Little. Even though those events all happened there, even though what I just showed you there, Chicken Little, has happened on a cycle, and these are catastrophic events. The sky is falling. That's right. The sky is falling. And you're not going to do a damn thing about it. And guess what's happened? You're going to be one of the 90% of the people that disappear as they projected. As they projected that 90% of the population will disappear from what this event, because we're already in the Chicken Little event, right? The catastrophic event. So you'll be one of those 90%. Good for you. Good for you. Because there's some of us, remember, there were 5 extinction events that already happened in history, and we're all still here because people did something about it, including the animals that had instinct. And I'm pretty sure that people didn't do anything about it, ain't here anymore. So that's probably going to be you, because you haven't done anything about it, I imagine. Or you're going to just start talking about drug usage or, somebody being gay, or you're going to laugh at somebody being down. But remember, there are people out there preparing for this already, and we're getting ready. And while you tell people they need to get some kind of psychiatric help because you're some kind of psychiatrist, there are people who are building shelters, putting away food, putting away organic vegetables, or doing something about it. And you're not doing anything but coming and throwing shade and acting like you're a psychologist, or insinuating somebody's on drugs like you're some kind of drug recognition expert. Well, guess what? I am a DRE, a drug recognition expert. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, a police officer, and a military police. I can identify people when they're on drugs. Can you? Are you a drug recognition expert? Because you seem to be coming in, a lot of people coming in the chats and insinuating people are on drugs. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Pretty crazy time that we live in. See, guys, this is what I'm talking about. These people that throw shade, that talk smack and talk about drugs and stuff and all this type, you know, that are going to be the people that are going to try to kill you. Those are going to be the people that kind of take your life, brothers and sisters, because they don't have nothing. Oh, they got an Xbox 5 and they got an iPad and they got TikTok or YouTube, but they don't have anything. And they are going to be the one that come to try to take everything you have because they're prepared. So I don't worry about the governments. The government's a corporation, and I don't worry about the government. I don't worry about cops because cops are jackboot thugs. I worry about these people who come in here, and I don't worry, but I worry about these are the type of people you should be concerned about because they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. You know, crackhead addicts, all this stuff. You know, this person right here probably don't have nothing put away, nothing for a rainy day. And after they're done being all hopped up on YouTube and candy bars and milk duds and Red Bulls and all that, you know, they're borderline diabetic. They're going to get off here and they're going to come take your stuff because they're not going to be thinking with their head after about 8 hours. They're not going to be thinking with their head. They go from about 5 or 6 hours from being hungry and, you know, to 6 or 7 hours to be angry, and about 7 hours to being what you call hangry. 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 Meaning they have not thinking with their head anymore. They have lost their minds. They have lost their minds, and all they're thinking about is their stomachs now. You guys ever seen anybody thinking about with their stomachs and not using their head anymore? That's called hangry. Hangry. And they won't be using their head anymore. These are the people that come in this chat that talk some serious smack, that don't have anything. And I promise you, they probably never fasted a day in their life. They've never gone a whole day without eating. That's how coddled Americans are. They've never gone a whole day without missing a meal, let alone one meal or a whole day. And I guarantee when things break down because they're not able to cause division and go throw shade on people and do what they do, I'm sure they do this on a regular basis. This is their thing. This is what they do. They're going to be the people that you need to be concerned about. I'm not kidding. These are the people that you should be concerned about, because fail need to prepare is preparing to fail. I'm an already veteran, and I know that if you do not prepare, you're going to die. Stay alert, stay alive. Failing prepares preparing to fail. So imagine what somebody's like when they're hopped up on sugar. They've been coddled the whole life. Bunch of World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, TikTok, YouTube. They're just electronic androids, but they're still people. And when that blood sugar goes crazy, like it is never, they're going to lose their minds. They're going to go into a diabetic shock, and I'm telling you, they're going to be hard to deal with. Because if you ever dealt with somebody that's not thinking straight, and all they can think of is they got a stomach that's never felt like that before, they're hard to deal with. They're called hangry. So I'd be very cautious of people who aren't being prepared right now, because if we're already 3 years into the extinction event and all they can do is come cast shade, or like I'm some kind of psychologist or drug recognition expert or something, when they're really not anything other than just a keyboard warrior, they will be a lot to deal with, guys. Trust me, I know you're going to remember this someday. When they walk up to your house, they're not going to care that you got kids. All they're going to care about is how are they going to stop that stomach from feeling something that they've never felt before. You understand? So please be careful, because this is the people that I worry about. I don't worry about society like that because I live way away from people. So nobody's going to make it to my home. You're not getting out of the city. I'm telling you right now, you're not leaving these cities. They will lock you down. So all you people who think you can come out to the country where I'm at, you know, where we got, you know, see, there we go. And look, see, drug usage. Here, let's just take it. Let's just take a quick thing and then we'll go through here. Hold on, watch. Drug usage. How many more people think I'm using drugs? Do you see these eyes? Do they look like they're on drugs? Can you see my pupils? Why are my eyes so white and clear? Oh, maybe it's you that's on drugs. Maybe you've been boosted. See those? Does that look like I do methamphetamines? See, they're not even very good drug recognition experts. Not even very good recognition experts at all. Interesting. So please be careful, guys. I don't know what it is that people, they just insinuate drug usage or homosexuality, or they like to see people in pain. Ha ha, I got him going. Ha ha, I triggered them. They love to see the pain. So imagine that for 1 minute. Somebody that loves to see you in pain. They love to see you in pain. And you don't think that they're going to have any problems coming and unaliving you and your kids and your family and your house to get what, yeah, if they could be so easily to come in here and to laugh and try to trigger people, you know what I'm saying? To try to trigger people. Imagine the things that they'll do. Imagine the things that these people will be capable of. Like this guy right here, bro's a professional yapper. What are you doing? What are you contributing to the chat? What do you got to add to the world? Nothing but a bunch of nonsense. So please be cautious of these people, guys. Don't worry about the government. Don't worry about the government. The government, we just seen the government is not, whatever. Just don't participate in their deal. Know what I'm saying? Worry about people who are not prepared. Those would be the ones that are going to cause you a problem. Okay? All right, let's leave it at that. Much love, guys. Okay, appreciate it. I just want you to be aware. I mean, we're in this situation already. We're 3 years in the extinction event. And you can still go buy toilet paper. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane that we are this far into this event and you can still peacefully, I can live stream right now. We're 3+ years into extinction event. And we can still get people, psycho flat earther, come into us, you know, come into a thing and still bros speaking Japanese. Look at this, guys. You think these people, you think this guy has anything? You think he's got any food storage? You think he's got one of these? This guy thinks I'm fear monger. And you think this guy's got any of these? He thinks it's fear. He probably got nothing like this. This is fear, right? You should have one of these because of fear. This is what the problem is, guys. I'm telling you, it's rampant. It's rampant. It's rampant. These are the people that you need to be concerned about. Cool. You have a well, you're good. Cool. Oh, yeah, you got a well, you're good. Good for you. Got a well. You know what? What happens when your well runs dry? Do you have a storage tank? See that? Look at that. I got a well. I'm good. Listen to this, guys. I got a well. I'm good. Well, I got a well drilling kit. Now I got tens of thousands of gallons of water storage so that just in case the well goes dry. Oh, wait, the well could go dry too, huh? Oh, I got a well. Good for you. What happens when your well runs dry? Do you have any water storage? Probably not. Calm down, bro. Calm down, bro. See what I'm saying? Oh, wait, what are you, a police officer? This is the dumbest thing I've ever watched. Cool. All right. You're one of them scared people. Look at all this, guys. Go. Look at all this stuff. I love it. This is what I'm trying to show you. So do you have to worry about gays? You got a $5-gallon washer. Cool. No, that's cool. I just watched this. I'm trying to show you guys how easily, just imagine the day that the power goes down, guys. The power that, what's this guy yapping about? It's always the same thing. They've been programmed. They're programmed. That's also what I'm trying to show you. They're all programmed. They got 3 settings: homosexuality, drug usage, or yapper. They're all say the same thing. They're all programmed. They're NPCs, right? They've been programmed. So these people will come do horrible, horrible things to you. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, if they could be programmed like this, they could be programmed to do whatever they're told. Yep. They want division. They want strife. Think about how many people come in here and want to trigger me. They're saying that because they want to piss me off. They're saying that because they want to see me in pain. They want to trigger me. They want to laugh at me. They want to make fun of me. That's what they're doing. Every one of these people has that same motive, guys. Pretty much the same motive. See what I'm saying? They all have the same motive. Because if all of them want the same thing, they come in and they say, "Are you gay?" Because they want to cause strife and division. Right? Aha, I got him triggered. Tinfoil under that hat. See, they want to trigger me, to try to get me to be upset. Do you just realize how filthy, disgusting people these are? How absolutely horrid and anti-Christ these people are? Is that what a person of Christ would do? Come in and start, "Are you gay? Are you on drugs? Ha, 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 LOL." These people are pure evil, brothers and sisters. If you want to see what evil looks like, you're seeing it here this morning. This is what pure evil looks like. Because a purchase of man that was righteous would not try to be going after somebody. They wouldn't be trying to tell somebody, "Hey, are you on drugs?" That's trying to cause division. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to cause a stir in the chat. So I just want you to think about, if they're stirring this kind of thing in here and they're doing this in here, imagine if the lights went out. Imagine if the lights went out. How they would act. It's pretty calm right now. Nobody's like beating you up trying to, take your stuff, right? We're not having people coming in here, "Hey, this is banned content," right? This is, you know what I'm saying? So that's, again, what I want to try to show you, that these are the people that will probably, when the things switch, these are the people who be out running around on the streets. There you go. Look, lice in your hat. Ha ha. Division. Ha ha. They like to laugh. They want to see you in pain. See how many ways they do it? They're very creative. But any way they can cause strife, division, or to be in an opposition, to be defiant, that's what they'll do. What? I'll show you. What triggers me more than anything, my PTSD, is when I see that smiley face. It reminds me of Sam Walton, and I hate when people laugh at people. I can't stand when people laugh at people. So when I see that smiley face, it triggers my PTSD from being a military veteran. And so I don't like that. I get kind of triggered. It does trigger my PTSD. And I ask people not to put that smiley face. So people, why do you do that? What's your deal with the smiley face? I said, well, it reminds me that they interned American citizens during World War II. American citizens during World War II. Sam Walton, the Walmart, in cooperation with the Department of Homeland Security, right? See what I'm saying? See how easy that they're triggered, guys? It triggers my PTSD. It reminds me of what the American citizens happened to this country. They interned American citizens, brothers and sisters. Some of them were Japanese descent, but they were still born American. But not all Americans were put in internment camps during World War II were of Japanese descent. They were Americans. So I hope to God that when these things go down, that these people that put the laughing face, there'll be some of these people that they'll tell them to go concentrate. You need to concentrate, right? You need to re-educate, you know? So it's that easy, guys. So you see how people have to do it? They're triggered. They have to do it. So please keep in mind that when these things go down, that these are the people that I think that show up to these Black Lives Matter events, you know, the Antifa events, all these events where they want to pull in these people like this. It's these people that feed into this, you know what I'm saying? They feed into this violence, defiance, you know what I'm saying? Violence and defiance and opposition and hurt and pain. That's what they want. Never forget the people that come in here and do this are trying to cause strife and division, and they want to see somebody in pain. They want to interrupt. Obviously, some of them want the attention. I know that. They want attention so they can get that. But when they get the attention, they want it to cause division. And so try to remember again that when things break down, they're going to be the people that are out there on the streets hungry and causing you a lot of problems. Because if they can do stuff like this here, imagine if there is no law. Imagine if we went grid down. We went into a lawless type scenario. Are they just a bunch of keyboard warriors that would tuck their tail and not do anything? I don't think so. I think these people are literally programmed, and they will go straight out into the streets, and try to cause problems. Are you serious, Tracy? Yeah. If they'll do this here, I can't imagine what they would do when the lights went out and they knew they didn't have anybody to make them accountable. Like, because they're not accountable here, right? This guy can put weirdo. Nobody's going to go, hey, what are you talking about? Beat down his. Look how stupid people are, guys, too. People that I don't understand. Hey, do you think if I did a little, I'm a prior law enforcement officer, and I was a reconstructionist. I've been an investigator. What's the chances of you thinking me locating, like this person just said, shut up, right? Do you think I could locate this person, buddy? Do you think I could get his IP address? Do you think I could get anybody's address in here? These people sit there and don't realize that there are nefarious people. Not me. I ain't doing nothing. I don't care about these people. But in a second, these people are so stupid that somebody could get their IP address, get their address, and be banging on their door. Hey, what do you mean their keyboard? What do you mean? There are people out there that will do that. And so I fear for these people because they're going to get what they deserve someday. So not everybody's nice in this world. Not everybody can just sit there and have restraint, but it's not that hard. That's what's pretty funny is that all these people that talk this, they can all be located. They can all be located. So it's pretty funny that that God is merciful to these people, because any time that somebody nefarious could be banging on their door and say, "What the hell are you talking about, buddy?" Remember, it's me from YouTube. How you doing, buddy? You want to come outside and have this discussion, or you get off your keyboard? Oh, hey, what's up? You guys shaking your boots there. You didn't think I knew where you lived, did you? People do this stupid stuff on Facebook too, guys, in the marketplace, say the stupidest thing on your sales and stuff like that. They could be located at any second, and they all think that they're safe. That's what's pretty funny too. They think they're safe in their cushy little homes behind their keyboards. But I think that when things break down, there might be somebody banging on their door saying, hey, what's happening? How you doing? Are you? Oh, wait, that's a whole lot different in person, isn't it? You know how many people I've invited to come out to my property that made threats to me? And what did I say? Come dig holes with me. I didn't ask violence. I wanted to say, come out here and put your money where your mouth is. They're a big shot. Just call the cops. They know where I live. Just call the county. Call anybody in this town. They know who I am. Come on over here, big shot. Come dig some holes with me. Maybe I'll make you lunch. Right? Anybody ever see how I deal with these people who want to be violent with me? What do I try to do? I try to get holes dug, right? I said, well, I'll tell you what, this old man, I'll dig some holes with you. And if you could dig more holes with me, then, well, we could, no violence. If you want to go to violence, we can, non-violently, let's dig some holes first. Then we'll have lunch. And if you win, you can kick my butt. You can just stomp me into the ground. I'll let you beat me up. And if I win, you got to dig more holes. And I'm going to dig more holes than you. I don't care if you're 20 years old. I will dig more holes than you can ever even imagine a digging. We're going to dig them by hand. We're not using an electric, but we're going to dig these holes by hand. We're going to see what you got. You think, how many holes do you think you dig before you got blisters on your hand? You got any calluses on your hand? You got any calluses on your hand? Left and right hands? You got any calluses on your hand? How many? Oh, you need a pair of gloves, don't you? Softy. You don't have no callus on your hand. You're going to be making it through your first and second hole, and your hands are going to be blistering. So I don't promote violence, guys. I'm trying to get holes dug on my property so I can get some more fencing up here so I can fence some more of my animals. So I would never, but I guarantee a lot of people would thump the living snot out of these keyboard warriors. They just walk right to the door and just stuff them. Pound a pothole in their chest. And you better remember, not everybody, there's a lot of veterans in this country. You know that? Do you know how many veterans are in the United States of America and how many people have served this beast system? And you're going to mess with a veteran? A trained killer? You better be careful who's on the other end of that keyboard, because there's a lot of veterans in the United States of America. Yes, there is. There is a lot of veterans in America. So you go ahead and pound out on that keyboard, and some veterans, they don't have no reservation. They got some PTSD, and they're just waiting to unleash it on one of you keyboard warriors. Oh, yeah, they'll pound. They're not stupid. They're veterans. So be careful, all you keyboard warriors who you think that you're messing with, because I ain't going to come mess with you. I don't care where you live. As a matter of fact, you come out here and try to find out where I live, and I'll have you dig some holes, like I said. But you better be careful, because a lot of these veterans, they don't care. And they'll come stomp a pothole in your chest. They'll come bang on your door. They don't care. They're trained killers, and they've already unalived plenty of people. And they have no problems taking one more for the team. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm not fighting nobody. I said I'd let you beat the snot out of me if you won, right? I never said I would swing back, did I? I let God fight all my battles. I'm not fighting anybody ever again. Watch, I won't have to. He'll fight all my battles for me. But all you people on that other end, you better think about who the people that you're messing with, because there's a lot of military veterans in this country. And you keep pounding on the wrong chat, you're going to have one be pounding on your door. And they're not going to care about the law. They're not going to care about the law. So be careful, because if you want to cause people problems, remember they defended this country. They want freedom. They don't want people to cause strife and division in their country. And when you cause this crap, you're going to piss a veteran off, and you're going to have one pounding on your door. I'm sure it happens daily. Oh, I bet you it does. Oh, I bet you it happens a lot more time than you think. Because some people right now, especially after the old jab in the last 4 or 5 years, their patience is wore thin. Very thin. They've been starved out. Food is what? How much for a box? 100 times % more. So I'd be careful. If I was you, I don't care. I'm not the guy. I ain't going to do anything. I'm way away from you guys. You can't even get to me. If you want to, you know where I live. Just call the sheriff. You want to come get me? My door's unlocked. I leave it unlocked at night. I don't live in fear. But again, I want you guys to understand that these people are the problem. These people that do these type of things have no heart. They don't. How could you have a heart coming in and trying to cause somebody to piss somebody off? Say something about their gender. Talk about some kind of drug usage or something. It's just division. It's just strife. So get your house in order, please, because they're flooding people in this country that I believe that are way worse than these people on this keyboards too. There's a lot of people we have absolutely crushed them in other countries, and they came here and they don't like us. America is the bad guy outside of the walls of America, guys. If you've never left the United States, America is the bad guy. Only in America are we the good guy. Do you know that? America's not the good guy outside of America. America's the bad guy. And all these people coming in here that are not from America? Maybe these keyboard warriors better get off this keyboard and start prepping their own preps, huh? Worry about all these people that are coming into their country that ain't going to care about, are you a yapper? Are you on drugs? Are you gay? They're just going to crush you. They don't care. You're an American. We just go crush them in their countries. And now they're here in our country. Pretty silly. Pretty silly. Okay. You guys got any questions for me before I go? I'm going to take a field a question or two. We got 300 people in here. I can take a question or two. They want us dead due to our corporation. America's a corporation. Cool. Yep. It's a business. No, I don't know if Jennifer's in here. I think she might have gave up. Sorry, Jennifer. I can guarantee we're born in America. We will fight in terms of rights. She said, what? Oh, cool. Right on. Where can I get the info on your homestead? I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon. in the high desert or Oregon outback. Gosh, on Cardi's roll it. What is we support her in the middle? What if we support middle of the container in the ground? It's the edges law that have to be supported. The corners of your shipping container. What's my thought on the LGBT? God created 504. God created man and woman, one race, the human race. I don't know what LGBXYT2. What is that? What is that? Some kind of robot or something? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I do you, but what in the hell is that? It's an abomination for a man to lie with another man, according to the word of God. The Nephilim means the word bully, J. Ramirez, bully. We're in the 6th extinction event right now, Red. 3 years into it. What do I think about the Israel situation? I think Israel is an apostasy to the word of God, and so is the nation of Palestine. They're both committing atrocities. Both countries are committing atrocities. People are trying to like community. What are the numbers? Like the search online. Are you a parent? How do you feel about leaving them in this world? Yeah, I'm a parent. My son is in this chat right now. He's 25 years old, and I told him he's on his own. You got to make it to the Father by yourself. Mental health illness. All right, cool. That's what it is. Paul says these people are mentally ill. They got some issues. Arrow cases. What's the extinction event? We're in the 6th extinction event right now. Any way to save America? Yes. Small communities. It's going to be communism or communism. You guys, they're going to give this country over to the beast, whether you realize it or not. It's going to be a tier class society. It's going to be the haves and the have-nots. And that would be, so Fauci flu is the 6th extinction event. Nope, the 6th extinction event is a celestial event. What about society's attempt to feminize men? Yes, they are. They're doing in that estrogen mimickers. No, the Nephilim were the bullies. And I thought the Nephilim was the offspring of the angels. Where did it say angels? It said sons of God. J. Ramirez, it said sons of God. And the sons of God, it said, you're thinking the fallen angels, right? A fallen angel is not doing the will of the Father, therefore they can't be a son of God. So therefore a fallen angel is not a son of God. You cannot be a son of God unless you're doing the will of the Father. So you got much TV twisted in your and no definition. Let's see. No, it will be communism. Bro, no way you're on here ranting 3 hours later. Love of Lucifer, says Connor Brown. He's got the love of Lucifer. Love of Lucifer. It's not your job to judge a man based on their sins. That's God's place. And you too were born sinners, were from your own religion. Takes judgment on their sinner and hypocrisy, which is a sin. Hey, Daniel, I can judge a man with righteous judgment. That's what the Lord tells me to do. Judge, do not condemn a man, but judge that shall be judged. You're a blasphemer, Daniel. You're a blasphemer. You're blaspheming God's word. Is also not your job to judge a man. Blasphemy! You're a blasphemer. You do the works of your father, the devil, and you're perverting God's word. Blasphemy. You're a blasphemer. That was for you, because you're blaspheming. He said, judge with righteous judgment, do not condemn a man. And you said not to judge. You're a blasphemer. Islam, Arabic, satanic.
Christian in Venus Patrol. This isn't a question, but I want to say thank you for spreading truth. It's really needed more than ever. Thank you, 504. Everybody's not going to agree with it, with everything I say. Don't argue with anyone. Save you can. Jesus said, if they don't want to learn, walk away. 2 times. That's right. Slaw. 2 times. Then rebuke them. You're already a class society. You're already handed over an evil. This countryside. Yep, cool. We are Jews and Arabs at conflict. It's part of God's plan. It's all going by God's plan. I like no egg omelets, huh? Why is the word God makes a person and I hate them? Interesting. Flat Earth. So who cares about the shape of the Earth? Translation of Hebrew. A Greek will translate sons of God or just God as angel. No, it doesn't. Angelo is Angus, messenger. Nope, you're wrong. Oh, now I'm reported. Oh, Will reported me. Oh no. What did it hurt your feelings there, Will? Are you the feelings police? You're so funny. The next lesson, because I read the Quran. If I didn't make them, he doesn't exist. Oh, very cool. What's the verse? The judgment verse. The Hindus and Muslims are Jesus Christ is Messiah. Where are you? Yeah, Lucy is a liar. Hindu, do you not like Muslims? The city and the edifice have lined their pockets and signed them for a contract to bring 30,000 monkeys to Bambridge without asking people. Ooh, interesting. No matter what shape, we're all extinct. Well, no, we're not all extinct. Everything that made it through the last 5 extinction events is still here. Should Native Americans get justice for their past? No, he says, vengeance be mine, saith the Lord, windsurfer. We can't do that. Although I wish they could. We should give this country back to the natives. We stole it. All right, there we go. All right, I just went through looking through all you guys' went through your comments. Okay, appreciate your comments, guys. I uploaded a couple of them there. I appreciate it again. I'll be back on probably sometime today when I work on the cabins. I might go work on the back of the shelter. I've got to get that done. We've entered the 6th extinction event, so I'm done playing around with people who I had a little fun playing with the trolls in here. You know what I'm saying? But we're 3 years into the 6th extinction event, guys. We're going to be okay. A lot of us are going to be all right. We're going to do something about it, and we're going to sow good seeds, and we're going to put it on nice fertile ground, and we're going to reap what we sow. And we're not going to be in there trying to fix our hole in our roof at the last minute when it's raining, pounding raining. We're already going to fix the things that we need to fix, have those loose boards tightened in our ship to make sure our vessels are ready to go. Okay? So get your vessel ready. I hope he's calling out you to do something. Okay? So I believe that the good times are coming, guys. Not like that. The times are going to get rough. The weather's going to get bad, but you're going to reap what you sow. Okay? And let's remember the parable of the wheat. You know, the enemy came and sowed seeds amongst the wheat, right? Chaff amongst the wheat. So don't go to sleep, because that's where they're already here. They're already here. So we have to let these grow up together, whether you like it or not. And let him come back and bind the wheat and the chaff, or the chaff from the wheat. He'll take care of that. Does that make sense? So look around. You see all this evil?
It's got to be here. I know you want to root it up. You know what I'm saying? I look around, I want to root it up, but we got to let it grow together. Okay? It seems hard, I know. So be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. Expose them. And that's what we're doing in here. Okay? So let God fight all your battles. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. It's not an eye for an eye. We're not under that covenant. Someone comes and kills your brother, kills your sister, kills your wife. You can't go kill his wife. Somebody comes, steals your stuff. You can't go steal his stuff. That's not an eye for an eye. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So let him fight all your battles. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. The meek will inherit the earth. He said, you must be like a child to return to the Father. Where is our Father? Who art in heaven. So if we've entered the 6th extinction event, and we made it this far, and we're doing this good, I think a lot of us that are prepared right now are going to make it, because mostly the things that happen in life, they don't happen, and bam, all of a sudden they happen. Right? Bam, that's the way they happen. Or they happen slowly, and then they happen all of a sudden. So we see it. So we're going to reap what we sow, brothers and sisters, because when it happens, and it will happen, whatever you put in, you'll probably get out. I know the Father, he's going to come back and he's going to pour out a just measure on each and every one of us. So make sure that you got extra oil, and make sure you have your lamps trimmed. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Not the angels in heaven, not the Son, only the Father knows that day. But remember, the Apostle Paul said, you will see the day approaching. So we will see it coming. We will know the exact day. Nobody knows the exact day, but you will see it. You will see it approaching. So you tell me, if you see the finish line, if you ever ran a marathon, you got to pace yourself and finish stronger than everybody else to win the race. Correct? If you want your hand raised in victory, it's not always the person that comes out the gate the fastest, right? They don't always win the race. Actually, if you ever studied marathons, this life endure to the end to be saved. This marathon, you ever run a marathon? You got to pace yourself. You got to size up your competition, your field. And if you want to be the one that has your hands raised in victory, you need to trim your lamps. You need to pace yourself. And then you need to finish the strongest. Only those that have their hands raised in victory could pace themselves and finish the strongest. He tells us we must endure. Endure. Does that sound like a little sprint, a little short jaunt? Or does that sound like a marathon? He says we must endure to the end to be saved, brothers and sisters. The word is sozo. To be taken and carried from a beginning point to an ending point. He will come back and pick up his bride, his purchased possession. Don't you ever forget that. He is our Redeemer. He's the one who paid the bride price. Okay? So be steady. It's already chosen. God already chose his sheep, and God already chose his goats from the foundation of the world. You can't change that. God creates all things, and he brings whoever he chooses to him. Have you even slept? No, I haven't slept. Not yet. I'm getting ready to go to bed right now. So, all right. Much love. The link's in the description. Somebody help me out. Come on, help brother out. I just gave you guys 9 hours and 18 minutes of my time. If it's valuable to you, but not required, you can come back here every single time and never make a donation to that chat, and I'll always give to you. It's not required. If you have the ability, it's in the link. Thank you for your time. Bless you guys. I love you guys. Thank you for sharing the word with me. Thank you for letting me rant and do my thing. This channel is growing amazingly, and I appreciate you guys for being a part of that. Thank you, Sister Levette. Thank you, Vanessa, for coming in here. Thank you, son, for moderating all night long for me. And I don't know what happened to Jennifer, but she fell off. So see, it wasn't meant to be. All right, guys, get a hold of me. if something that I showed you in here concerns you, and maybe we can work on figuring out some way to get you over here to the West Coast, if it concerns you. Okay? Always agape, guys. Much love, and stay and walk and follow in his commandments. Remember, he said, Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me. I'm not asking you're a fawn and you have an affection for the things of this world. Do you love me, Peter? Do you agape me? Are you walking and following in my commandments? Walk and follow him in his commandments, brothers, sisters. He tells you, who shall ever come after me? Take up your cross daily. Are you taking up your cross daily? If you don't know how to take up your cross and you don't know how to get a daily cross, come back to this channel, subscribe to me, and we'll talk about how to get your cross. He said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take their cross daily, and follow after me. You can't set it down. I'm warning you, better be careful. If you pick it up, you can't set it down. Daily cross. Are you taking up your cross daily? If not, come back and follow me. I'll teach you how to get your cross. Okay? Much love. Always agape. Those links are in the description for whoever wants to help me out. I'll see you guys on the next live stream. I'll be back up for the end of the day. I'm going to a few hours sleep, go lay down. I'll get back up. I have a full day's work to do out here at the homestead. Just because I went to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning, I'll be back up in a couple hours. I have animals and pets and a homestead to take care of, so I went a little overboard. Oh well, life's not Burger King. You can't all have it all your way, so I gave it to you guys, okay? My time. I love you. Always agape.